Chapter 6. Ghost liner please 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 please. Disclaimer. I don't own High School DxD, or whatever other series that has been US pleased here. Edit. Sorry guys for the typos and errors. I fixed some of them, and hopefully all of them. Threw in a side story at the end on what Doomwing was doing when Issei was busy almost getting killed 200 times as an apology. I wanted to include that later, but well, it fits the timeline. Chapter 6. Ghost liner. I opened the door to find the three girls sat around the kotatsu in the middle of the room. Murayama had long brown hair styled into a ponytail with two long bangs by the side of her face, and Katase had short pink hair with the fringe held up by a white hairband. Suddenly I flashback to their naked bodies when I peeped at them along with Matsuda and Motohama. Remembering Murayama's sizable breasts and focus issei, damn it. Murayama and Katase both had a look of slight shock on their face before staring at me intently as if they are ready to attack if I try anything. Well, I don't see any shinais or bakans coming at me yet, so I'm just going to thank my luck stat that they are being reasonable so far. Come to think of it, I never bothered to remember their last names, since my only real interactions with them consisted of a peeking on them and b getting beaten up for peeking on them. There really was no reason for me to have a proper conversation aside from begging them to stop. I used observe on both of them to see if I could get their full names. Name: Takagi Murayama. Age: 17. Latvian Laches, 3 exp, 4257. Title: Kendo Club. Captain. Affiliation: Kuo Academy Kendo Club. Race: Human. HP: 220 220ths of a megapixel, 120 120ths STR, 12 END, 11 AGI, 12 INT, 8 WIS, 11 MAG, 8 LUK, 9 Description: Kendo Club Captain for Kuo Academy. Despite being a first-year student, she's good enough to become captain of the club. Best friends with Katase. Emotions: Wary name: Amai Katase. Age: 17. Latvian Laches, 3 exp, 3157ths. Title: Kendo Club Vice Captain. Affiliation: Kuo Academy Kendo Club. Race: Human. HP: 200 200ths of a megapixel, 160 160ths STR, 11 END, 10 AGI, 13 INT, 9 WIS, 7 MAG, 12 LUK, 10 Description: Vice Captain of the Kendo Club for Kuo Academy. She's good enough to become captain of the club. Very protective of her best friend Murayama. Emotions: Wary once again, observe, saves the day. I sat myself down on one side of the kotatsu and set the donuts I brought to the side. Firstly, I will have to reduce their wariness so that I can teach without restraint. Before we begin, I would like to apologize to you both, Takagi Murayama and Amai Katase, for all the times I have peeked on you both and the rest of the Kendo Club members. I know that this simple apology won't erase what I've done, but I hope that we will be able to move on from this so that we can all focus on our finals, I said while bowing to both of them. Now, I have just baked some donuts covered with 3 types of glazes: lemon, caramel and pure sugar. Please help yourselves to them at any time, I said while putting the donuts in the middle of the table. What are you planning, pervert? You've drugged those donuts, didn't you? Murayama. Kiryu-san. Don't be fooled, he's going to do all sorts of perverted things to our bodies once he knocks us out, Katase shouted whilst pointing at me accusingly. Honestly, it could be worse, Murayama keeping quiet so far, and Kiryu. You're worrying for nothing, I'm the one that asked him to bake something, Kiryu said while eating one of the donuts I baked with an ecstatic expression. It's really good, you know. Munch, you're missing out, Kiryu continued to praise the snacks I made. As all this was happening, I simply kept quiet as I watched Murayama grabbing one of the donuts I made and ate it happily. At this point, after seeing the two eating the donuts, Katase simply gave up and joined them, clearly with her joyful expressing. I can safely say she's not regretting it. The dozen donuts I baked were gone just after 5 minutes. Well then, Hyodo, I accept your apology on behalf of the Kendo Club, provided you make some snacks for the rest of the girls as apology, Murayama said to me with a familiar expression that tells me she honestly just wants more food cooked by me. But Katase tried to protest against that but was cut off by Murayama. Katase, I believe that Hyodo-san should be given the benefit of the doubt. So far only Matsuda and Motohama has peaked on us for the past few weeks, plus Hyodo-san grades has shown that he has been working hard. Murayama defended me by throwing around some facts. After all that, we finally got started with the tutoring. With my teaching skill over LVL.10, it was quite easy for me to teach them new and old material as well as fixing their mistakes. I dare say they were impressed with my newfound knowledge and skills. We studied up to 7 p.m. before we left Kiryu's house. I offered to escort both of them home through they both declined. Suddenly a notification popped up. You have increased your reputation greatly with more than 5 people, thus unlocking the reputation menu. Hyodo Mika, mother, currently proud but suspicious of her son. Loved. Hyodo Jinoza, father, currently proud but suspicious of his son. Loved. Kiryu Aika, a good friend with a favorable impression of you. Honda Matsuda, jealous of your sudden improvement. Former friend, but neutral. Abarai Motohama, jealous of your sudden improvement. Former friend, but neutral. Amai Katase, slightly disliked, a little suspicious of you, but can't help loving your cooking. Takagi Murayama, neutral but a little suspicious of you, 10 out of 10 wants more food made by you. Genshiro Saji, dislikes you for getting Sona's interest. Sona Citree, neutral, but interested in recruiting you too? Doomwing, likes you, your first created familiar and seeks to please his father. Sweet. A new menu. Didn't expect it to be so useful either. It seems to work on the current information I have, plus some information I could not have known as well. It says more than 5 people's perception of me has increased greatly, which means it has to be both my parents, Aika, Murayama, Katase and Sona. Interestingly, there's no question mark on what I hypothesized as Sona's real name, so there's a good chance that it's her actual name. Based on the description, it seems I was right to think that my parents were getting suspicious. Before heading home, I went to a grocery store and bought lots of ingredients before going home. When I got home, I ate dinner with my parents and told them about how I was getting along with more of my classmates. I checked up on Doomwing and found that Doomwing decided to stay in school for the night. Specifically, he's still in the student council room and waited for everyone to leave before he can rummage for more information. Doomwing, you've just been born not even for a day and you've made me so proud. Keep up the good work, Doomwing, don't push yourself. You have my permission to use the laptop I gave you and the extra liquid metal whenever you want, in case you didn't know. I said to Doomwing through my telepathic connection. Doomwing can store items in its own separate space similar to my inventory, through the space is limited unlike mine. It seems to be an intrinsic skill to spirits, and even spirit hybrids. So I gave him my laptop for his use and some extra liquid metal which he can add unto his body whenever he needs it. Thank you, Father, for your praise. It brings me substantial amounts of satisfaction to me to know that I have done an exceptional job. Doomwing replied formally, I've really got to get him to find other methods of speech soon. So far I've found nothing substantial through it. Seems they are discussion ways to approach and recruit you. However, they have been quite vague to what they want to recruit Father for. So they seem to not talk about the supernatural much, or at least not for today. They will probably let slip more information another day. Thankfully, Doomwing just needs mana to power his body so he can theoretically spy there as long as he stays undetected. How's your energy levels and consumption, son? I questioned him, worrying that his body stabilizing might take up a lot more energy than anticipated. My spiritual core is currently generating more than enough mana to keep all aspects of my body at maximum power. I have also made progress in leveling up the structural grasp spell. In addition, your gamer ability has also caused me to learn a new skill. I have acquired presence concealment as a result of the extended period of time of partaking in actions to reduce my presence. Doomwing replied immediately to my question. Excellent, excellent, thanks Doomwing. I really appreciate it, I said in an earnest tone before informing Doomwing about my discovery about the reputation menu. I decide to tinker with the spiritual core I have left over and spammed ID create to level it up before going to bed. I woke up at 4 a.m. in the morning and went down into the kitchen to make a huge assorted range of food. I left some on the table for breakfast. As for the rest, I packed it onto a 6-layer large bento box, filling it to the brim. My parents were once again surprised to see breakfast ready and once again enjoyed my breakfast. I left for school as usual and thankfully my presence concealment seems to have caused people to ignore my absurdly huge multi-layered bento box I brought. When lunchtime came, I revealed my absurdly large multi-layered bento box filled with assorted pieces of cooked meat and vegetables to the entire class. I told everyone to help themselves, which was part of my plan to abuse my cooking skills to improve my reputation. It turned out to be a great success after they saw Aika, Murayama and Katase made a mad dash for my food, which essentially got everyone in class to join them. Matsuda and Motohama thanked me for the food with tears in their eyes while simultaneously cursing me for some reason. After school, Murayama and Katase gathered the Kendo Club members together so I could offer my apologies along with more food, which also turned out to be a success in my opinion. The rest of the week followed the formula of me sharing my cooked food with my class, tutoring the 3 girls after school, then training at night. By Friday evening I noticed the pop-up of a new title, and to my surprise it seems I've gained some titles previously which I forgot to notice. Kuo's Master Chef. Your food is literally the best in Kuo Academy. Considering it's a prestigious academy, that says something. Plus reputation gains when people eat your food. Master Zombie Killer. You have killed over 1,000 zombies. Unknown to death. Nor known to life. Minus 80% damage from zombies plus 80% damage to zombies. I am Mad Scientist. You have made something totally new. You so cool. SONAVABITCH. Plus reputation with fellow mad scientists and inventors plus chance for inspiration to make something insane. Liberator of an army of souls. Have killed over 20 legion zombies. Plus 20, luck. I decide to switch to I am Mad Scientist, since I'm sure it will be useful in the long term. I also determined to switch to Kuo's Master Chef. Whenever someone eats my food to maximize reputational gains. It's already Friday night, and in a week I have already greatly increased my reputation to well liked among the girls in my class. Most of the boys were around the liked area, through some of them were jealous, which I assumed they were jealous of my cooking skills. Doomwing had actually stayed in the student council room for the entire week before I told him to get out of there. I heaped so much praise on Doomwing for his dedication and made sure that he would have the entire weekend to himself. So far Doomwing managed to get more personal data on the student council members along with some interesting terms. Terms such as peerage, stray devil, stray exorcist, and sacred gear were used sometime in between. Through there was little I could make from it, unfortunately. After a bit of training I decided to turn in for the night and go solo that ghost dungeon tomorrow night. Since it was the second dungeon unlocked, the levels of the monsters can't be that high. I spent most of Saturday afternoon crafting Archer's, from Fate, Stay Night, outfit. Thanks to the knowledge from Structural Grasp, I was able to recreate most of it faithfully, and the holy shroud on Archer's shoulders however had to be traced instead. By the end of it the entire set had a greater physical defense than my Lost Souls set but a lower mag defense. I try on the outfit on myself and used, observe, on the entire set. Archer's outfit. Rank. E plus durability. 200 200s each piece def. 500 MAGDEF. 200. Description. Pretty much as Counter Guardian Emiya's outfit. Increases the speed of your tracing, reinforcement, and alteration skills by 50%. Once worn, the GAR stat is unlocked. Wearing the entire set will increase your GAR by 200. OMG, the outfit actually makes me GAR. I checked my stat screen and I saw that my GAR stat currently stands at 206. I pressed the GAR stat with my finger to check for an explanation. GAR. This stat governs how GAR you are. A GAR stat of 5 is for average manly men. GAR is for individuals who are so manly and badass that they bring manly tears to people with less GAR with every awesome act you do. Note. Has side effect of causing males to have a man crush on you and causes females to swoon over you. Outfit. Totally because of its effectiveness in battle and not the female swooning bit. After having dinner with my parents I snuck out at night. Before I left I instructed Doomwing to use some extra liquid metal and transform into my appearance. That way, even if my parents enter my room I can have Doomwing impersonate me. I ran to the nearest cemetery in town, which was rather large, with about changed into my Archer's outfit, and enjoyed the GAR for a moment before using ID Create to create a ghost dungeon. My surroundings remained the same, filled with gravestones, a couple of trees here and there. I saw 2 figures to my left about 10 meters away from me, They looked like people except they were floating and their bodies were glowing with a faint blue light. I traced Kanzhou and Bakuya, the twin black and white short swords, and entered my stance. Next I used Observe on them to check their stats. Monster name: Remorseful Wraith LVL, 11 race, Wraith. HP: 400 400ths of a megapixel, 340 340ths STR, 10 END, 20 AGI, 10 INT, 5. WIS: 5 MAG, 30 LUK. 1 description: a wraith whose last thoughts were filled with remorse. No one knows what he regrets, and it does not matter. Wraiths cause magic damage upon touch. Monster name: Vengeful Ghost LVL, 11 race, Wraith. HP: 400 400ths. MP: 140 140ths STR, 15 END, 20 AGI, 15 INT, 5 WIS, 5 MAG, 10. Luck: 1 description: a ghost filled with hatred and a desire for vengeance. It has long forgotten why it desires vengeance, now it is only a vessel for destruction. Causes physical damage by touching enemies. I dash at the 2 ghosts and reached them in half a second. I immediately brought down the vengeful ghost first using an X-shaped slash with both swords, then I twisted my body and threw both swords at the wraith, both of which were destroyed instantly upon my attack. I then used Mana Step and jumped about 20 meters in the sky. I maintained my height and saw around 48 ghosts and wraiths. 30 of them were clumped up in a small area for some reason, while the other 18 were spread around in pairs and in groups of 3s. I decide to deal with the group first using a Broken Phantasm, which is a noble phantasm overloaded with mana that explodes on contact, causing massive damage along with a rank up to the weapon rank. Since I can just trace a new one, I can afford to destroy such weapons easily that way. This time, in order to save mana for the boss, I took out from my inventory a Kalidbalg 2 which was already pre-charged with mana, almost to the brink. I found that the amount of mana a weapon can store before becoming broken is equal to its durability. Kalidbalg 2 required just above 500 mana to become broken, due to it being a noble phantasm with a durability of 550. I traced Archer's bow and prepared to fire. I suddenly recalled that since this Kalidbalg was not degraded like Archer's in Fate Stay Night, then it would be rank A normally and rank A+ when used as a noble phantasm. Which means the explosion will be greater. Since pretty much all the ghosts and wraiths were gathered around ground level and in the graveyard area, I decided to alter my plan. I jumped even higher to about 2 kilometers above the ground and went about 2 kilometers west to be safe, deciding to detonate it at the center of the graveyard instead. I infused the Kalidbalg, which was altered into a spiral sword, becoming Kalidbalg 2 with more mana until it was ready to be launched. I reinforced my eyes to improve my eyesight and took aim at the center of the graveyard. I stretched the arrow to the max and shouted the sword's name right before launching the arrow, Kalidbolg. I fired the Kalidbalg, originally the demonic sword possessed by the hero of Ireland, Fergus Mac Roich, which was modified into a spiral sword using reinforcement and alteration. The arrow glowed brightly as it flew to its target, leaving a spiral trail as it twisted the space around it. And when it reached the ground, I felt like I have just committed a war crime. The resulting explosion was well beyond my expectation. It did not just raise the cemetery with flames, it freaking blew apart 10 times the cemetery area. I was safe up in the air, but the resulting mushroom cloud and the destruction left in its wake left me awestruck. I descended to ground zero and examined the destruction. The crater was huge, it was about 20 meters deep and there was nothing left except ash and fire. I walked out of the crater area, wanting to think for a bit of what I've just done, but suddenly a voice called out to me. Impressive young man, it would seem I was lucky to have not appeared earlier. A man about 20 meters to my side said. What? A man? How could someone get in the instant dungeon? Unless it's the boss, but since when did a boss talk? Is it because it's a ghost type with sanity? I looked to my right and saw a perfectly human-looking young man with the exception of the same ghostly aura the other ghost-type monsters had. The man wore a tattered kimono, hakama and a dark haori. He looked about 28 years old. His build was slim but his muscles were clearly there. His hair was long and was tied into a ponytail. Both his hair and eyes were dark brown. He was carrying a nodashi with a length of 150 centimeters and looked like a traditional samurai. I immediately used Observe. On him only to find that his name was blurred out. Boss name. $$LVL. 120 race. Ghostliner HP. 2000. MP. 1040 STR. 300 END. 100 AGI. 850 INT. 30 WIS. 20. Mag. 100 luck. 50 description. $% caret $%. What the fuck is a boss with that power level doing here? He should be like level 30 or something, not on the level of a fucking heroic spirit. I use reinforcement on my body and released villain's true power, bringing up my STR to a higher level than his and my agility to above 600. I trace Kanzhou and Bakuya into my hands before taking my stance. This was an opponent I can't fuck around with. My spells cast times and traveling speeds are too slow for anything with that level of agility. With that level of speed I have to rely on dual wielding because of the passive bonus my skill gives me will be necessary to offset the overwhelming speed of the opponent. As much as tracing Guy Bolg and using Ku Chilane's power might increase my speed to his level, the lack of the mastery benefits from spears and lances will make my overall power weaker. That and using a weapon I have not practiced with in a battle like this will definitely screw me over. Ho! I thought you were just some despicable magic user, but to think you were a swordsman. The man stood straight and pointed his sword at me with his right hand. I would have to rethink my opinion of you depending on how good you are, he said casually before immediately adopting bloodshot eyes. He dashed at me and swung his sword horizontally from his right to left at my neck. I brought Kanzhou up with my left hand to intercept the blade, barely making it. As the swords clashed, I immediately used Shunpo to get in his range and slash with Bakuya. But he had already took 2 steps back and withdrew his sword by the time I reached his previous location. He then stabbed at the area between my eyes and I just barely dodged by using Shunpo to move back 5 meters. I reorganize the information in my head and I can see that the man is far faster and far more skilled than me. Both hits so far were fatal strikes. All of his attacks will probably aiming for my head, neck and heart. When I attempted to slash him with Bakuya I premeditated it and went for it right after I blocked with Kanzhou. I even used Shunpo to which allows me to run beyond his speed, which means he must either had expected that or had a good enough instinct to know what was coming. In other words, to get a hit I must do something to make him unable to dodge my blow. I tried to assess my options, but he would not allow me the luxury. He dashed at me just a second after I dodged his previous blow and launched a flurry of strikes at me. The strikes were faster than before and I could barely even see them. The only reason I was keeping up was because the stance I use leaves deliberate openings and grants me bonuses when defending those openings. Since I knew his fighting style was to attack my head, heart or neck, I deliberately made openings in those areas and immediately moved my swords to parry to those areas. With every move I risked instant death, but this was my only option for such a foe. I realized that while his attacks were still unreadable I was getting slightly better at parrying his attacks. Which I'm guessing is from my eye of the mind, true, and CGMEA stance. Leveling up like crazy from fighting for my life. I also found out that the Nodashi he uses is weak as a sword and is easily bent against my blades. Which meant it was not on a noble phantasm level, however. Every time it was bent it returned to its original form in a split second. This made the option of tracing a more powerful sword, breaking the entire sword and rushing at him nigh impossible. Still, eye of the mind, true, and gamer's mind, kept me calm despite having already parried over 200 fatal attacks for the past 2 minutes. The ghost liner again aimed for my head. This time I used Shunpo to backstep as far as I could and dispelled Kanzhou and Bakuya. I took out Graham and Durandal from my inventory, equipping it on my right and left hand respectively. Graham is the sword of the sun wielded by Sigurd. Graham was a chosen sword of appointment just like Caliburn was. Caliburn was the sword stuck to the stone, but Graham was the sword lodged into the mighty tree of the king of Volsung of the Volsunga saga. It is a demonic sword of glory and is capable of killing a dragon after being reforged by Sigurd, and is the prototype for Balmung and Caliburn. It uses the same ability as Caliburn, a light that burns all it touches. Its rank is a ++ as a noble phantasm. Durandal. The peerless sword is the holy sword awarded to the paladin leader Roland. It is a symbol of power forged magnificently like Caliburn, having the emblem of the Battle of Ronchevo Pass. It possesses 3 miracles that allow it to maintain its sharpness. Roland, on the verge of death in battle, had wished for it to be destroyed so that it would not fall into enemy hands. But even with its miracles it could not be done, for it proved to be completely indestructible. Its rank is A++ as a noble phantasm. I continued to dash away using Shunpo, which should get me some distance with my current level of Ho-Ho. However, just as I had made some distance, the ghost liner teleported just 5 meters in front of me and immediately stuck at me. I managed to defend better while drawing from the experience from these swords. Since Kanzhou and Bakuya had no true wielder, I could not draw any experience from them. From what I can tell, it seems that if I move away from my enemy past a certain distance, he would immediately teleport in front of me. I felt that the man was hiding something and that I had to force it out in order for me to determine a sure win strategy. I backstepped a bit and got into position before channeling some mana and activated my dual blade sword skill, Starburst Stream. I started with a horizontal, left to right slash with right sword, followed by an uppercut slash with the left sword and a full circle spin. These were all completely blocked by the ghost liner. However, this technique would only get faster. I continued with another horizontal, left to right slash with both swords followed by another full circle spin. I then slashed horizontally, left to right with both swords. These were barely blocked by him. Without relenting, I made a downward X slash with both swords which staggered him a little, followed by an upward X slash with both swords which finally broke his guard. He started to move backwards to regain his stance, but I push onwards, not letting him get away. With an even greater speed, I made 2 opposite directional diagonal slashes, left sword going down left, right sword going up right, which barely nicked his clothes as he continues to attempt to escape me. I lift both swords up while turning away from him. Reversing the grip of both swords, I made a reverse grip downward X slash with both swords, making 2 light cuts on his chest. Unrelentingly, I made a corkscrew attack and shifted the swords into forward grip, making another downward and upward X slash with both swords, making more light gashes. I followed up that attack with a diagonal top right to bottom left slash with right sword and a full circle spin, making a horizontal right to left slash with left sword, and a downward vertical slash with right sword. This blows left even more light slashes on his body. For the last few blows I performed them faster than I could comprehend myself. An uppercut slash with the left sword followed by a downward vertical slash with right sword. Bring my left sword up for another downward diagonal slash and a final full circle spin before repeating the same slash with my left sword. I made a forward thrust with right sword and one final forward lunge with left sword, ending the technique. I see the ghost liner covered with many wounds, mostly light but a couple of mediums one. However, he used the opening left by my lunges to regain his footing. He stood with his left leg in front and right leg back. His sword was once again held with both hands and he lifted the sword behind his head. Danger. I know this stance. For the first time my instincts screamed at me to do whatever it takes to survive what's coming. Heiken. Concealed sword. Sabama Geshi. Reverse swallow. The ghost liner said as he released the technique at me. The sword slashes immediately split into a circular arc horizontally which surrounded me, a slightly slower vertical strike that blocked my escape from above and a third vertical strike which prevented me from escaping from the side. All the sword slashes happened simultaneously. I blocked the 2 vertical strikes with my 2 swords, but the circular slash reached my neck. I immediately backstepped once the technique was over, having survived by transferring my end values from the rest of my body in that moment using defense point to my neck, reinforcing my defense at that very point till I was not damaged by the blade. If I had no prior knowledge of Sabama Geshi, I would have had my head lopped off for sure. There's only one person that can use that technique, you're Sasaki Kojira, I said while still slightly in shock from being on the receiving end of the technique. Ho! To recognize me the instant the technique was used and even managing to survive it. You are correct, my name is Sasaki Kojira. Now, tell me your name, young man. You are the most worthy opponent I have ever faced and also the first to have survived my ultimate technique. As a fellow warrior that has proven his worth, you should name yourself. Sasaki Kojira said with a smile on his face. Sasaki Kojira was still standing despite the wounds from the 2 top-tier holy swords, which I guess the only possible explanation is that he's not weak to holy weapons since ghost liners are a type of a familiar which servants from fate, Stay Night are categorized in, and not simply a type of undead. I'm guessing the material body prevents any damage to the spiritual body since both swords should do more damage to spiritual entities either way. My name is Issei Hyodo. I replied. After analyzing my situation I can see that he's taking me completely seriously now. I'm certain if I try Starburst Stream again he would be able to block my blows perfectly since he had experience with the technique now. My own Sabama Geshi is out of the question since he would recognize it immediately and can perform his quicker Kakuyoku Sanren might not work because his instinct might predict what's coming, which might derail the technique. I know my options, and I open my inventory and return Durandal into it, but I do not close the inventory window. I changed my stance, moving my left foot in front, bring my left hand to the front to cover my face and having Graham help behind me facing the floor. Let's end this, Sasaki Kojuru, I said to the swordmaster. ID escape does not work when bosses are present, which meant escape was out of the option. If I try to run he might get pissed off due to Bushido code and whatnot, and I would rather have him facing me as a fellow warrior rather than an enemy that must be killed at all cost. I have no close-range impact magic skills, nor do I have any experience with using the instant kill moves of Gungnir or Gai Bolg, which meant I have to use the only other sword skill I have to end this. I had already pushed my luck by surviving over 200 fatal strikes and I can't afford to risk any more. I was not facing a monster, not a boss monster, no. I was facing one of the greatest swordsmen of Japanese history and I would face him as a fellow warrior. Although admittedly my method of attaining victory won't be that of pure sword technique. The swordmaster went into the stance for his ultimate technique and was ready to swing the sword. I used Shunpo to close the distance while he swung his sword, once again enacting the simultaneous strikes that momentarily used the multi-dimensional refraction phenomenon which creates openings into parallel universes. Once he moved to use the technique, I equipped Gilgamesh's golden armor from my inventory, changing my outfit to that golden armor that can even shrug off a few full power slashes from rank A++ weapons like Excalibur. My hand which was guarding my head was covered in the golden armor deflecting the strike aimed at my head while the armor deflected the rest of the strikes and at the very moment the sword recoiled off the armor, I used my strongest sword skill I have left. 9 Lives Blade works, the shooting 100 heads. I used Graham to slash with 8 high-speed strikes aimed at his upper arm, collarbone, windpipe, temple, diaphragm, rib, testicles, and thighs. The move allowed me to strike at all those areas simultaneously at God speed, many times faster than the speed of sound. With the sword deflected and Sasaki Kojura left open for that split second, he faced the full might of the technique. The 8 slashes had completely cut up his body, and I saw that his HP was already 0, but I put one more sword strike to destroy his heart, ensuring I defeated my foe thoroughly. I saw the loot go into my inventory, that I had leveled up 18 times in that one battle and that I've gained a new title. But I ignored all that and stabbed the sword into the ground, exhausted. Suddenly I felt a faint presence and held Graham in front of me, seeing a faint outline of the swordsman 2 meters away from me. However, I sensed no bloodlust and my observe showed that he was no threat. Well done, young man. I certainly did not expect you to pull that armor out. Normally I would be angered by the use of magic in a duel, but I suppose your swordsmanship is itself magic, which I have no right to deny you of. The faint outline of Sasaki Kojura spoke to me, observe, had told me that this was no boss monster, but rather, the genuine spirit of Sasaki Kojura. That sword technique was brilliant by the way. To think I once thought Western swordplay merely consisted of flailing a sword around, seems like I would have to eat my own words, ha 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 ha. He laughed a little after giving me a bit of praise. 9 Lives Blade works. The shooting 100 heads, it was a sword technique adapted from the hero Heracles when he slayed the Hydra by shooting 100 arrows at once to exterminate the 100-headed serpent in one blow that could regrow a head for everyone cut down. That was the technique I used. I explained to the spirit who seemed curious. It was adapted from a technique that accomplished such a feat. You have honored me by letting me face a legendary technique, he said in a joyful tone, seemed like he had no hard feelings over losing. On the contrary, you have honored me by using your ultimate technique. Whilst I can perform your Sabama Geshi, myself I have not even reached our level of skill to use it to perfection. I replied humbly. So you have even studied my technique, You are a diligent young man, that's for sure. He seemed rather impressed by me so far. Might I ask how you happened across this place? I start asking the important question plaguing my mind. So far a true sentient spirit and enemy has not appeared in the instant dungeons I create. Just for your information, the instant dungeon is a sort of illusionary barrier which overlaps the real world. I use this to train and strengthen my abilities, I explained to him. Oh, so you were the one that created this place. As far as I can remember, ever since my death I was but a mere wandering spirit. I resented the fact that Miyamoto Musashi cheated in our duel using magic, and I simply ended up staying in this world through my regrets and resentments. Before I knew it, I stayed in this graveyard because my spirit had weakened. I stayed here for a few decades, and then less than an hour ago I felt my spirit drawn into a vessel, through it only materialized after you decimated the area. Sasaki Kojira explained to me carefully. With your explanation, I can guess that my instant dungeon draws spirits into them and puts them in vessels like your ghost liner body. But then, wait a minute. Did you just say Miyamoto Musashi can use magic? I suddenly remembered the implications of his statement. Ah, yes. Would you believe me if I said he also had bat wings coming up from his back? In addition to arriving late to our duel, he had the nerve to fly into the sky and blast magic at me when he was losing. Sasaki Kojira said while showing slight annoyance at the memory. Why do I get feeling we are facing a similar problem? I just found out myself that there are several supernatural beings that seem to originate from the Ars Gotia at my school, demon or devil or whatever they are. It sounds like trouble. Which was why I started training like crazy to get stronger. I said while sighing, partially due to the fact that Miyamoto Musashi seemed to be a devil demon thingy as well. Ah, it seems that fate has allowed me to find a fellow comrade with magic enemy problems. I'm sure with your larger variety of abilities you will do just fine. If anything, I only lost because I can't fly, and you seem to have that problem taken care of. He said to me reassuringly, reminding me that my mana step will null any air advantage a demon that can fly will have. Thanks for the reassurance. But just out of curiosity, do you mind me asking what will you from now? I asked him due to my concern over his spiritual state. I'm not too sure myself. I feel power coming from this place, which I think I might lose once it's gone. I will probably end up as a weak wandering spirit again. Through at this point I lost my resentment. I still have some things I want to do in life, which means those regrets will keep me here. He said with a bit of a sad tone. Might I ask what these things you wish to do are? I asked with a concerned tone of voice. Well, to answer that I have to tell a little story. See, while I did found the Ganryu school to teach my style, in reality I did not start it deliberately. I was a simple swordsman obsessed with cutting down a swallow. I trained and kept repeating the movements until I created Sabama Geshi. Before I knew it I became an unbeatable swordsman. People started asking me to teach, but I had no interest myself. I eventually gave in because they were annoying, and randomly killing them because of it would be an insult to my blade. That was basically how I founded the Ganryu school. Then when I was 28, a duel was arranged between me and Miyamoto Musashi on the remote island of Ganryujima. The story is as I've said before, he arrived late. I was still winning until he took to the skies and blasted me with magic. After that he walked away as the victor after burying me on that island. Now, I have two regrets. The first was that I actually started to enjoy teaching and nurturing students, so I would have loved the opportunity to continue teaching. The second is that instead of one swallow, I want to kill two swallows in mid-flight. Thus I want to create a technique that surpasses my Sabama Geshi. Sasaki Kojira revealed some really startling information. Okay, so let's list everything down. He really just wanted to cut swallows. Whilst he enjoyed a good fight, he was never battle hungry. He started his school unintentionally but grew to love teaching, and turns out he was killed by some magic-wielding demon scum. Okay. Remind me not to trust Japanese history lessons. As if whitewashing the deeds Japan did during wartime wasn't enough. I took a moment to digest the information and I realized that I felt a lot of sympathy for the guy. If only I could help him. Wait a minute. A flash of inspiration and ambition came to my mind, and I ended up smiling unintentionally. I swapped my outfit back to my Emiya, archer's outfit, clothes, and took out the spiritual core from my inventory. Rejoice. Sasaki Kojira. Your wish may now be granted, I said while channeling all the evil priest vibes I could from Kotomine Kirei. You happen to not only meet a swordsman and a mage, but also an expert at the art of creating familiars, creating homunculuses, creating artificial spirits, and also a very talented up-and-coming scientist. Sasaki Kojira, I can give you a new body and a new life. All I ask is for your friendship. I will not hold you to any magical contract nor to anything else other than that, I said to the shocked spirit. Can you truly do it? He said, clearly considering the offer. I created an artificial spirit with the DNA of an Eastern Imperial eagle housed by a body made of a futuristic liquid metal which has not yet even been made. That homunculus, cyborg, spirit hybrid is my creation, familiar and my son. I would think that using this spiritual core to give you power and making you a new body would be perfectly within reason. I will of course also assist you in achieving your dreams. I boldly replied to the spirit with an unwavering confidence. The spirit paused for a moment, he then made a slight bow. I will offer you both my friendship and my sword should you succeed, thus, I accept your offer, Issei Hyodo. A.N. Next up, we will briefly deal with Issei's parents, the finals, a proper introduction to the supernatural and the start of the fulfillment of Sasaki's teaching career. Roughly in that order. Right now it's clear that Issei needs some close contact magic and much more melee techniques, such as dual-wielding spears like Deermood from Fate Zero. I hoped you guys enjoyed this chapter. I hope to expand on the relationships in more detail next chapter. Thank you all for your reviews and comments. Just saying, I have enjoyed all the reviews so far. The critical ones were useful in making me plan for future mechanics, so thank you for those. I hope the fight and the retelling of this world's Sasaki Kojira was entertaining. Omake. Doomwing and Moba's his father and creator Issei Hyodo had just left to train in a new instant dungeon, the Ghost Dungeon. Now Doomwing had shape-shifted using some additional liquid metal and had taken Issei's form. His father had allowed him the weekend of pure rest. Now what is the Terminator, homunculus, eagle spirit hybrid doing? Issei dear, shouldn't you be studying for your finals? Hyodo Mika, Issei's mother questioned her son, when she walked into his room to find him playing games on his laptop. The boy turned around after immediately and replied her swiftly. Do not worry mother, as you can see by my recent class test results I have studied more than adequately for the exam. In addition, should you call up Kiryu Aika, Takagi Murayama or Amai Katase you will find evidence that I have been tutoring them exceptionally for the finals. I believe that should provide sufficient evidence to prove that my currently level of intelligence and preparation can easily allow me to score within the top 10 of the first years. Hyodo Issei replied to his mother, courteously, though it was done in a rather strange tone. Hyodo Mika had to admit that her son has been very strange for the past few weeks, as in stranger than his strange but typical lecherous ways. Whilst she initially thought he had simply changed for the better, sometimes it worries her that something beyond her comprehension has happened to her son. He had picked up new skills all of a sudden, suddenly became competent at almost anything, and her husband had wished her own son would cook for him every day instead of her. Not like the last one was way more important than the other weird occurrences. Well, alright, just don't stay up too late dear. She closed the door slowly, leaving her son to his own devices. The moment the door closed, Doomwing immediately turned back to his computer and unpaused the game. Doomwing was currently in the middle of his third game of Dota 2. Doomwing first started of trying League of Legends and had played 3 games using Ahri. The first game Doomwing had fed immensely, lost the lane and was flamed heavily. However, thanks to his analytical engine and his vast intellect courtesy of being part machine, he had easily dominated and single-handedly carried the next 2 games. Making sure to also behave as what he believed the average typical player would do, and flamed his weaker teammates. Doomwing switched to Dota 2 and performed similarly. Albeit this time he had discovered that what he enjoyed was not the game itself. But what he enjoyed was winning and flaming his enemies using the many languages that the players use. Similarly, he also enjoyed raging on his teammates. OMG. You so stupid. Edi Nahuj Suka Blat. Edi Nawi Sika Bliat. Pizdek. Fucking Kotal. I told you to give me chakra magic. Give me mana fucking KOTOL. We Fusikan lost boys. Doomwing blasted into the microphone. Doomwing was then reported by both his own team and the enemy team for communication abuse. Fortunately, or rather unfortunately, he has not been sent to low priority for his acts. When he finally got sent to low priority, he closed Dota 2 and started watching MLG montages on YouTube instead, justifying it as researching video game culture. A.N. Yes, Doomwing is a flamer and he uses a lot of obscene language. Will this come into play in later chapters? Yes, it will. Just a little character development omake. First, previous ch6 of 38. Next, Chapter 7. Hala Hala Dala. Chapter 7. My get-rich-quick scheme wasn't as perfect as I imagined. Quest alert. Optional, title. Reincarnate Sasaki Kojira into a human body. Objectives. Doesn't matter how you do it, just do it. Time limit, 3 days. Completion reward. 500,000 express failure penalty. Decreased relationship with Sasaki Kojira. I accepted the quest notice that popped up immediately before implanting and fusing the spiritual core I had in my hands with Sasaki. I also invited Sasaki Kojira to my party. I didn't feel like explaining everything yet, so I told him to just accept it and move on for now. After combining the spiritual core with the spirit, I dissolve and escape the illusion barrier using ID escape. Both I and Sasaki ended up at the edge of the graveyard. As a result of combining with the core, he now had a more visible ghostly form, though not as corporeal as when he was a ghostliner. We both moved to the abandoned warehouse I frequent and transferred to an empty illusion barrier I created using ID create. I spent about an hour using tracing to remake some homunculus creation equipment, then started ripping out various limbs of my body and regenerating them for use as biomaterial. It took about another 2 hours to cultivate a perfect body clone after getting the information using structural grasp on Sasaki. All the while Sasaki remained quiet and cooperative, although his face alternates between "has science has gone too far" and "is this nigga for real?" faces throughout the process. After the body was completed, I drew some magic patterns using my blood around the body and started my first attempt of using the Heaven's Feel. The Heaven's Feel magic's domain is the materialization of the soul, which is different from simply transferring the spirit, which my in Myoto skill does. The soul contains the memories and mind of a person, whilst the spirit is a separate entity. The process is more difficult than making Doomwing, as I used a spiritual core with an artificial spirit without a soul and put it into a body. This differs from the process where I take an existing spirit and fuse it in the body along with the core, as I actually have to transfer the soul as well. If I don't, then Sasaki will be controlling the body with his spirit like a puppet instead of living in the body. The process was a quiet, unflashy one since the transfer happened within the body. Once it was over, Sasaki immediately started stretching his limbs. You have gained a new skill through a special action. Heaven's Feel. Active. LVL.1, 100 EXP, 22% MP cost, 1000 increase in mag by 2 per level. Description. A use of the third magic, one of the true magics of the Nisuverse. The magic of the materialization and control over the soul. Higher levels will increase length of time soul can be materialized and manipulated. Quest completed. You have received 500,000 express. You have leveled up twice. Once again I thank my luck stat as I succeeded on my first go, through it cost just over 1000 mana to do it. I better check up on his stats to see how close it was to his previous ghostliner one. Name. Kojira Sasaki. Age. 0. Physical. LVL. 1 EXP. 0/15. Title. Reborn Sword Master. Affiliation. Issei's Party. Race. Human. HP. 1600 Region. 16 per minute MP, 3030 region, 54 per minute, 50 mana per minute is from spiritual core. STR. 200 END, 80 AGI, 750 INT, 30 WIS, 20 MAG, 150. Luck. 50 Description. A master swordsman that has recently regained a human body, aims to create a greater technique and teach his style once again. If possible, he would like to extinguish the magic-wielding scum that is Musashi Miyamoto, but that's just a side quest to him. Emotions. Joyful, excited, and grateful. Not much of a drop if I factor in the level reset and how easy it will be to level him up. Admittedly, I'm a little jealous of his level 1 stats, but then again the stat transfer is imbalanced if this was a game with a reincarnation function like Disgaea. I better get him some clothes now. He running around the warehouse at 4 AM naked is not exactly an event I would endorse. I took out the lost souls set of clothes and handed it to him. Put these on for now, we can go shop for some new clothes later in the day, guess. Oh. Your generosity never ceases to amaze me, issei dono, he exclaimed while gratefully accepting the clothes I gave him. No need to add, dono, to my name. I'm not your lord. Hyodo-san, Hyodo-kun, issei-san, issei-kun. Basically call me whatever suits you. I only asked for your friendship, and even if you did pledge yourself to my cause, it doesn't put me above you. If anything, we will be partners from now on, I said while scratching the back of my head, slightly embarrassed from being referred to with such respect. Humble, you must have a lot of friends. I cringed slightly at that statement. Actually I don't really have much friends in the genuine sense. You see, most people aren't as strong as me, nor do they have supernatural powers for obvious reasons, so what I do is pretty much a secret to all except one female and my familiar. I do plan to tell my parents soon, but I'm not sure how exactly to go about it. I replied sheepishly. After all, I have monstrous strength and speed, no way I can be considered a normal human. They might just reject me, calling me a monster like in those manga characters with rejection backstories. Well, just be straight with them. Speaking from experience, Sasaki started to adopt a nostalgic look. Closing his eyes, he continued, those young men that wanted to learn from me, they followed me around while requesting me to take them as my disciples again and again, so earnest, it worked for them. I don't see how it won't work for you. The situation now and then is completely different, you know. I let out a small sigh before continuing. I have to get you a place to stay anyway, and I guess that the quicker I get this over with the better. In any case, get used to your body for a while. We will head to my house when my parents wake up. I took out a glazed donut and a bottle of water from my inventory for Sasaki. Here you go, Sasaki-san. Bet you haven't tried donuts before. He took the items off my hand and took a bite of the donut. Needless to say, the same pattern occurred for all those that tried my food. Whilst he indulged myself, I looked through my skills to find that my eye of the mind, true, had shot up to LVL 42 and rank B from the fight. It had previously stagnated since I had no trouble in previous fights till now. Sword mastery and dual-wield mastery also rose by an insane amount. Now they are at LVL .60 and 56 respectively. Since my body got stronger, I could afford to draw from my weapon's experiences without dying. I suppose I siphoned off a lot of skills during the fight. I also got small base STR, End and AGI increases from that fight. Which reminds me that I have to find a way to escalate my training. Maybe I could cover magic and physical training in one go if I were to fire spells at myself then heal from the damage. Or something like doing push-ups while being electrocuted, that might work. Or even doing sit-ups on a black flame, burning field. Whilst I'm not looking forward to the pain, I have to get stronger in any way I can. But then again, why do I need to get that strong? I think back to the reflections I made at the park that night. I certainly have increased my reputation amongst my classmates by throwing good food at them, so that's a plus. I have made a friend in Aika, I suppose. Kataise and Murayama counts as acquaintances for now, though, close ones. I think back to the level of strength I have so far. My speed has increased greatly from the time I ran across Japan. At this rate I might get fast enough to move at Koro-sensei speeds, Mach 20, in around 2 to 3 months' time. But with my current speed, would it be possible to do something greater with my life? As in, make an actual impact on people aside from those around me. Not like I want to become a Seiji no Makata, hero, ally of justice, but there's the whole Spider-Man quote, with great power comes great responsibility thing. If I just keep on going with my life selfishly, I would regret it eventually. Even if it's from my own selfishness, there shouldn't be anything wrong with doing supposedly selfless acts. Although at this point I guess it will only be counted as selfish. But that doesn't make it wrong. Right, it's decided. I will start small. If there are any large earthquakes and tsunamis that occur in Japan, I will do my part in rescuing and helping the victims. Secretly, of course. Which means I should work on detecting and healing spells for finding people hidden under rubble and healing wounds. I go back to my skills list and found that I acquired a new skill from firing Kalidbolg 2 from long range. Clairvoyance, passive, LVL .11, 100 EXP, 22% rank, E. Description. Clairvoyance connotes superior visual perception and dynamic occipital capture, such as to supplement the long-range aiming of projectile weapons. At higher ranks, it is possible that the bearers of this skill have acquired such abilities as precognition and other forms of perception beyond standard eyesight. Rank E. Capable at keeping track of fast-moving objects at just over 1 kilometer. Oh yeah. Now it's time to check out my loot. Let's see, I got WTF over 120 million yen in total. Calm down, issei. You won't get a chance to spend that amount of money at once without drawing suspicion. I better find a way to make lots of money legally so I can start spending like a boss. In any case, it seems the high amount of money came from Sasaki being such a high level as a boss. I'm certain it's just a one-time occurrence. Other than that, I got 28 spirit fabric, which I suppose I could use as some material for constructing equipment and stuff. In addition to that, I got 2 skill books, Spirit Phase, and Knowledge of Respect and Harmony. I immediately learned those skills. Spirit Phase. Active, LVL.1, 100 EXP, 0% MP cost, 20 per second increase in end by 2 per level. Description. Allows the user to phase through physical material like a spirit by temporarily transforming one's body and clothes to a visible, intangible, ghostly state. Knowledge of Respect and Harmony, passive, LVL.41, 100 EXP, 70% rank, B. Description. Knowledge of Respect and Harmony prevents any decrease in the effectiveness of a technique, regardless of how many times it is used against the same opponent. Rank B. Attacks cannot be perceived by the enemy. Oh hell yeah. 2 op PLS no nerf. Knowledge of Respect and Harmony started off at a high level for some reason. If I'm right, it dropped after defeating Sasaki Kojira. Perhaps it's because I already achieved some feats such as attacking without it being perceived, which might explain the head start in this skill. Next up is titles. Let's see, 5 new titles it seems. Grave Defiler. You destroyed a graveyard. You monster. Increases your propensity to perform morally reprehensible acts. WMD. You shot a sword as a tactical mini-nuke. When title is applied, Broken Phantasms will not increase the rank of the attack but rather, triple the AoE of the attack. Destruction Maniac. You have stood in awe of your destructive actions. You know you liked it. Greatly increases enjoyment from committing acts of mass destruction. Increases reputation gained from psychopaths, sociopaths and battle maniacs. Third Magic Practitioner. You performed a feat of Nasuver's true magic. Plus triples luck when engaged in third magic experiments and usage. Suicidal Swordmaster. You defeated a swordmaster by risking your death with every move. Hashtag YOLOSWAG plus 100 GAR when holding a sword, plus another 100 GAR when holding another. Doubles luck when parrying fatal blows. Best after battle reward moment ever. I am so switching to Suicidal Swordmaster whenever I fight with swords. I do however have to get serious about practicing weapons other than swords. I have polearms, spears, lances, daggers, poles, maces, axes, scythes, and many other types of noble phantasms and magic weapons in my inventory, and I haven't even used them. With the way I am, I might as well just launch the weapons straight from my inventory. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. Not that I won't train with those weapons, but launching them straight from my inventory sounds awesome. I don't have unlimited blade works, so I can't trace items beforehand, making it impossible to trace multiple blades at the same time, though I can trace rapidly. I have a few hours before my parents wake up, so I suppose it's time to take a crack at recreating the Gate of Babylon. 5 hours later, I was reasonably successful in launching noble phantasms from my inventory with just my mind. So fat I can launch about 6 at a time at very high speeds, which is about reasonable, I guess. Sadly, the skill name was pretty ridiculous. Gate of the Gamer. Active, LVL 3 megapixels cost, 100 plus 10 mana per item increase in WIS by 2 per level. Description. Opens the gate to the gamer's inventory, allows items to be taken out from any direction, at any speed up to Mach 3 and in whatever manner of the user's choosing. Items that can be taken out at a time, 2 per level. I walked home and told Doomwing through our link to exit through the window. I stood in front of my house door in my archer's outfit set and told Sasaki to wait just outside the house until everything is sorted. I walked in and found my parents relaxing in the living room. My mom in the kitchen checking the fridge, whilst my father was reading the newspaper on a dining chair whilst watching the news at the same time. Issei, since when did you get into cosplay? Asked my dad when he saw me outside the entrance to the living room. My mom on the other hand was admiring my outfit. Well, at least I hoped it was the outfit. Mom. Dad. I'm just going to be straight with you. And right after I said that, I traced Kanzhou and Bakuya into my hands. I'm a magician. Not those that do tricks for entertainment. I'm the type of magician that makes legendary weapons out of thin air, run on air at speeds greater than the speed of sound, fight at supersonic speeds with blades, and I can also level a large part of this town with one attack if I ever desire to do so. After I said my piece, I dismissed the blades and used Shunpo to move right in between them in an instant. I kept this a secret from you both since I've started to learn magic, and I'm sorry for lying to you all this while. I apologized to them honestly. Well, what's the verdict? It took about 5 seconds before my mom responded first. Oh my gosh, our son became a badass, we're going to be grandparents. Good job, son. You will definitely fulfill the man's dream to have lots of girls. How did this conversation lead into me getting laid? I retorted back immediately. Are you kidding me? I agonized over this only to have my parents focus on the implication of my powers on my sex life. Seriously, what the hell? And how does being a badass equate to having children? My father puts his hand on my shoulder while clenching his fist in his free hand while crying manly tears. Issei. I'm not mad. How can I be mad when my son has become a badass lead character like one of your harem anime? Did my dad just indirectly admit he was watching my Eki harem anime collection? My mom then puts her hand on my other shoulder in a similar fashion. Issei. Remember to show your cool side to every girl you meet. Make sure to be sensitive as well. Ooh. Remember to show a small vulnerability too. Those tend to trigger their maternal instincts. Why is my mum suddenly giving me advice on dealing with the opposite gender? I massaged my forehead to deal with the slight headache from this situation. Well, if you're so accepting of the situation, I guess I should get the info dumps over with. Sasaki, get in here. I shout towards Sasaki to get him to enter, while I also mentally called for Doomwing to get in here. Once they both entered, I began the introductions. This bird here is actually a part cyborg, spirit homunculus, and he acts as my familiar. He's essentially my son and his name is Doomwing. I know the name is stupid, it's all my fault, please don't comment on it. The man over here is Sasaki Kojira, not some copycat, he's the real deal. I fought him last night when he turned into a ghost with a corporeal body and somehow beat him. I just made a new human body for him this morning, so essentially I revived him from the dead. Now guys, this is my parents, Misa Hyodo and Genoza Hyodo. I complete the introductions in the briefest way I can. After that, a bit more introductions by each of the people. I explained my ability, the gamer, to both my parents and Sasaki, which they found hard to believe until I invited them to the party and threw out 10 million yen in cash from my inventory. To say they were pleased would be an understatement. After that, I brought them all into an empty illusion barrier using ID Create, put on my WMD title and nuked the town with Kalidbalg 2 just for show. Poor Kuo town never stood a chance. My parents weren't horrified at all. I suppose they trust me enough not to actually nuke the whole town. The rest of the Sunday was spent with us talking to one another about each other. Doomwing and Sasaki got along with my parents easily. Doomwing was like an obedient child, so listened to my parents when they told embarrassing stories about me. Sasaki was great at telling about his past whilst also debunking several myths about his legend to my parents and me. I spent the day cooking for everyone and generally relaxing as we got to know each other. I requested that Sasaki bunk in with me for a while since I wanted to turn the spare bedroom into a lab of sorts, which I explained to my parents was my get-rich legally quick scheme. Time skip 1 week news headlines: 17-year-old genius discovers revolutionary new ceramic. 17-year-old Hyodo Issei, a high school boy with an interest and talent in chemistry, discovered a new ceramic-based material which is extremely shock-resistant and conducts almost no heat at all. Ceramics are non-metal and inorganic. They are typically tough, strong, but are extremely brittle. The material is inexpensive to make and discussions on its uses abound in the military and scientific sectors. Hyodo Issei revealed that the inspiration for this discovery stemmed from the fictional material called ceramite, from the video game Warhammer 40,000 Feet. He suggested that the material could be used to complete an adiabatic engine which Toyota could not finish in the 1980s due to the inherent weaknesses of typical ceramics. Sources showed that he is already closing negotiations with the U.S. military for a patent exchange at the value of $1.5 billion. His schoolmates at the prestigious Kuo Academy, that had recently turned into a co-ed academy, was stunned by the accomplishments of Hyodo Issei. In their own words, they had believed him to be a complete idiot and a lecherous beast, as Hyodo Issei has formerly been known for perverse behavior and peeping at girls from the academy. When asked to comment on this, Hyodo Issei responded with, "I merely pretended to be a perverted idiot for 10 years. By the way, the deal was already concluded 2 days ago and I already transferred the equivalent of $20 million to your accounts," I casually told my parents as they finished reading the article on the next Sunday. I, Doomwing, in eagle form, Sasaki, and my parents were sitting eating breakfast when they were reading the news article. I essentially skipped school during the week before my finals in order to present the ceramic-based material to the news, scientific community, deals about patents and stuff. Although I still kept the time slot where I tutored Aika, Murayama and Kates free, can't renegade on tutoring when finals are so close, can I? I had to request that they didn't ask me anything about the issue through. Thankfully they agreed to focus on their studies instead of bugging me for details. It would seem that whilst most of the school population told the media bad things about me, with the exception of my class, which had already been brainwashed by my cooking, I didn't have Doomwing spy on anyone during the week as I didn't want Sasaki to be lonely, so I had Doomwing follow Sasaki around to learn from him. I turned to Sasaki and continued, "I already found a traditional dojo up for purchase nearby, and with the amount of money I have at my disposal I will make the owner an offer he can't refuse." I gave Sasaki a grin and said, "Rejoice, Sasaki Kojira, your wish has now been granted." Sasaki Kojira looked at with disbelief for a second before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So it has, Issei. Once again you have proven that you are a man of your word." Sasaki praised me generously once again. "Now all he has to do is renovate the dojo and get some students. I will definitely introduce Murayama and Kates to him first since they're the most passionate members of the Kendo Club." After my parents finished their breakfast they both left the house immediately to spend their money. I on the other hand had to catch up with training since dealing with the media and offers took up pretty much my entire week. In the end, I focused on increasing my spear mastery and polearm mastery, along with practicing some magic I learnt from Final Fantasy, namely the Fire series and the Cure series, which include Fire and Cure. I will unlock Fira, Karaga and other higher level spells as my skill level in it goes up. When finals started the next day I breezed through the exams whilst avoiding contact with my peers as I wanted to wait for attention over the news to die down over the stress of the exams. I managed to finalize the deal to purchase the old dojo as well as the warehouse I frequent during the course of the week. Having lots of money really sped things up. Although it turns out suddenly becoming a little famous caused quite a bit of disruption the week before for the school students, so it gave the student council an excuse to call me to the student council office over the PA system to discuss some things right after my final exam on Friday. Should have seen this coming. In any case I might as well get this over with. I used reinforcement on my body just to be safe just before I entered the student council room. I opened the door to find all the current members of the student council waiting for me. Tomo Meguri, a girl with reddish-brown hair, was standing right next to Entrance when I opened the door, along with Tsubasa Yura, the blue-haired girl with a Bishonen face next to her. Genshiro Saji stood to the left of Sona whilst Tsubaki Shinra, the black-haired vice president, was stood to Sona's right. Rei Kusaka, a girl with long twin-braided brown hair, was sorting some files on the shelves to the left of the room. Sona still has that short bob cut and is sitting at her desk. Hyodo-kun, first of all, congratulations on your recent discovery. Sona started off the conversation with a small congratulatory note before continuing. As we have informed you earlier, your recent discovery has caused reporters to harass our students during the past week, which happened to be the last week before the finals. We are well aware that you were absent for the past few days dealing with important issues with your discovery. Nonetheless, we should discuss what actions you should take in the future so that there will be no further disruptions for the rest of the academic year. Alright, that's reasonable enough, although before we continue, could I inquire one thing? I don't see why not. Sona replied back quickly. What the heck are you demons doing at this school? I dropped the bomb on them, and in response I saw everyone but Sona take a battle-ready position against me. Some of them materialized a weapon. While my end is my lowest stat, their physical and mag stat values average around 35 with the exception of one of their stats reaching around 70, with Tsubaki having the highest average physical stats of above 50. Either way I'm in no real danger considering with my body reinforced I will literally take no damage from their pitiful weapons. I mean seriously, none of those weapons even count as an E-rank noble phantasm. With that attack power I'm literally going to take no damage. Seeing their response I chuckled slightly. Look Sona Citri, I have a lot more better things to do, so could we hurry up a little? If you want peace then answer my questions. Then we can continue our previous conversation. If you want to silence me then I'm afraid things will get a little violent. As I said that I swapped my uniform for my archer outfit, further increasing my defense, plus the GAR makes me feel good. Hey. Don't you talk to Sona Kaichu like that. As usual Saji gets mad at the slightest thing. Oh my, he's running up to punch me. Whatever should I do? His fist flew at my face slowly. For me, I decided not to move and let the punch connect. My patience was rewarded when Saji's fist ended up bloodied after hitting my face whilst I was entirely unharmed and unmoved by the attack. Is that seriously all you've got? I asked Saji with a stumped look on my face, taunting him a little more. I have absolutely no clue why I'm so sadistic to Saji, but oh well, I'm enjoying it, I can figure it out another day. I decided to use my shunpo to steal the naginata that Tsubaki held in her hands and moved back to my initial location. It took her a good 3 seconds before she realized what actually happened. I gave her a gentlemanly smile I copied off one of Kiba Yuto's pictures that was sold around the campus, before I stabbed head with the naginata, breaking the blade with my skin. Ah. I laugh inside my head whilst I relished in their shocked expressions. Don't worry about the naginata. I can make you a better one next time. I made a smirk and directed it towards Sona. Of course, whether there will be a next time for you demons depends entirely on Sona here. Just a pretty short update. Rushing the plot a little so that I can get into explaining the supernatural and spring break, before we can finally start Volume 1 events. I already have an outline for the events up till Volume 3, through I'm still deciding on the roles of the less important characters. At least one fallen angel is making it out alive. I'm also finalizing some changes to Asia's mentality, since we have a different issei and all. The spring break chapter will cover a bit of training, but mostly issei making a larger impact on the wider world. I mean super speed plus healing spells plus invisibility cap is really useful for helping lots of people secretly. Through I won't be having him overthrowing dictators since that's a gray area. I will probably start swapping POVs soon at certain points, but that will mainly be in the events of Volume 3, which I'm already set on the other POV character. I might swap this over to the crossover section if I really want my kaleidosticks. Once I get into the main DxD plot I can finally stop spending hours researching Fate stuff. I really liked the 3rd season's op by the way. Whilst I have plans for the hero faction none of them involve Issei joining them, although I do plan with him messing with their heads. First, previous CH7 of 38 next, Chapter 8, Devils. Chapter 8. Devils you have gained a skill from intimidating and threatening those weaker than you. Intimidate. Active, LVL.6, 100 EXP, 76% MP cost. Variable increase in WIS by 1 per level. Description. The act of using various methods to strike fear into the hearts of those around you. Be it through physical, magical or psychological means. Anything goes. Increases intimidation effectiveness by 5% per level. Why thank you pop-up for making me slightly guilty about flaunting my strength a little, not. With the speed I displayed I'm confident that those in the room should realize that they have no chance of winning. Or at least I hope they do. It's not like I would enjoy hurting girls, demon or not. Saji's a guy, he can take it. Sona had a brief look of shock on her face after my show of breaking the weapon on my skin and instantly replacing my outfit with the red plain mystic code. Archer's signature outfit. Though she quickly composed herself reverting to her stern expression, through noticeably much more tense. Note to self. If I need the poker face skill, learn from Sona. The rest of the student council members were, however, more shaken. With the exception of Tsubaki who regained her cool and looked towards Sona as if asking, What should we do now? Sona glanced towards the rest of the members and told them to put their weapons away and settle down. Saji took a little while longer to convince. All the while I was mentally sorting through my inventory, deciding what weapons to skewer them with, just in case anything happens. After some practice, my gate of the gamer is at level 6, which means I shoot 12 weapons at once. And with the speed of the shop, there's no possible way for them to avoid it. I chose to not shoot out noble phantasms and instead chose weapons which I made using tracing and item construction. Specifically, weapons from other games. I decided on Lionfang, MapleStory, Oblige, FF Greatsword, Beam Naginata, Persona 3, Flametongue, Icebrand, Lightning Steel, FFX Swords, Dragoon's Lance, Silent Spear, FFX Spears, Soundless Scream, FFX Katana, Zangras, Murasama and Falchion, FF Tactics A2. All of them, whilst not noble phantasms, were comparable in power when taking into account the skills within the weapons. The only ones I made by hand were the Lionfang and the Beam Naginata. Through they are ranked around rank E to D+ at most. I already made some adamantium Marvel Universe style through alteration, and some equipment, through so far I only made a Nodashi for Sasaki out of it. When Sona was done, she returned her attention towards me, or to be more specific, she was already keeping her attention on me, it's just that now she can redirect her full attention on the guy in black body armor, red overcoat and red skirt. Well now, Hyodo-kun, as you can see we have disarmed, and first of all I apologize for my pawn Saji's unwarranted attack, she said to me whilst standing behind her desk and with a quick small bow. Whilst we went on guard, I can assure you we had no intention of attacking you. I did not order Saji to attack you, and there are more important issues than that, so don't bother continuing. I'm not the type to kill people over the slightest threat, so you can relax about the whole thing. I interrupted her as soon as I felt she was going to go on and on about clarifying the situation. Honestly, if you wanted to kill me I would know, so don't sweat about me taking things the wrong way, I said reassuringly, partly because I felt bad about scaring the girls in Asaji, but also due to the fact that my detect bloodlust did not really react to any of them save Saji, and even that amount of bloodlust was nothing compared to a real fight to the death. I then continued, since I was on a roll and I wanted to set the direction of the conversation. I really just want to get a better grasp of the situation. From what I can tell, there are two groups of demons here at Kuo Academy, the Occult Research Club and the Student Council. Now, I have a decent understanding of ley lines due to my Omnioji knowledge, and as far as I can tell, Kuo Academy so happens to be the convergence point of four major ones. In addition, you demons clearly have the ability to manipulate the minds of normal humans as much as you like, remembering the hypnosis and memory manipulation used on Aika. So mainly, before I get you all to explain to me more about this whole supernatural business, are you planning to toy with the lives of the humans here, make them your slaves, or use them in some grand ritual to sacrifice their souls for power and all that typical demon stuff? I nonchalantly threw a couple of my suspicions. The ritual one came from the fact that using the energy from the ley lines it should be possible to start up a big spell like Bloodfort Andromeda, and other large-scale spells easily. I then paid close attention to Sona, specifically on her voice. Sona's face showed slight signs of panic. We have absolutely no plans to do any of that. Admittedly, we have to alter some memories once in a while, but I assure you that we mean no harm to the students here. Was what I said that far from their normal train of thought? I suppose that's likely. If sacrificing people's souls seem to not be aligned with their general thinking, then they probably aren't as bad as I thought. I believe you. Vocal stress patterns, pay close enough attention, analyze them a little, and you're pretty much a living lie detector. I responded immediately. Partially in an attempt to show that I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, thereby making them open up more and make it more likely for them to be straight with me. And also because I wanted to try and show off my lie detecting skills, which I totally ripped off Anaho Kaizuka's bionic eye buddy. Once again, the people in the room had another WTF moment. In any case, you've cleared out my misconceptions about any ill intent you have, but I am interested in what you demons are doing here. Feel free to leave out some less important information. I believe I can make some logical assumptions based on a few facts before clarifying it with you. I said to Sona with a smile, trying to indicate I'm pleased with the way things are going, so she can chill out. But first, I raised my hand and snapped my fingers in the air, creating an empty illusion barrier using ID create, dragging the student council members into it. Just think of this as a barrier overlaid over the real world. This way we can talk without constraints. And please ignore any weird colorings outside. I explained the situation casually whilst telling them to ignore the sky being purple now when they looked through the window. With another snap of my finger, I materialized some baked desserts, sweets and snacks that I kept in my inventory on the table in the middle of the room. I then swapped my title to Kuo's Master Chef, intending to take advantage of the reputation system. I know that I may sound like I want to rush things, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy our talk. Now, I gestured to the food. Everyone, please help yourselves. Admittedly, I was slightly worried they would think it was poisoned or something. But that worried was quickly replaced with surprise as I saw Tomo Meguri already stuffing her face with my cooking. Wait a minute. I specifically remember other students coming from other classes to eat my food beginning on the second day I started cooking for the class, and I'm pretty sure that included a hyperactive reddish-brown-haired girl. Thanks you the food again, Hyodo-kun, she said while continuing to munch on the food. To be quite honest, I barely paid attention to the people I fed during class, which meant that despite improving my reputation among the student populace, I never really made a proper connection with many of the students. As such, my reputation menu failed to record any new entries except grouping all other students as Kuo Academy students. Either way, despite Tomo coming to my class in anticipation for food, I didn't really spare her more than a thought per day. As I watch her continue to eat cheerfully alone for a few seconds, I started to regret not paying more attention to how cute she is when she's all bubbly and happy. I slightly recall her making me crack a smile once in a while in class back when I was cooking during the week. Ultimately, I dismissed it as little importance back then since I was obsessed with more important things. But in this case, where suspicions are rife and the situation is tense, her actions are basically a godsend for me. Now that I'm paying more attention to her, whistles mentally, she's quite beautiful to say the least. Her slim figure suits her well, though slightly larger breasts would be nice. Okay. Stop that issei. No need for shallow thoughts here, this is serious business. Whilst I was pondering these things, the rest of the student council members except for Saji and Sona started going for the food. Delicious. Exquisite. How can a macaroon be so perfect? Exclaimed Rhea and Momo respectively. Tsubaki and Tsubasa were both eating without saying a word with intense and satisfied expressions. Meanwhile, I was leaning against the nearest wall with both my hands crossed, keeping my left eye open, while closing my right eye and maintaining a light smile. Totally not because I'm imitating Archer or anything, and I am so not admiring the view of 5 beautiful girls enjoying my food while their breasts were slightly swaying as they bent to try different foods, and, okay, maybe I was. At this point, Sona was face-palming at the whole situation whilst Saji's expression was dumbfounded whilst still holding his injured fist. In any case, it looks like Sona decided to continue our conversation before I derailed it even more. I really don't know what to make of you casually making an alternate dimension, claiming to be able to tell when a person's lying that easily and materializing food out of nowhere. She sighed. In any case, I'm just going to accept this and move on, she said in a tone that indicates resignation to all the weirdness that's going on. As you have surmised, my real name is Sona Citri and we, the student council, are all devils. Not exactly demons, we don't use that term. May I ask how you deduced it? Saji used a different pronunciation of your name, you being friends with Rias Gremory, her last name being part of the demons from Ars Gosha, working on the assumption that you picked an alias with the closest sounding pronunciation to Japanese, then deducing that the closest name was Citri from the way Shitori was pronounced. She glanced at Saji briefly, giving out her trademark death stare that I got a lot when I was reprimanded for peeping and generally disturbing the peace at school. After Saji looked both frightened and apologetic, she returned. I see, moving on. I was hoping to invite you to join the student council as well as inviting you to join my peerage. Although seeing as you use the terms demons instead of devils, I suppose you have not heard of the 3 main factions? No, I have not. Seeing as we are all being straightforward here, I see no reason to hide my ignorance. To summarize, there was a great war that was waged between by the 3 factions since they came into being. These factions were the angels, led by the god of the Bible you know, the fallen angels led by the first one to fall, Azazel, and finally the devils, led by the original 4 Satans. This war was waged for millenniums until the losses were too great on all three sides during the final years of the war. This was particularly so for the devils, which lost the original 4 Satans, and the devils whose numbers dropped deeply. Combined with the natural low birth rate of devils, devil society as a whole was in a very desperate situation. Whilst we don't really know what the extent of the damage was for the other factions, we do know it was enough for all factions to declare an uneasy truce. A ceasefire, if you will. Any questions so far? A few. Firstly, do explain more about there being 4 Satans, because honestly only Lucifer and Beelzebub comes to mind. Secondly, I suppose the low birth rate issue ties in with the whole peerage business, so I would like that explained. Thirdly, tell me more if there are any other supernatural factions I should know about. And lastly, what are all your aims? Well, so far you already answered a part of your own question. The other 2 Satans are Leviathan and Asmodeus. Since the original 4 have died, we had other powerful devils take their place, she said while giving a slightly impressed expression. If anything, I would guess that the whole 4 Satans thing usually would catch people off guard, and me guessing half of them based on the fact that the first page of Wikipedia basically lists Lucifer and Beelzebub was considered surprising. As for your second question, this ties into your invitation to my peerage, she said whilst taking out a red chess piece from her pocket. This is called an evil piece. It was made by Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the current great Satans, to reincarnate other races into devils. With this piece, high-class devils can change other species into devils as their servants. As soon as the word servants popped up, my expression darkened greatly. Well, perhaps that was an understatement, as for the first time I felt a mix of animosity and detest that using mana usage. I had accidentally flared up my mana around me while mixing it with what I felt at the time. Before I noticed it myself, all the people in the room sans me and Sona were struggling to stand up. Once I noticed what I've done, I regained control of my mana and reduced the pressure. I honestly didn't know my mana would react to my mood in this manner. Rather, this was perhaps the first time I felt strongly about something in a negative manner once obtaining my level of mag. You have gained a new skill by a special action. Aura Mastery, Passive, Active, LVL.3, 100 EXP, 3% MP cost. Variable increase in mag by 1 per level. Description. You can control your aura, which represents a mix of your mana density and your overall physical fighting prowess. It can be used to force weaker opponents to the ground or lower their statuses. Also can be used to affect your environment based on the density. Currently effective on those with average physical and magic stats at 50 plus 1% per level of your average physical and magic stats. Effects differ on your opponent's level of training, skills and statuses. Well, that was a helpful description. In any case, it seems like I have to adjust the situation again. I stand up straight and made a bow while saying, I apologize for my slight outburst. I was merely taken by surprise and some other feelings. In any case, I returned back to standing straight and crossed my arms again. I would like to hear more about this oh so interesting enslavement tool. I continued with a serious tone with a slight hint of disgust. Sona seemed to have also been affected by my aura pressure, though it looked more like an immobilizing effect rather than a sudden spike in gravity. In any case, she seemed eager to clear up my concerns. Apologies accepted, though I also apologize for the poor choice of words. Whilst some devils do treat as slaves and abuse the system, not all of them do. Does some happen to mean most? I interjected with a slight snarky tone. Well, as reincarnated devils, all of them start at the lowest rank, lower class. Usually with time, experience and hard work, a lower class devil can raise their ranks to high class and start their own peerages in. You're avoiding the main question, and also, it sounds like a pyramid scheme. As if I'm buying that bullshit. Sona looked slightly stressed at this point. The rest of the student council pretty much didn't say a word, seemed like they were not used to this kind of conversation, though I bet they went through something similar when they were reincarnated. Well, a minority of devils treat their servants as family. Some treat their servants generally with respect. Only a minority truly treat them as slaves, although admittedly reincarnated devils are generally looked down upon. And well, I can't disagree too much on the pyramid scheme comment. Through while the hierarchy is pretty much a pyramid, it isn't as rigid as you think. She replied slightly sheepishly as if anticipating a negative reaction from me. But I keep my cool and gestured for her to continue. I like to think of myself as a reasonable guy after all. I suppose I will get back to this after I answer your other questions. Seems like she would rather keep this topic on the bottom of the agenda. As for your question about other factions, yes, there are other factions, such as the Hindu, Norse, Greek and Shinto mythological factions, just to name a few. And also, the main aim of us devils is to well replenish our forces. Just a quick question. This means there are other so-called gods and other supernatural races, like vampires, dwarves, mermaids, elves and dragons, right? Honestly, I used the word so-called because I don't think the name God should be used so lightly. It took some reading around and self-reflection to decide to be a little more respectful to that name. Although at this point I don't think the so-called gods of the world I live in deserve such respect if there are so many of them. Well, you were right about that. Except for elves, they don't really exist and what? Once again I lose my cool when I was faced with such a startling revelation. You have all these races and no elves. What the hell is wrong with this world? Screw this. I will never meet sexy dark elves, no big-breasted beautiful elven blonde goddesses, why alive? How can you expect a man, especially an otaku and formal eroge enthusiast, to stay sane with such a revelation? I exclaimed with my mouth still gaping wide in despair and shock. Suddenly Saji puts his hand round my shoulder. I understand that feel, bro. I reacted the same way. It's okay to cry, Saji said, reassuring to me. Dropping his animosity, we began to cry together as fellow men facing such a cruel world. Meanwhile, the girls in the room had a mixed reactions to the sudden change in mood. Sona looked exasperated whilst Tsubaki and Tsubasa shared a look somewhere in between a mix of disgust and shock. Rhea, Tomo and Momo looked torn between pity and wanting to comfort us for whatever reason. I moved in front of Saji and put both my hands on both his shoulders. Saji, I have something to admit. I have a strange urge to torment you a little every time I see you. But, to think we both had to suffer this pain together. I apologize for any pain I have caused you so far. Now follow me to the corner of the room, Saji. I want to properly apologize with a gift. I said all this while looking straight at his eyes, indicating how serious I was with reconciling with him. Saji nodded in face of my resolution and followed me to the corner of the room behind Sona's desk whilst the rest of the student council had no idea what was going on. I whispered softly to Saji's right ear while making sure he could see me, glancing to Sona slightly. And I whispered, B77W57H83. Saji's face turned to a look of shock before he looked me straight into my eyes and smiled. Apology accepted. I will make full use of your gift tonight, and for many years to come. He said something so disturbing in such a manly manner I could not help but reply him with a thumbs up. We returned back to the center of the room with a new bond between fellow men. I looked at everyone in the room before opening my mouth. Sorry about that, but us men have our own concerns. In any case, I understand the devil's plight a bit better now, though I will withhold siding with the devils since I have not gotten the whole picture from other factions. In fact, I would prefer to side with humanity, seeing that it's clear that humanity is on the losing side on this. I looked towards Sona and decided to ask my second last question. Tell me, Sona, what can you tell me about stray devils, stray exorcists and the term sacred gear? Sona gave a look of slight surprise, though she answered me with a question to my dismay. For someone ignorant about the supernatural and yet so powerful, I'm surprised you know the terms but have no clue on what they mean. Do you mind telling me how you know those terms? She asked suspiciously. Well, there's no I'm telling them, I spied on them. Time to use my deception skill to good use. Do you think I got to this level of power without having to fight some battles? Just saying. Dying devils and people in church robes don't tend to offer the most sensible last words, I said while trying to appear enigmatic. Obviously I'm implying I've killed devils and exorcists before, and putting them into context of what I've learned recently I can roughly guess what they're supposed to be. Through getting some clarification never hurts. It seemed like my statement increased the level of fear in the room by a little. Through Tsubaki and Sona were not too surprised at what I said. I see, in that case, stray devils are those who left their masters' peerages to do as they pleased. Usually they are treated as criminals. If they killed their master, then they are to be executed on the spot. I suppose if you killed some strays, then I should thank you for it. Stray exorcists tend to stray from the teachings of the church, and are excommunicated. They usually side with the fallen to continue to slay devils when they can and are one of our common threats. Okay. She said all that in a matter-of-fact tone. Which is slightly disturbing that she thanked me for killing her own kind. It seemed that they devils tend to be more detached on the notion of killing, or perhaps Sona being high class has some biases towards the value of life of other devils. In any case, I will put my worries on hold for now. A life is still a life. Obviously the people here aside from Sona were formal humans, and so far they have acted like people, so I will treat them as such. But, I suppose I have to resolve myself for the day, if it ever comes, that they were to disregard human, devils, the fallen angels and other lives easily. If they were to do so, then I would no longer consider them as people, but as any other monster, just like those I kill for express. Dang, that got depressing real quick. Meanwhile Sona seemed poised to continue. As for sacred gears, they were created by the God of the Bible as part of his system to enact miracles on earth. Many great men throughout history had been sacred gear owners. They are generally items with various abilities, some common and weak, whilst some are strong and rare. Only humans and those with human blood may be born with sacred gears. Well, that was quite a good summary. Items, huh? Wait a minute. There was that strange thing in my left arm when I used structural grasp on myself last time. I decided to use my structural grasp on my body quickly again and focused it on my left arm. This time I did find out it was a sacred gear and there was a dragon spirit, though I can't identify it. I have a bad feeling about this for some reason. Sona, would one of the reasons you tried to invite me into your peerage is because of the sacred gear within me? Well, it was a major factor, although I planned to give the rights to Rias to attempt to recruit you first, since earlier this term you didn't seem like a good fit to the student council. Through your show of strength against those thugs and your astounding academic improvements had caused me to change my mind recently. Wait a second here. Only humans can inherit sacred gears. It's clear that the God of the Bible did it out of love to protect humans which are weaker than the supernatural races, and, oh crap. Sona. What happens to sacred gear users when they are reincarnated to devils? I asked, even through the answer is almost as clear as day. Well, the sacred gear is carried over in. I opened that gate of the gamer, with the 12 weapons partially revealed through my golden glowing portals when I heard the answer. Ahahaha, man, you almost got me there for a second. You're devils after all. Of course you guys had to be greedy and go after humanity's only defense. Should have totally anticipated this the moment I heard the pieces were called evil pieces. I mean, come on, it literally says evil in the name. Should have known. Now then. Give me your best reasons for why I should not exterminate those that would dare pick on the obviously weakest force on the planet. By the way, those are my weakest weapons. Try me. I said whilst flaring up my aura, holding them all at where they stand. I watched as all the members struggled to even raise their head. Tomo managed to stay on her knee whilst Tsubaki had trouble standing. Sona just stood immobilized through she could make some slight arm movements. Well? I'm waiting, I said impatiently. After I said that, Sona took about 5 seconds to straighten herself and reply me. I admit that whilst devils to have preferences towards individuals with sacred gears. And whilst those that do resurrect humans with sacred gears as their servants through sometimes arranging their deaths and other manipulative method. I can only speak for myself and my friend Rias that not all our peerages are made out of sacred gear users, only Saji and Tsubaki here has sacred gears and they all joined willingly. As for my friend Rias, only Kiba Yuto has a sacred gear, the rest of her servants joined her because she saved them. And I lifted my aura pressure the moment I confirmed she wasn't lying and that at least the devil groups at my school wasn't doing it in a particularly wrong way. Whilst I disliked the fact that some of them might have joined due to the whole promotion, pyramid, scheme, or for power, perhaps for whatever money the devils have. I myself have no right to judge them as betrayers of humanity. And honestly, humanity can be pretty shitty at times, so I really can't criticize them on some stuff. Through their society stinks of feudalism, but who am I to criticize that? Once I lifted my aura, most of them stood back up slowly while backing away in a fearful manner. At this point I really can't help but adapt this quote from the objectively best character from Bleach. Why are you putting so much distance between us? I said while gesturing to everyone. If you plan to make a fatal strike, you should get closer to do it. Or is it that you're afraid of letting even a part of me out of your field of vision by getting close? If that's the case, then it's a foolish thought. Distance only has meaning in a fight between equals. With you all and I, distance holds no meaning at all. Watch. I quickly used Shunpo consecutively and tapped the left shoulders of all the student council members in the room before ending with Sona. All of which happened within a second. If I do this, my hand will always be instantly at your heart, I said with the smuggest smirk I could make. After that I relished the fearful looks everyone made, before bursting out in laughter. The kind of laughter where I was laughing at myself for doing something so theatrical. Ha 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 ha. Aha. Aha. Ha. So sorry. Ha ha. I really couldn't help myself from doing something like that once in my life, I said in a completely harmless and friendly tone whilst scratching the back of my head sheepishly. All the people in the room, me excluded, just didn't know how to react to that. Anyways, once I finally quelled the urge to chuckle a bit more, here's a little apology gift for that. I really shouldn't have frightened you all after I confirmed Sona wasn't lying and that you all really meant no harm. As I said that I retracted some of the weapons from my gate of the gamer, and took out different ones. I used my hand grabbed the handle of the beam Naginata from one of the portals, closing the portal whilst wielding the weapon. I flipped the switch on the middle of the handle of the beam Naginata, turning off the beam blade. I then put the weapon in Tsubaki's hand. This blade's produced once you press the switch is made out of pure energy converted from mana. It will recharge by absorbing the mana in the environment and has a max capacity for 4 hours of use. It takes 8 hours to recharge 1 hour's worth of use. You have the option of only using one blade if press that other switch closer to the tip of the blade, which will halve the energy consumption. Enjoy. I gave a brief explanation to my handcrafted beam Naginata, which was essentially a mana-powered lightsaber, Naginata. All expression of fear in the room was replaced with a mix of intrigue and awe. I turned to Sona and took out a tome. They're considered weapons in Final Fantasy, go figure. This is the Arnith glyphs. Try holding it for a second. I gave it to Sona and she did as I said cautiously. This is? She said with an expression of awe. You've felt some foreign knowledge and some impulses, right? Just holding that tome, attempting to read it, through I doubt she can understand it, and following whatever instructions that pop up in your head will allow to use the spells it teaches. In this case it teaches, Thunder Flare Tome, and, Blizzara, a thunder and ice-based magic that's incantation-based. You look like you enjoy a good book once in a while. You will eventually learn to use those spells without the tome if you practice. After all, that worked for me when I used Rod to learn the first fire spell. Admittedly, I mastered it by my second try. Didn't really bother with other spells yet since I wanted to have some focus. In any case, Sona seems happy with the tome. I turned to Saji and took out a black sword. This is Apocalypse. Despite its name, it's honestly pretty weak. It teaches a spell called Rasp, which will reduce the magic reserves of an opponent. Don't expect it to work on a tremendously much stronger opponent through. Saji receives the sword in an excited manner. Men will be men after all, swords. Next up is Tsubasa. Her hands look rather rough, so I'm guessing she's the hand-to-hand type. I grab out a pair of gauntlets from my inventory. These are called the Kaiser Knucklers. You can learn Air Render and Furore from them. One is a windblade range attack and the other is an attack that knocks away surrounding opponents rapidly. She starts trying them on enthusiastically immediately. Turning to the polite-looking girl, Rhea. I grab a green-tipped stave from the portal. Its name is Healing Staff. No prizes for guessing what it does. It teaches Cura, a healing spell, and perhaps it might give you the ability to summon something. I will let you find out yourself. By the way, it literally heals people when you hit them with it, so go nuts. Once she receives my explanation, she started to softly bonk the staff on Saji's head. Clearly it still hurts, through whatever injuries healed up quick. It even healed up Saji's injured fist. For whatever reason it seemed to shock them greatly. I took out the rod I used Learn, Fire, and gave it to Momo Hanakai. It's just named Rod. Seriously. In any case it teaches Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder. It's basic. Once you master all three you can come to me and I will give you a staff that can teach you more advanced ones of your favorite element. Like Rhea, she immediately started casting the spells and blasting Saji with fire, ice and thunder magic, while Rhea was hitting him with the staff and practicing the spell. Is he their punching bag or something, or are they just excited? I finally get to Tomo Meguri. Remembering how this bubbly girl occasionally made me smile in class and helped lighten the mood earlier, I decided to be extra generous. I move 3 katanas from the portals right next to me. Thanks for always brightening up my day, and sorry for scaring you so much, Meguri-san. I began with another apology before continuing. This is Murasama. Soft rains fell on it when it was forged, and the dew still rises every evening on the blade. It's good for washing blood away through. I hope you won't have to hurt too many people. And I took out the steel katana and laid it by her feet. This is Ashura. It has stirred the blood rage in many, and it has always found a new owner afterwards. I'm confident you will have no problem with it through. I laid the blood-red katana at her feet as well. Lastly, this is Osafune. All you need to know is that helmets are annoying, and this thing cuts right through them. Enjoy. I then took out 3 sheaths that fit each katana and put all 3 in their rightful sheaths before handling all 3 katanas to her. She gratefully accepted the swords and gave me her biggest smile yet. Ah, don't worry about what happened before. I'm A-okay about it, and I totally wasn't that scared. Okay, thanks a lot, Hyodo-kun. When did the honorifics suddenly change? Although I bet she calls everyone with similar honorifics, the Genki ones tend to do just that, don't they? I convince myself of that while referring back to Hachiman's nice girl speech. Yep, not holding expectations. Anyways, it is seriously disturbing how everyone receives weapons so happily. Did I make a huge mistake? Please tell me that not all devils go /crazy with blades. Well, then, our chat has brought me a lot of insight, so I guess it was pretty productive. I said while smiling to myself that the mood has returned favorably. Oh shit. I just armed the devils with more weapons after I said all that about defending humanity and all. Fuck my life. Okay. Time to salvage this, for myself at least. I turned to Sona and asked politely. Do you mind keeping my identity and abilities secret from your superiors and other devils? No, Sona replied flatly. And why not? Firstly, aside from Phoenix Tears, devils do not have healing magic capable of affecting them aside from rare sacred gears, and you have clearly given us items that can do what only sacred gears are capable of. Secondly, weapons don't work like this. Thirdly, magic doesn't work without a magic circle and calculations, yet these things work under an entirely different system. Finally, it is clear you are still holding back on your abilities, and a magician this powerful must be reported to back to the mouse. Basically, you're too useful to keep quiet about it. Fuck this shit. I held back and still got lots of trouble from it. Well then, I guess I just have to resort to force after all. Give me a couple of minutes, guys, I'm just going to coerce Sona a bit. I said threatening words with my most everyday normal occasion-like tone. Before they could react, I used mana chains, and pulled her down onto the floor whilst having the chains hold both her hand together above her head and both her feet together. Since this is totally a retarded move, my only option is to go full retard. After all, when life is going full retard, you can't go half retard or you're fucking done for. I took out Caliburn from my inventory while pointing Graham, Durandal, Berserker's Axe Sword, Kalidbolg, Kalidbolg II and Hautengeki at Sona with the portals. I drew Caliburn out while pouring mana into it, activating Caliburn's Burning Light Blast ability. Okay. Will work up from the legs, an inch by an inch. Don't worry, I'll fix the blood lost with my own healing spells so that you won't die too quickly. I won't tell. Please let me go, she screamed fearfully as I was about to bring Caliburn down on her feet. Seems like devils are scared of anything with burning light, seeing as everyone backed off when they saw Caliburn activated. Okay. I said cheerfully as I dispersed the chains, removed all the blades pointing at Sona and put back Caliburn in its sheath. Anyways, I really wasn't going to do it, I was totally bluffing. Man, the look at your face. Okay, that was technically complete bullshit. I was totally gonna chop her up. Thankfully my deception skill coupled with my luck both made the bluff work and made them pass it off as a joke. Well, it took about another 3 minutes of fast-talking bullshitting to get them to believe I really wasn't going to do it. In the end we had a good laugh about it, except Sona, but whatever. In the end, I got Sona and everyone to sign several self-geist scrolls which basically said something along the lines of, I hereby swear to not tell any other devil outside Sona Citri's peerage about any of Hyodo Issei's abilities and deeds shown today, or I will become his sex slave for the rest of my life. This contract will be null and void at the midnight before the new school term begins. Honestly, looking back at it, I had no idea why they actually agreed to sign that or why I added the sex slave clause. I'm not particularly evil or deprived. As far as my reasoning goes, I guess I just thought it would be a bigger incentive for the girls, and Saji. In any case, after all that's said and done, I asked if I could borrow an evil piece to look at, a devil language dictionary and devil history book for a few minutes, which Sona generously consented to. I then used structural grasp on the evil piece, getting all the secrets from it and how it resurrects people, which gave me all sorts of ideas on how I could use it to save people's lives and, more importantly, make something freaking awesome. Quest alert. Optional. Title: I want to be a master. Objectives: create class cards that can reincarnate people into heroic spirit-like entities, e.g. Saber, Archer. Time limit: half a year. Completion reward: 2 million express. Bonus reward: 1 million express if you add a command seal system. Failure penalty: depression for 30 days. After that, I used structural grasp on both the devil language dictionary and history book in that order, which I borrowed from Saji since, as a new reincarnated devil, he's been carrying that around everywhere trying to learn. After that, I pretty much learned the summary of devil history, society and stuff. Pretty shit in my opinion. Ah well, no one's perfect. Once I was done with all that, I dispelled the illusion barrier and placed us all back in the real world in the same room. We pretty much went through all that in 50 minutes. After using my masterful deception skills to end us all in a good note, I decide to ask one more question, along with one last statement. Citri Senpai, what do you know about dragons? Well, they are large masses of power given form and generally represent power itself. They are intelligent, selfish, prideful and powerful. Most of them are either dead, dormant or sealed in sacred gears. Dragons tend to draw strong allies and enemies to them, so the saying goes. Why do you ask? Sona gave a very good answer, though I get the feeling she's showing off a bit. I see. Then I guess it will be a good thing if I avoid them for now. I would rather not attract strong opponents at this stage. After all, the gamer thrives on having the time to prepare. And honestly, I'm not going to fight for a living. I rather make use of my life and improve the lives of others, protect those I care about and not become some battle-crazy villain. In fact, considering my current strength and the uses of structural grasp, for investigative purposes, I think I might go fight crime from tomorrow onwards. There's no finals anymore and Doomwing can just take over for me at school. I will have to sort some things out with my parents, Sasaki and Aika first through. Wait a minute, Hyodo-kun. Is the reason you're asking about dragons because? Yep, should be pretty obvious. I cut her off immediately, no point hiding anything if they can't say anything about it. If you're this powerful, then you should have awakened the sacred gear long ago. You're definitely a weird one. I have an idea on why it hasn't awakened. Either way, I don't need additional trouble for now. Lastly, can you deliver this message to the other devils in the school? I get the feeling I'm not going to enjoy what you're going to say. It's not that bad, just tell them that I will not join their peerages, nor will I side with the devils as a faction. But, I'm completely willing to be friends. And if any of them dares to manipulate any humans in this town selfishly or without good cause, then I will rain swords on them. Ciao. I added more menace to the raining swords bit, just to make sure Sona gets the point. No pun intended. I walk out of the school building, deciding to head home and get to work, preparing for a global crime fighting trip and procuring some research essentials so I can make any new inventions credible. My plan was thwarted, however, when I saw my Aika, Murayama and Kate standing by the school gate, obviously waiting for me for some reason. Ah well, this is going to be a long day, isn't it? I will be redoing some stats and power levels over the next couple of days. I hope to get the next chapter up in the next couple of days. I will also deal with more stat elements next chapter. My basis for power levels will henceforth be from the Kokabeel being 8x more powerful than a mid-level fallen angel statement that Valley made. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, even through this is basically an info dump. By the way, I will be fixing Archer's outfit name to Red Plain Mystic Code, which is the proper name. Weapon stats will also be adjusted. The FF weapons will be of major use for powering up the Issei faction. And yes, I do enjoy Tomo quite a bit. I already have my best girl in mind, but that will be a long way in. In terms of romance, I hope to develop everyone realistically, bearing in mind Issei's first girlfriend will be the one that suits his who he is and not what he does. Preview. Next chapter will be some happy and gamer stuff. But beware. Next chapter or the chapter after that is probably going to be an edge fest. Literally Kiritsugu level edginess, although with a little more hope, plus there might be comedic breaks, if only to emphasize the difference between war and normal life. Do prepare for Issei's major character development into a much more resolute character. By the way, set up a poll on my profile for fics you might want to see next. Updates will be slow due to exams, will be more active after the 11th of June. First, previous ch8 of 38. Next, Chapter 9. Workaholic. Chapter 9. Workaholic. Disclaimer. I do not own High School DxD, Fate, Stay Night or anything other series used in this story. A.N. Long time no see. My exams are right around the corner, so another chapter might not come so soon. My exams finish at June the 11th, so sorry in advance. In any case, I will be doing stat adjustments, equipment stat adjustments, correcting mistakes, etc. I will probably put the full skill list up on a separate story, I suppose. By the way, do go onto my profile and vote on the poll for whichever of those FIC ideas seem the most interesting, which I will probably get on to doing after my exams. Don't worry about me dropping this story. I already know where I want to go, etc. Some villains will get a little smarter. The first few won't, since we need some fodder characters. We'll be using asterisk or whatever to represent scene breaks or time skips. I will also be experimenting with some POV changes, since those will be integral for the main plot. No, seriously, just shut up and take my money, I said whilst stuffing a lot of 10,000 yen notes into the hands of Aika, Katase and Murayama. I seriously don't get girls at all. Why won't they just take my money and go buy whatever clothes they want? I mean, I have lots of cash from my patent and grinding. This honestly isn't damaging to my wallet at all. As to how I got to this point, I guess it's time to monologue in my head about how I got myself into this mess. Let's see here. I got out of school, see my female friends waiting outside, and got dragged to town for some after-exam recreational activities which happened to consist of lots of shopping. After about 5 minutes I thought it might be a good idea to give them more cash so that they wouldn't fuss over the price, thus saving me some time. You have gained a special skill after monologuing a lot. Monologue. Passive, active, LVL.10 rank E description. Improves the attention drawing abilities of monologues delivered to people. At higher ranks, people will cease their actions in order to listen to you monologuing. If it's an internal monologue, your thoughts are accelerated so that the chances of your internal monologues being interrupted will be lowered. I guess that's good. Damn it, no free stats. For goodness sake, I'm filthy rich, just treat yourself to something. From what they've been telling me on the way to town, it seems that they aced their finals with no problem, so I've been using the excuse that I'm rewarding them like a proud sensei or whatever. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't enjoy watching the girls happily shopping for clothes and whatever. I just don't like it if there's time to save. With my I Am Mad Scientist title on, I had quite a few good ideas that popped up by the time we arrived. The liquid steel that I made for Doomwing's body contained all the material to create billions of nanobots. All I did was provide the blueprint and let the magic rituals replicate the rest of the body to become nanobots, which was cheating in a way. Now with my increased int and stuff, I finally figured out how to mass produce advanced nanobots properly, but first I have to get home or to the warehouse to do it. Reason why this is a good idea. First, I have to make sure the world knows I'm not some one-hit wonder inventor. Next is to build up respect, which will come in useful in the long run. Getting more money is also a plus so that I can conduct research and production legally. But the most important part is that I can use the nanobots to help treat cancer better, since with current nanorobotic technologies it can only treat solid cancers, and there are lots of problems with manufacturing in large quantities. But no, I'm stuck playing the normal high schooler. Not like I hate it. If I stick out way too much, then that will be bad too. But I digress. It's time to do whatever I can to get back to work. 2 hours later, it didn't take as long as I expected to convince them to take my money after all. But seriously, I need to come up with a solution to deal with the problem of following high school girls shopping. I don't think learning the shadow clone technique will help, because my clone will ditch me. Okay, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I got to see all 3 girls try out different clothes, which as a man, I can't exactly complain. Who am I kidding? I enjoyed it. I mean, Murayama bought quite a bit of new clothes which emphasized her sizable chest. Katase got stuff that accentuated her hips and Aika purchased clothing that showed off her legs. I was caught reasonably off guard when they asked me whether they looked good when trying out clothes. I didn't really know much about fashion besides dress shirts, suits, and dusters because that's what I always wear to town. So I just nodded my head and said stuff like, "Yeah, you look really cute, pretty," and whatever variation I could come up with. Quite frankly, I have no idea why they would ask me whether I liked what they wore rather than asking each other. I mean, surely those girls know more about this than me, right? On a side note, I changed to my black duster, gray dress shirt, black suit, and black pants while they were busy changing at the start. The only downside to all that shopping was when it came to shoes, shoes. At the very least I had time to check my stats and practice my inventory management skills. Name: Hyodo Issei. Age: 16, will age up on April 16th. LVL: 56 EXP, 22,115 176,180th title. IAM Mad Scientist. Affiliation: none. Race: Human. HP: 3,193,190th region, 185.02 per minute. MP: 2,973 2,973rd region, 78.66 per minute. STR: 211.5, 87 plus 124.5. End: 159.5, 84 plus 75.5. AGI: 308.1, 88 plus 220.1. Int: 153.5, 80 plus 73.5. WIS: 131.1, 78 plus 53.1. MAG: 293.3, 86 plus 207.3. Luck: 87, 77 plus 10. GAR: 23, 23 plus 0. Points: 147 yen. 109,400,000. When that was all said and done, we went for dinner at a reasonably fancy restaurant, with me carrying all their shopping bags. Everyone ordered the more expensive meals, since I suppose they want to treat themselves after going through the exams and all, plus they know I'm paying. We mostly made small talk, traded some thanks and compliments, mostly about me paying and for tutoring, etc. while we were there. Come to think of it, what exactly do you do for fun? Asked Murayama. Well, I suppose I actually had no answer for that. I mean, if she asked about free time I can just say I do research and stuff. But, fun? I mean I have fun grinding, getting stronger, making stuff, but I haven't really went all out on having fun in quite a while. Does making a homunculus count? Technically I had a bit of fun until I realized there were devils at the school, but that was weeks ago. I haven't really thought of having fun in a long time. I suppose that answer will do. Ha. Seriously? Thought as much, exclaimed Katase, Murayama and Aika respectively. Did I say something wrong? I mean I'm busy and all, plus that's lots I want to do if I want to do something useful with my life. I responded as such. Why are they giving me worrying looks? There's nothing wrong with doing what I can. It's not like everyone can pump their stats like me, which means it's my responsibility to do what others can't. Otherwise I won't be living my life right. Hyodo-kun, you should take better care of yourself. Katase scolded me angrily. You do know it's pretty ridiculous when I have to ask you to get a work-life balance, you know? I'm getting chastised by Murayama. Hyodo-kun, maybe you should go back to perving for a little while. No, Aika, that's ridiculous, not like my body wouldn't enjoy it, but I rather not feel any guilt if I can help it. Relax, it's not that as bad as it sound. Besides, it's not really something for you girls to be concerned about. As I said that I felt my detect bloodlust skill activate slightly. Oh crap. They're glaring at me. You're telling us to not concern ourselves with a friend that helped us with our studies, cooked for us and paid for all our shopping. Are you sure you're a genius, Hyodo-kun? Murayama said angrily whilst glaring at me with a greater intensity. I'm getting flashbacks to when I was getting beaten up for peeping. At this point I'm almost sure my int only applies to everything else but social interactions. I'm just going to take a guess that they're mad because they're worried about me and I really shouldn't dismiss their concerns like that. I suppose it's time to use my trump card when dealing with angry girls. I immediately apologized for my actions and let them berate me. If anything, I found it a pleasant surprise Katase and Murayama considered me a good friend after all that's happened. I don't really check the reputation list, even through it can be quite useful. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth since it's borderline mind reading in some ways. Well, since everyone here considers me a good friend. Okay, I got it. I won't overwork myself and stuff. By the way, you girls can just use my nickname. The guys and my parents call me Eyes whenever we're not having a serious talk. I suppose it worked better than expected since they were all quite happy about that. Although I was perplexed when they said I could use their first names as well, so long as I add an honorific. I suppose it's hard to come up with nicknames with their names, so they thought it was only fair this way. At least I think it was the reason. In any case, dinner ended on a good note. Whilst I offered to walk them back home and carry their bags for them, Murayama and Katase decided to head back home themselves. Which works out since I wanted to inform Aika about what happened at the student council room. We headed to the park where I erected an empty illusion barrier. After that I explained in as much detail as I can about what had transpired in the student council room. She took everything quite well in my opinion. So you mean the devils are not all soul-sucking creatures and that they are convincing and or making humans give up their humanity to serve them in order to repopulate and for whatever selfish reason they might have. Sounds pretty much right. She doesn't seem too concerned with their whole Great War stuff. Well, I guess that's natural, since she's a normal girl besides knowing how to use mana and stuff. I'm not intending to involve her in my affairs other than making sure she can defend herself. And you also ended up showing off your abilities, essentially threatened them and behaved as if you were bipolar in order to confuse and strike fear in their hearts. She continued to comment in an almost exasperated manner. In my defense, I never really shot out any weapons, so that means they don't know how strong my attacks are. Plus I was holding back a lot, and I never used any sword techniques. Okay, fine, I sort of showed more than I would have liked. I think you could have played the enigmatic badass better than the eccentric and important living arsenal a lot better, she countered. Fine, I may have been overly generous and irrational, though that was mainly because I reacted badly and ended up frightening them. Trust me, I felt bad when I scared the girls, although I don't feel that bad in regards to Sona. If anything, the stray devil business can either be a, the former servants just wanted freedom, or b, they went all murderous and acts crazy, and the way she talked about it showed that even if it was type A she would eliminate them. Not exactly a good showing of humanity. They're devils, what did you expect? I'm surprised you're taking this better than I did. I'm surprised that after massacring zombies, exterminating ghosts, going all mad scientist, delving into magic, essentially reviving a dead person, being all superhuman and all, you would feel so strongly about some issues like that. I dare say that's more normal than finding out there are devils at our school that essentially have a feudalistic society and are inducting humans and other races through their something called the evil pieces, which I might add, has the word evil in them. You do realize of all people, you can't really decide what's normal. Ah, she got me there. In any case, I think what's more important for you is to decide how you want to go about things. If anything, you might want to decide on a strong stance to take. If you keep behaving unpredictably, they will do the same as well and may do something rash against you. If I recall, whatever contract you made only applies for the events of the day, so you have to be careful not to interact with them in the future so they can't give information on you, at least until that date you set. That's a good idea, I suppose. While I gave them a small message to pass on, I suppose making it clearer would be better. Dang, why didn't I think of that? Maybe because I'm not a social idiot like you. I just got put down by Aika with a smug look. I can see that you spent your level up stat points on Mag, Int and AGI, but mine are way higher. You do realize that while you may be a genius at inventing, you're still an absolute idiot when it comes to girls? Oi. That's actually right. By all right, I should be at least 15 times more intelligent than an average adult and almost 9 times wiser, yet I still don't get women at all. I let out a sigh in resignation. Because you're totally the dense type. If your int and wis correlates to innovation at a 1-to-1 ratio, then I bet in regards to your social, political and women-related abilities they would be like 1 to 1,000. At this rate, even if you were to become the smartest being on the planet, you still wouldn't get women. Goo. I grunted as I felt any last hopes of understanding a woman's heart, and by extension getting a girlfriend, much less a harem, bleed out of my body. I fell to my knees and hung my head in despair. Which is why you should abuse that reputation menu of yours to the max. Ika just provided me with the easiest solution. Don't you think that's wrong in some sense? How would you feel if someone else knew exactly how you felt about them? I managed to come up with a, in my opinion, sound hypothetical situation. Why did her face redden a bit? Oi, your face is red. Are you okay? Are we being attacked by some sort of magic? Oh wait, I doubt someone could enter the illusion barrier. In any case, check your status and tell me what's wrong. After I said that, I spammed cure on her, only for her to look at me as if I was some idiot before face palming herself. Oh, this was one of those social idiot moments, wasn't it? Oh my god, you really are, she sighs and then continues, in any case, it's fine if it's just you, okay? And please consider abusing the reputation menu, like all hardcore gamers would abuse any overpowered feature. Well, if it makes you happy, I guess. I suppose if I don't do anything amoral or evil with it, then it's okay. I guess that's the end of those conversation topics for now. Hold on. Ika-san, can you help me test something? That whole aptitude thing gave me something I want to investigate. I don't see why not. She agreed easily. After that, I asked her to test her maximum strength, speed and magic by fighting me, and by fighting me, I meant use me as a punching bag since I wouldn't get hurt by her attacks at all. Once that was done with, I managed to kick her out of the party, and use observe on her. I found that her stats was lower than before, specifically her stat gains from skills and skills levels were gone. Which meant that stat bonuses from skills were exclusive to my gamer ability. Interestingly, we found that her max abilities without being in the party were much lower than her stats might suggest. For example, her speed should have dropped by a normal human adult's worth if calculated by stats alone. But instead, her movement speed dropped about 3 times that amount. However, her reflexes fell to a level more in line with the stat drop. Which meant that having a gamer's body made stats like AGI equalizes amongst all speed-related capabilities. A person with 50 AGI in my party would be faster in all aspects to a person with 50 AGI outside my party. Essentially, having gamer's body would make your capabilities correspond to your stats better than without. This meant that if I encountered people with ridiculously high stats, like say 1000 STR, it probably means their strength is split amongst leg strength, arm strength and everything else. Likewise, for int, will be split for magic control, actual computation abilities and knowledge rather than it being equal. But of course, considering my terry bad abilities when it comes to people, I suppose not even my gamer's body and gamer's mind could offset it. Oh shit. Does that mean I'm as dense as a harem protagonist? No. I continue to scream internally while maintaining my normal facial expression. Thank you, monologuing skill, for making sure I don't look like a person that should need any pity. I guess that just gives me more reason to abuse the reputation menu. Once we were done with those experiments, I invited her back to party and dissolved the illusion barrier. It was already pretty late, about 9 p.m., so I asked her whether she minded me carrying her back home, since it's just faster and all. She accepted my offer easily enough, though I don't understand her look of surprise when I offered. Oh well. I activated my rank C, presence concealment, and carried her bridal style back to her home. While jumping off the air at high speeds, I found that it would be a lot more mana efficient if I were to use Shunpo at high attitudes and let the momentum carry me until I slow down a lot. That way I would use way less mana while traveling long distances. If I were to do that at max speed, I would cover lots of distance with a single step. Once I fall down low enough, I can just Shunpo upwards just as quickly. Should have come up with that idea sooner. Although if I have to travel with others, then that wouldn't work since they would get hurt by me constantly breaking the sound barrier. At normal running speed, I'm about rank C in agility in servant parameters term. With my level in ho-ho footwork, my Shunpo can carry me 35 steps worth with a single step, throwing me up above Mach 35 with a single move. Essentially, I normally move just above supersonic speed, and using Shunpo I will accelerate to ultrasonic speeds. Using that method of travel I just thought of, I would eventually decelerate to high hypersonic speed, then hypersonic before going back to supersonic. Resistance 0. Does not allow me to take damage and be slowed by air resistance and all that. But it still applies deceleration when I'm not actively making an effort to move. Thus, I have to practice my Superman flying poses, for reducing air resistance and all. Oh, I almost forgot to take into account body reinforcement, which is probably one of my best spells, considering that it acts as a huge buff. At level 42, that's a percentage effectiveness buff of 215%, essentially tripling my stats. Whilst it would last 21 hours on an object, it only lasts 10% of the time when used on my body. But still, a basic mage craft used on a very strong body does wonders. Does that mean I move up to Mach 100 for a moment? I don't suppose I should do that regularly, since I might break everything around me with the sonic booms and all. Maybe I could weaponize my speed? I let Aika down once we reach in front of her home and said our farewells. Well then, time to get back home. Scene break. You want us to train and level grind with you tomorrow? My mum asked. Well, technically she's repeating what I said. You, Father, Sasaki and Doomwing are all training with me tomorrow. As I said, I plan to leave on Sunday night on a global trip to help out in disaster, solve crimes, and find missing persons, root out corruption and help people suffering from armed conflicts. Thus, I will be arming you all as well as making sure you can defend yourselves. When I got back home, I had gathered all the residents of the house, namely my parents, Sasaki and Doomwing. I then told them of my day, all I heard about the supernatural and recent revelations about my powers. Then I told them I want to grind express and train together. I have been in need of exercise. Is sparring in the itinerary? Sasaki asked with a hopeful expression. He may not be a battle maniac, but he's eager to keep his skills dulling. I need to grind him because reincarnating him made him slightly weaker, through it improved his mag stat. Good thing he restarted back at LVL.1. Yes, we will be sparring, plus I got you some new weapons. Don't worry, they're all Nodashis, your usual swords. Wait, what? Did he just do a fist pump? Never mind, the fact that a man from the Sengoku period just did a fist pump is not that important. I shouldn't be astonished any longer than necessary. Doomwing never had the chance to grind but is at level 7. He managed to get level 7 because it seems that quests are generated for party members. Aika hasn't informed me about it, so I suppose she didn't really find anything really worth putting her mind to doing, considering quests only pop up then. Suddenly a pop-up notice appeared in front of Sasaki. It seems to be one of those quests you mentioned. Let us see. It's titled, Fight Seriously with Hyodo Issei Without Killing Him. Objectives: fight continuously for 5 minutes without killing your opponent. Ah, Sasaki just got a quest to not kill me when fighting, and in front of my parents as well. Ahahaha, that will be fine. I have plenty of weapons that won't cut through my bone, plus I'm a lot stronger than before, so that's fine, I guess. After that I had to spend another 15 minutes convincing my parents this was perfectly not life-threatening to me. I also spend the rest of the night detailing to my parents about their assistance in setting up a company for me, ordering some materials and having them delivered to some properties I bought. I told Doomwing that he would impersonate me for the next few weeks whilst also releasing some new discoveries that I will hastily make over the weekend. Since I plan to release nanobots, I should at least build up towards that. First, I plan to release a new, flexible ceramic material, which is unheard of, since ceramics are brittle by nature. Then with the second release, we will move on to advanced tech stuff. When I made Doomwing, I included advanced language recognition and translation systems into the issei. Thus the second invention of a decade will be a program that can identify speech and text of major languages while maintaining an accurate translation regardless different sentence structures and all those issues. The third innovation will be the nanobots themselves as well as the process and applications, all of which I will leave to Doomwing to handle. I also to Doomwing to hint to the public that I'm shifting my focus to the biological field after releasing the nanobots, which in actuality I plan to make use of homunculus material in order to create a material that can replace flesh and organs within seconds. Which can potentially solve a lot of problems, were it not for the fact that making it will probably require magic, thus, making it unmarketable for now. But still, I can work on making something viable once I have the end product to work with. I plan to patent the ceramic, Copyright the language system while dealing with the nanobots exclusively with the medical community. Of course, I fully expect governments to try to steal the secrets, which is why Doomwing will be keeping it all in his head. Plus, when I assemble the machines over the weekend, I will ensure proper protections and self-destruct mechanisms. Once all that was over and done with, I decided to have a chat with Doomwing. Specifically, I wanted to ask about his goals. It actually pained me when I realized that it had none other than doing what I said, so I sought to rectify that. I patted Doomwing's head as he was in his eagle form at the moment. You know, Doomwing, you're really doing a lot for me, and I'm thankful for that. But I want to let you know that there's more than just doing what I say. Just because I made you doesn't give me the right to use you. You're not a tool, and I want you to know that. I sincerely voiced my appreciation for how he went along with everything so far while trying to communicate the value of his life. Ah, he's tilting his head in confusion. It's a little cute until I remembered that he can fire lasers out of his glowing red eye. Father, if I'm not a tool, then what am I? So far, with my capabilities and origin, I see nothing beyond that. Well then, the simple answer is that you're a living being. I managed to respond to that immediately. Your body is made out of metal and lots of other materials being reshaped into nanobots. Your soul is part animal, part machine, and originally kept by a soul stone. Your artificial spirit derived from various magical and alchemic techniques. Those are facts. But the most important fact is that you are living. Just like me. And if you're worried about your purpose, just live your life to the fullest. Although I really do need your help impersonating me and doing some work, so doing at least that will be much appreciated. Doomwing stared at me for a good half a minute before turning his head towards the night sky. Father, I will complete the mission you have assigned me. I found something I really enjoy, so I think being able to experience joy is more than enough reason to be grateful for being born. So don't worry about assigning tasks to me. I will feel dissatisfied if I don't show my appreciation somehow. Well, if you're all right with it, then I'm glad. Anyways, what did you find so enjoyable? I asked, while sighing slightly in relief that there's no resentment between us. I enjoy playing a genre of video games called MOBAs. Doomwing responded quickly to my question, clearly indicating his enthusiasm for it. Interesting genre. Japan is mostly console and smartphone orientated, so it's unusual to have PC gamers, unless you count Eroge and Toho. I also enjoy wrecking scrubs, flaming noobs, and using foreign vocabulary to elicit stress from other players. Those scrubs should get on my level, fucking noobs. I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to react to that. Saturday evening note to self. Leave dual-wielding spears till I grow taller. It seriously doesn't suit me at all. Well, more specifically, it doesn't suit an average high schooler like me. My build is more suited towards short to medium weapons in any case. I learned the hard way when Sasaki kicked my ass when I tried fighting with spears. Okay, it was more like cut my head off rather than literally kicking my ass, but I digress. With my combination of masteries, reinforcement, eye of the mind, true knowledge of respect and harmony, and Villian's true strength, I can beat Sasaki in a serious fight provided I used swords. We sparred like 20 times throughout the day. Overall win rate, 50%. All of those wins were with me dual-wielding various swords or using only one sword. And if anything, I still rely on my superior STR more than I would have liked. But in any case, the day was quite fruitful. I managed to grind everyone to around level 20 whilst I got 2 levels myself. My father put most of his stats to AGI, Int, and STR. On the other hand, my mum put her stats into WIS, MAG and AGI. Doomwing's physical stats vary on his body shape, so he dumped everything on WIS and MAG. Sasaki took the chance to improve his Int and WIS, though he saved most of his points. I also taught Sasaki how to use Monostep, which should solve his reach issues should he get attacked by supernatural beings for whatever reason. I didn't sleep last night, and instead I worked on gathering materials and building the necessary production machines for the inventions to be unveiled whilst I'm gone. Thanks to my I Am Mad Scientist title, I ended up making more stuff than I imagined. Like, say, a watch with a built-in GPS and laser beam, which I used the Rolex watch I got from the zombies for. My dad loved that gift, by the way. I used the spirit cloths dropped from the monsters from the ghost dungeon to make a mentally controllable cloth weapon, which I gave to my mum. It can change shape and color through its originally translucent Thank you. Various magical tool creation techniques and rank C, item construction. Sasaki got his adamantium nodashi, along with a bullet and magic-resistant hakama. Plus I managed to finish one of Doomwing's planned mystic code. The Yellow Claws of Mortality, which I named after Guy Buddha, Yellow Rose of Mortality. To anyone else it would look like a pair of yellow eagle-shaped claws. Its real use is for Doomwing to attach it to his legs in eagle form and swoop down from the sky at high speeds and clawing enemies. Of course, since it's based on Guy Buddha, I made sure I gave it a similar curse. Like Guy Buddha, the curse in the claws is passive, however its conceptual rank as a curse is only about a third as strong as Guy Buddha. If I were to put it in game terms, it would lower a person's max HP on hit, limiting healing and regenerative abilities to the point where the injury is received. Overall I would rank it as maybe E+ on the scale. Once I get my item construction to a higher rank and learn a proper cursing skills, then I should be able to make a better mystic code. In addition, I found that I could use alteration on my face and bones to change its structure. It hurts like hell, but damn if it wasn't worth it. I spent the time making my face squarer and rougher looking. Specifically I tried to imitate Archer's face. After that I managed to make hair color changing potions, which I used to change my hair color to white. Once you can make something like that, making a potion for tanning your skin, altering your voice and changing your eye color to black was no problem at all. I can't travel around the world doing vigilante and superhuman stuff as Hyodo Issei. So all will need a cover identity, and what better cover identity than the person I have the most similar skill set to, Heroic Spirit Emiya. I'll like to people try to prove that Hyodo Issei has been going around the world as some tan skin, white-haired, Asian-looking man in black armor and red half overcoat. Most likely people will just think I'm some crazy cosplayer that wants to be an ally of justice. I know that Sona and the student council already saw the costume, but then again I plan to have Doomwing impersonate me, so even if they were to have suspicions they won't be able to prove anything to anyone but themselves. On a side note, I managed to unlock the time control barriers as part of my ID create. Currently it's at a ratio of 2:1 barrier to real time. Hooray for more abuse. Sunday evening I have everything I needed prepared. I have learnt dozens of languages overnight, in addition to learning to create boundary fields using boundary field creation, Magecraft. I put a simple alarm type that senses animosity around the house. After that Doomwing can simply alert me through our mental connection and I can get back in minutes should anything happen. I spent Sunday training, arming my parents, preparing to purchase a new house, sparring with Sasaki and informing Aika about my plans. Although she sounded a bit pissed that I totally disregarded any advice to have fun, but she still wished me luck. I exchanged some of my cash gained from my dungeon adventures to US dollars and stuff it into my inventory. Part of me seriously wanted to spend my stat points to see if I will get more skills at a base of 100, but I rather get that through training than spending my stat points. After getting my hair cut to a similar look like Archer's, I bought lots of hair gel and spiked it up. Once I was satisfied with my look, I said my goodbyes and jumped up high in the skies while wrapping the Hades's cap of invisibility on my arm. Although feel like I'm forgetting something, oh yeah, the reputation menu, I better go check it. Well then, ahahaha, I feel like an idiot now. Looks like the Harem King plan might work out after all. But that can wait. I decided to try my luck making the world a better place. My inventions will help me build up some influence and popularity on the normal side of society. But since I have the power to take action against evil, I damn well should use it. I can always enjoy life a little later. Third last week of the academic year. Friday. Sona Citri stared at the chessboard in front of her, with her hand on her chin. Her opponent had already left the room a couple of minutes ago, but she had remained, going over on how she lost to Issei Hyodo at a chess. Well, in actuality, it wasn't Issei Hyodo she lost to, but a homunculus, Shikigami, android hybrid impersonating Issei Hyodo. Not like she knew that. Not like knowing your opponent was essentially a computer with sentience would have helped. Sona knew that the loophole in the agreement was to not talk or imply anything about the meeting on that day itself, through if she got him to show anything out of the ordinary any other day she could inform her sister Seraphal about that, and her friend Rias as well, through the latter as of secondary because she would rather not have to deal with an angry Rias. After all, Rias called dibs on approaching Hyodo Issei first. Most of the week proved quite difficult when it came to getting a hold of Hyodo Issei as he released another new ceramic to the world on Monday, this time a flexible and strong ceramic, which strength and toughness rivals the strongest man-made nanomaterials without being brittle. It would inevitably be used as insulators, more durable lightweight cars and bulletproof armor. Through Hyodo had pushed it for use for peaceful purposes only. Thus this made it difficult to get a hold of Hyodo throughout the week. An opportunity came when he decided on this Friday to visit the chess club, which he played against all the members at once and won while facing multiple opponents. The chess club president then went to get Suna Shitori, as whilst she was not a member of the chess club, was without a doubt the best chess player in the school, and they really wanted to get someone to beat Issei, since they couldn't stand losing to someone formerly part of the perverted trio, despite his recent accomplishments. But well, that opportunity was lost. On the other hand, she noticed that the man's aura was certainly different, though she couldn't put her finger on it. As she was returning to the student council room, she couldn't help but hear about the gossip that had been going around. Specifically about a tanned-skinned, white-haired Asian-looking man in black armor and red overcoat. Apparently the man calls himself Archer, and has so far busted 2 sex trafficking rings, one in China and one in Japan, without killing any of the criminals whilst rescuing the victims and leading the police to them. Accounts from the people involved described his appearance and how he used martial arts to incapacitate everyone with blinding speed, though not much more information could be gleaned. Sona sat back at her chair at the student council room and googled Archer red overcoat black body armor. She found that the first few search results showed the exact armor Hyodo Issei had worn in their meeting last Friday. Tsubaki, can you get our familiars to monitor Hyodo-san? Sona asked her vice president and queen. As she gave the order, she continues to research this Archer, of the type Moon Wiki. It was quite clear to her that the Hyodo Issei wouldn't go out of the way to challenge an entire club just to apparently wreck some scrubs, as some students heard him say. Put 2 and 2 together, it would be quite obvious that it was an imposter, all things considered. Well, that being obvious only applies to Sona and her peerage, since no one else would know a certain someone sports the very same armor and would have similar sword spamming abilities. Unknowingly, Sona would end up delving into the deep lore of the Nasuverse in the name of trying to find out more of the magician named Hyodo Issei. And in the end, it won't actually help her deal with him very much at all. Second last week of the academic year, Friday news headlines. Archer strikes again. Ends a high-speed chase in Hong Kong. A drug dealer had attempted to flee from a drug bust, resulting in a high-speed pursuit. However, the chase was ended quickly as the vigilante, Archer, had apparently jumped from an intersection above the highway where the chase was taking place and landed on the drug dealer's car. Eyewitnesses, namely nearby drivers, allegedly saw Archer punching through the front screen of the car and knocking out the driver, then hijacking the vehicle and stopping it safely at the side of the road. The police had tried to detain Archer for questioning but had lost him in a matter of seconds. The only words he had said were, "I happened to be in the area, so I had to help out." The vigilante known as Archer has so far taken down 4 sex trafficking rings, 3 narcotic rings, stopped a smuggling operation and resolved 3 missing persons cases across Asia in the past 2 weeks. He is well known to wear black body armor and a red overcoat. Criminals that have been apprehended by the man have showed that he sometimes carried around 2 black and white short swords. He has distinct spiked up white hair, tanned skin and Asian features. The man had left no DNA on any site he has been, along with no fingerprint marks, and facial recognition technology has failed to find any matches. If anything, he has long been known to have matched a fictional character also named Archer, with the exact same features, with the exception of the vigilante being shorter. Through it is unknown whether he actually has superhuman abilities. Although some accounts by the criminals he had taken part in subjugating swore they saw him cutting and deflecting bullets with his blades as well as leaving sonic booms as he moved. Scene break at the side of the text of the article was pictures captured of the incident as well as a clear full-body high-resolution picture taken of Archer. Apparently a civilian managed to grab a good photo with a camera on hand. Aika and Hyodo Issei watched with amusement as they saw the girls of the class fawning over the picture of Archer, who they decided to also nickname the Red Man. Doomwing, as Hyodo Issei had been replicating his father's cooking recipes, and whilst they are roughly 80% as good as his father's cooking, it was more than sufficient to bring much pleasure to the classroom. The rest of lunchtime for Hyodo Issei's class was passed between enjoying the brilliant food and talking about Archer. Especially since Archer, the fictional character origins were Japanese, it was especially popular to think the man originated somewhere in Japan as well. Some even thought that the heroic spirit was reincarnated into the world. Details from those saved or helped by Archer, as well as criminals he fought, helped further shape what the public thought of the man. So far, all of Archer's work had not taken any lives and ended quickly in minimum bloodshed. At most there were broken bones and a decapitated limb or two. Apparently he had also treated the wounds of those he injured more severely. As for those he rescued, they describe him as using an indifferent and sarcastic tone in most cases, through if he sees someone hurt he becomes very caring for a while. The man also could speak all languages, though he would always introduce himself as Archer in English. The vigilante had apparently also apologized to the people he rescued for not arriving sooner and for not being able to do more. Some of the victims helped by Archer said he gave them money to get them back up their feet, usually around a few thousands of US dollars, which made people believe that Archer was some young rich billionaire. Not like anyone would find young rich Asian-looking people with enough time on their hands to cosplay as an ally of justice, going round the world fighting crime and finding missing people. Well, anyone doesn't really included the Kuo Academy Student Council, whose members occasionally drop by a certain classroom to both indulge in a certain billionaire's cooking and occasionally dropping obvious hints to get him to react. "Don't you think that Archer guy is about your height, Hyodo-kun?" Tomo Meguri asked while poking Hyodo Issei's shoulder and munching on the croquettes made by him. "Now that I think about it, you're quite muscular, though I wonder why you hide those muscles," Tsubasa Yura said as she eyed the high schooler chest. At this point Sona's peerage was certain that someone was impersonating Issei whilst he was going around doing his stuff. So for the past week, Doomwing had familiars and at least one of Sona's servants tailing him. While he had a copy of the Hades's Cap of Invisibility, it was not used much since staying seen will provide Hyodo Issei an alibi. Doomwing, of course, would not give any indication that he was privy to them knowing about his role, and played stupid or used the busy making groundbreaking research excuse. Last week of the academic year, Thursday High School Genius does it again. The young genius Hyodo Issei has done it again, this time releasing an advanced text and speech translation program. It can identify speech and text of dozens of languages while maintaining an accurate translation regardless different sentence structures and many other common translation issues faced by services like Google Translate. The creator intends to copyright the program and sell its services to news stations, MMORPG companies, online news sites and social media. In other news, Hyodo Issei had set up a website called Archer Help Me in order to showcase how the program can translate multiple languages to a user's preferred language accurately. The young man also joked that people that needs the vigilante, Archer's, help might as well give it a shot and post their problems. Scene break, woo. The paperwork's finally done. Jinoza Hyodo, the father of Issei, let out a sigh in relief as he finally dealt with the paperwork to make a company to deal with the business that his son will be involved in. Through he made the company, most of the business would be handled by his son. He had also quit his job since his son transferred a lot of money into his account. Now being able to live a life of luxury, he's not quite sure what to do right now, besides going on a luxurious vacation with his wife. Sasaki had already moved out of the Hyodo household to his recently renovated dojo, though he visits the house very often. Mika Hyodo had quit her part-time jobs due to their increase in wealth. He looked at the newspaper and smiled at what his son had achieved, both as Archer and Hyodo Issei. From what Doomwing had told him, it seemed that his son felt overwhelmed by the amount of conflicts and problems of the world. He barely did any training at all with so much to do all around the world. This week he had jumped back and forth Europe and Australia, doing his usual rescuing of kidnapped people, stopping drug operations, and also had begun to publicly leak out evidence of police corruption, which he gained through research and lots of hacking. He used mass-produced shikigamis in order to help scout and look for people. He had also made use of structural grasp, check buildings for hidden rooms. Using spirit phase, he could easily enter any area. All three were glad every time they heard of Issei's exploits. Although Sasaki had cautioned that there will be a point where Issei would kill, either because he is forced to, or by accident or for pragmatic reasons. The parents had already accepted that their son will kill eventually, though they already resolved themselves that they will love him regardless. First week of spring break, Saturday. A summary on an online news site. Family reunited by Archer. Archer acts on post from Archer Help Me. An American family had posted about their teenage daughter that went missing days ago. They were desperate and decided to make a serious post on the website while providing as much information as they could. In about a day, Archer had appeared with their daughter in front of their doorstep and had already contacted the police to arrest her kidnappers. He left immediately after reuniting the family. Read more details, and with that, the website mention started to fill with actual posts instead of troll requests. Week 2 of spring break, Wednesday news headings. Hyodo Issei makes advanced mass-producible nanobots, cancer treatment advancement in sight. Archer has resolved 4 posts on Archer Help Me. Archer raids slave auction in militant territory, leads dozens to safety. The vigilante Archer wanted in many countries for evading arrest, hacking, illegal border crossing and trespassing of private property. Week 3 spring break, Friday. World leaders believe vigilante Archer has access to portable long-range non-nuclear WEMDs. The vigilante Archer has cited and has been involved in the ongoing war against drugs in Latin America for the past week. In the week, Archer has been responsible for the deaths of over a dozen violent drug cartel members, and the capture of hundreds. Experts believe that Archer has decided on more lethal methods as there are many infrastructure weaknesses in Latin America when it comes to the justice system. This culminated when a drug cartel leader that Archer had been believed to be targeting was killed through the use of said WMD. Video footage showed what was thought to be a shooting star was actually a glowing WMD of some sort. The weapon was shot in the direction of the drug lord's villa many kilometers outside the nearest town. While the CIA and the government of the city had launched investigations into the drug lord, they had yet to take action against him. Most believed that this was an attempt to strike crippling fear into the crime lords, although the most likely explanation is that he saw it as a method to sacrifice a few to save more, likely in the belief that by killing the few he would save more in the long term. This explanation is based on the assumption that the vigilante's motives were based on the fictional character, Archer, from the Fate, Stay Night series. The fireball radius was estimated to be around 200 meters wide and airburst radius was an estimate of 1.8 kilometers, equivalent on the Hiroshima blast radius. However, investigations showed no radiation on the blast site. The heat had also dissipated quickly. The only people living in the area were the drug lord, his family, a few members and mostly his bodyguards. It is likely that no unrelated individual was killed. The area had been declared a prohibited zone for the public. The trajectory of the WMD flight pattern was traced to the top of a hill with a clear shot to the villa. World leaders have declared Archer as a dangerous international criminal. At a certain Kuo Academy old building, if anything, Archer's latest actions have certainly caused some of his former supporters to swap over to the other camp. Not so for a certain crimson-haired high-class female devil. It's Kalidbalg. Akano. It's got to be Kalidbalg, said the beautiful high-class devil to her queen in the confines of the occult research clubroom, which was actually the base of operations for the peerage of Rias Gremory. Although the room has lately been littered with torn article pages, pictures of the vigilante Archer, and a world map with lots of pins tracking Archer's activities. If anything, it looks less like an occult research club and more like an Archer research club. Era. To think that Bucko liked the mass destruction types. Her queen, Akano Himejima, a black-haired beauty, responded to her master's excitement. Ever since the emergence of the man that called himself Archer, Rias Gremory had been gushing like a rabid fangirl over any new pictures and news about the man. Rias Gremory was both a Japanophile and an otaku. Archer had always been her favorite characters from the Fate series, so it's no small wonder someone playing his role would have her attention. And she was 100% convinced that he was some sort of reincarnated heroic spirit or sent by Zelrech through the kaleidoscope to her world. She also happened to be a diehard supporter of his actions, never mind that being a devil they are much more prone to violence and scheming. Her knight Kiba Yuto was more interested in if this Archer was a master swordsman like the fictional character. He wasn't one to think that he was a reincarnated Emiya or anything. Her rook Kaneko didn't particularly care too much. And whilst her queen didn't show much interest, she definitely did think of how wonderful either dominating or being dominated by Archer Might have been at times. She was after all the world's biggest sadist in combat and also a big masochist. It was spring break and the only ones that stayed in school during the break were those with supplementary classes, the student council and the occult research club members, as the latter two were the devil's bases of operation. Either way, the two devil groups don't tend to interact with each other to not draw too much attention. It was however still a surprise for Rias to find her friend Sona and the rest of her peerage arriving for a visit. And to her surprise Sona had told her that it would be the best that we give up on approaching Hyodo Issei and about how he already found out of the supernatural through meeting Sona. While she was certainly angry that Sona went behind their agreement to let her approach Issei first, she was more concerned with his apparent rejection of any offers. And also about his threat of raining swords on us if we were to manipulate humans without good cause. If anything, that comment bugged her a lot more. Thus Rias kept pressing Sona for her reasons, but she wouldn't answer no matter what. Although in the end she got her answer from Sona's newest pawn. It's because Hyodo Issei and that Archer is the same person. They have the same outfit and same superhuman abilities after all. Saji, you idiot. She would have figured it out eventually. Sona shouted at Saji, since Saji essentially broke to Geist conditions. The rest of Sona's peerage looked pitifully at Saji. It's okay Gen-chan, I'm sure he's not gay, said Hanakai Momo as she patted Saji's shoulder to reassure him somewhat. What's going on? Rias said in confusion. Saji-kun broke the rules Hyodo Issei set for us when we met in Kya. Tomo Meguri accidentally got caught up in the Q&A pace and joined Saji in his fate. After that, Sona decided to just let Saji and Tomo explain to the Gremory group about what had entailed since those two are already doomed anyway. Unfortunately for Sona, instead of being perturbed by the fact that their recruitment target is a person of mass destruction on the level of an ultimate class devil and an international criminal, Rias instead seemed much more eager to recruit him. Apparently she's going to decide to approach him by starting of his friends, considering that was part of his message. At this point she decided to just head home. Tomo and Saji would then spend their time fearing what Hyodo Issei will do to them, not knowing he would just use Rule Breaker to sever the contract, and even if that didn't work, he still wouldn't take advantage of them. At a certain Grigori office, so our scouts have confirmed the blast for magical in origin, a fallen angel with black hair and golden bangs stared at the human news report as well as the report from their fallen angels that investigated the site. Unknown to Hyodo Issei, the fallen angels had technologies to roughly scan for sacred gear wielders. The time period where the Hyodo Issei in Kuo town happened to no longer showed up on those scans happened to coincide with a man with the emergence of Archer, which the fallen angel governor did not see as a mere coincidence. Seems like it would be better to wait for him to get back to his home, can't catch him when he's going all around the world, said Azazel to no one in particular. Considering that Hyodo Issei happened to be a fellow research fanatic, he was sure they would get along well enough. And if he's actually Archer, then there would be more than enough reason to try to persuade him to join the Grigori. Elsewhere on Earth, this man, Archer, see if you can find him Georg, he's definitely human. Even if he doesn't have a sacred gear, he may well be one of the strongest humans we can find. Leave it to me, Sao Sao. At a different dimension hidden on an island in the middle of a lake. His successor has been busy, he's working so hard, it brings back memories, doesn't it? A woman with long light green hair said to the unidentifiable mass of energy shaped like a human in a singing tone. I was sure you would be angry at the unnecessary destruction, Gaia. The human-shaped energy being replied. There's always worse, at least there was no radiation, in any case, you would be meeting him first, right? I will. Though I wonder if giving myself a name representative of my being might make it easier for him to listen to me. I suppose the closest name that he would find familiar would be Elia. So long as he remains with that ability, I will be called Elia. My time runs short here. Send my regards to the Lady of the Lake for allowing us to meet in Avalon. And then the human-shaped energy vanished from the realm. Will do, Elia-chan. Is it a woman's name or a man's name? The representative of the planet got stumped on an irrelevant topic. Scene break. It was the last week of spring break, a Saturday morning. Issei's parents woke up to the news that Archer had apparently massacred the top military leaders of North Korea and also executed its leader with his black and white twin swords. When they were about to continue to watch the news about the implications of their son's actions, they heard someone coming in from the front door. They walked to the entrance and saw their son, not as Archer. While he may have been in the outfit, he was back to his original appearance, hair spiked up notwithstanding. They saw a man that was so weary. Doomwing had told them that he was overwhelmed with what he was doing to the point he had not slept in weeks. Apparently having gamer's mind allowed his mind to operate flawlessly without sleep. But they could see he was tired. His brain may not be weary, but his soul and spirit were weary. They also saw that he held fear in his eyes. Fear of rejection from his parents. Clearly he thought his parents would not condone his actions. But he thought wrong. His parents embraced him and said, "Welcome home, son." They didn't need to remind him that they loved him. As much as he was an idiot to social interaction, it was impossible for him not to see that he was loved and accepted no matter what he had done. Even though he regretted not being able to do more, even though he regretted not being able to do better. At this moment, the regret was replaced with a warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. He smiled with all that he had, and said, "I'm home." Even if a certain fallen angel governor would come knocking at his door tonight, even if a certain red-haired devil will be pestering him for days to come, and even if forces would conspire against him, he would resolve himself no matter how many regrets he might pile up along the way. If his parents could be proud of him despite all he had done, then he could certainly hold his head up high and continue to forge onwards. Chapter end *N. Well, it's been a while. And well, see above for notes about my exams and stuff. Please do take the time to vote on my profile. It will take a while for me to find time to write again. But the story isn't dead till I say so. In any case, I will put up the skill list, title list and stats on another file probably. As for power levels, while issei is certainly fast, do note that everyone is up on all other levels. Especially in magic. And don't worry, I have plans to make sure the plot doesn't become a comedic steamroll over everyone. Except Rainier, she's getting wrecked at least twice. Razor will get wrecked 3 times. This FIC will have other characters getting a bigger role in beating up canon villains. Through issei will get his own fights. Issei will also be dealing with more than the supernatural, i.e. politics, popularity, business along with his own training. Although right now, I'm trying to come up with a finisher for issei. Please vote for what other FIC ideas you might want to see at my profile page. Thanks a lot for your supports and reviews. I'm not too sure about the etiquette about the site, so I'm not sure if I can put my own review as a response to some of your questions. Or should I just PM? Plus it's hard for me to find time to PM everything right now since I'm bust studying. But I'll try to sort out some of the PMs. Sorry for not replying in a while to any who have been waiting. In any case, spoilers for future class card servants below so far. Spoilers: Caster, Asia Archer, Ravel Lancer, Sao, he deserves luck. Rider, Assassin. Mitlet, first, previous ch9 of 38 next. Chapter 10. Game is hard, please refund Chapter 10. If this is just the prologue, can I still get a refund? White. Not bright, but just white. A familiar white, but where have I seen it before? That was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes. I'm definitely not in my room, and definitely not in the bed which I used in the first time for 7 weeks. Still, I find myself lying on my back with my eyes looking up, along with Caliburn still in my arms. Hey, old sleeping habits die hard. I jump up to my feet and began to survey the area. Was I teleported somewhere? By someone? Prime suspects would be of those that can wield magic. I certainly did encounter some of the supernatural on my worldwide campaign. No doubt I made some enemies when I interfered with their unsavory activities. I didn't feel that killing and erasing loose ends that way would have endeared me to their faction, so I spared them. Mostly, I'm sure they can fix a couple of lost limbs. Though I wonder, did they manage to track me somehow? Then again, if they wanted me dead, then they would have attacked me in my sleep, plus I would not have Caliburn in my arms. Although considering that my Detect Bloodlust skill evolved to Detect Intent during my 2nd week, I'm sure I would have sensed any ill will even if I slept. Even if they did get close to me, only a strong weapon would have pierced my skin with my current endurance value at 261. And with my AGI bonus skill, Zero Lag, which renders all logic regarding perception, Action Andre action null. There should be no attack I could not react to, as it has essentially destroyed any need for a reaction time. Skill check. For reference, 0 lag, passive. Description. The ability that renders all logic regarding perception, action and reaction null. 150 base AGI bonus, i.e. your body and mind perceives, acts and reacts on the level of your int and AGI allows. Silly logical rules like reaction time no longer apply. Your thoughts and actions are completely in sync. Looking around the place, it seems to be an empty, purely white space. Now, how did I get here from my bed? This situation seems pretty familiar. Ah, bingo. I then drew out Caliburn from its sheath when I realized that this was essentially the same white space I was in for that horrid tutorial, sans the weapons littered on the ground. I let out a sigh and went into combat ready mode. Well, at least more combat ready than I usually am. Spending 7 weeks constantly looking for people to save and looking out for myself taught me to always remain focused. If I came here for a tutorial before, it only makes sense this is the start of another arc or something. I mused out loud, in order to see if whoever or whatever sent me here, if any, would respond. Rather than another story arc, it's more like you have just got through the prologue. I turned to confront the voice behind me. Well, that would be inaccurate. I had already turned around before the first world was even completed. Due to 0 lag, I don't react to sound like normal people do, since there's no delay from receiving and acting on a stimulus in my case. If I was in a situation with normal humans around, I would have waited for at least 1/10 of a second before pretending to react to something, but since I'm not exactly in a normal situation, along with my detect intent, not picking up anything from the voice's direction, there was no need for me to keep up the appearances of being human. Well, at least a human that follows physics. I went past that long ago. Although as a result, the time it took for me to sync my body and mind ended up costing the lives of people in front of me. When I gained that skill, my body was rendered immobile and my mind was essentially trapped in an unmoving body. Whilst the helplessness I felt due to being unable to do anything was great, more so was my despair at being unable to save the people that were relying on me even when they were right in front of me. Damn. Why am I monologuing about this again? I already beat myself up for the past few weeks over this. And yet I can't stop regretting my failure. This regret is a waste of time, yet I can't stop. My observe did not work on the human-shaped energy in front of me. I knew it was energy due to a combination of my intuitive aptitude, 150 base int bonus skill, and the fact that there was no physical matter from where the shape stood, thus it was not physical manifestation. However, I was not sure whether it was a manifestation of a soul, spirit or concept. I can't make out that much even with my high int and wis. Whatever it is, it managed to bring me here, which means he must be associated with the gamer ability, or is at least aware of it. Plus, with what it said, it can be inferred that it knows about my life and activities to a significant extent. Logically, I doubt attacking pure energy would do much with Caliburn. Plus, it would be rude and stupid to attack a being that could not be analyzed with observe. As such, I remained silent. The silence continued for another 15 seconds. In my case, it felt longer due to my sense of time not being the same as a regular human bound by the laws of physics. It had more to do with my int and AGI stat more so than anything else. The silence was then broken by the being. I was certain this would be the part where I would be attacked or bombarded with questions just as your predecessors did. While I admit that it is refreshing to find someone sensible, it is rather, as social beings would put it, awkward. The being voiced out its thoughts, or at least, what I assume is its thoughts. Well, I can see that you don't want me dead at least. I put Caliburn back in my inventory. Huh. My inventory works here, good to know. I then continued, judging by what you said, I suppose there have been people that had, the gamer, before me, plus this wasn't the first time you have confronted them in this manner. I questioned it, noting that its voice sounded like a composite character or what you would expect of someone with multiple overlapping voices speaking as one. It is as you say. It replied bluntly. I suppose this is some kind of routine? Half correct. Meeting you here is routine. However, meeting you this late is unusual. And in such circumstances as well. I can tell that you have many questions. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time. Nor can I answer all of your questions at this moment in time. If you are in such a hurry, why not just leave some cryptic statements and give some sort of prophecy like what every non-human entity does? I tried that once with the third, turns out even with Gamer's mind. He was left so confused it ended up with him making stupid choices and getting an early death. Mind you, he did not invest in int and wis as much as you did. Well, that was an enlightening tidbit. Also, it continued, technically, I am the most human entity there can be. Does the name Elia bring anything to mind? I would like to formally reject all future offers that result in me being a counter-guardian. I don't do that, and besides, I am not merely the subconscious will of humanity, but also its conscious will. The name Elia is one I picked due to it being the closest term that you can associate with. So call me that if it makes things easier for you. It's both reassuring and disturbing that there's no cleaners for would-be disasters. In any case, Elia, I suppose you have a purpose in doing this, so I'm assuming I will be sent back once we are done. Let's not mince words. Say what you need to say and do what you need to do. How reassuring that some people choose wisdom over power. You are unlike many before you, just as he said you would be if the trial was to be implemented. I suppose that this trial would be the tutorial, and this, he mentioned might be someone that could see the future. To be blunt, issei hyodo, you need to prevent the world from ending. I snickered a little. How typical. I did not say anything as it would be counterproductive to waste more time. How you do it is of no consequence. How you define the world is up to you. As long as there is still life, then it should be fine. As for how the world will end, I cannot say, as I do not know. I do however know some of the ways the world could end. Elia made sure to emphasize that bit. It could end up as a result of non-human forces enslaving humanity in the future and eventually devolving into an all-out war, decimating all life, ruining the planet and all inhabitable realms. It could be due to the machinations of various individuals, human and non-human. It could be due to a side effect of two powerful entities fighting. These I believe are the manageable for you, even at your current level of power. Oh joy. All these bleak situations are considered manageable. What could possibly be worst? What you cannot manage, however, is what lies behind the apocalyptic beast. The beast is merely its herald. With its release it would cause untold destruction, but that merely destruction. What is behind it is far worse, as the best way to describe it would be simply, the end. It is not a joke, it is a concept given form. The only way to defeat it is through transcending the level of a concept, instead of merely using concepts as you and your predecessors could do. Doing so would need you to transcend both impossibility and possibility. If anything, it would be too much to ask of you. The act of sealing the apocalyptic beast brought forth the end, given form. However, killing the beast would allow the end to revive from state your predecessor has put it in. At full power, it is always more faster, stronger, powerful than all beings currently in existence at all times, meaning it would at least have a +1 in stats relative to the sum of all the stats of all every other being. As much as I would like to beat myself up for jinxing it, technically since this has all already happened it was pretty much inevitable. As such I will maintain my extremely shocked state with my mouth wide opened as I continued to listen. Should the end revive itself without you being able to surpass or match your predecessor, then you have the option to go full YOLO and enjoy your last moments, or you could try to dump the end in another world which would doom its people instead. This would only delay the inevitable as it will tear about the boundaries between worlds to get back here, as this world is where it belongs. As if that did not sound hopeless enough. Or you take the last option, which could either result in a happy ever after or a fate for everyone sharing this world that would make being in hell with the pain levels with 1 equaling what you expect of hell, set to the intensity 2 to the power of over 9 trillion feel pleasant. What the heck is the last option? I interject for the first time. As the will of humanity, the last option is the absolutely last thing you should risk. I can't say more as it won't be relevant. In any case, I have 15 seconds left. So to wrap up, my colleague, Gaia will follow up with you in a few months. She can tell you a lot more. By the way, say, gallery. Later, it will be important in the future. Right as he finished I found myself back in my own room. Well then, that was quite the bomb dropped on me. Well, more like a galaxy-busting bomb. Point still stands. Let's see here. Gets powers. Go through painful training. Grind stuff. Make friends. Got myself famous one way or another. sleep on a bed, and then was told that rather than saving the world, I just have to make sure it doesn't get fucked up too badly. Truly an excellent prologue to my life. Hint hint, sarcasm, hint. My life just got a lot harder than I expected it to be. Looking at the clock, 8 p.m. Looks like I got a good few hours of sleep. Whilst I have no need to sleep, which I found out quite quickly all things considered, I did think that having some sleep would allow me to distress from all the running through hails of bullets, going through walls with spirit phase, hacking supercomputers, and lots of killing. Turns out it didn't. Go figure. Gallery. I said as I remembered I needed to check something out. Curious how I thought, remembered, as I have perfect memory, as a result of achieving 100 base int. I suppose the term would be came to mind, rather than remembered. A big screen with a slight gold tinge popped up in front of me. From there it had a list of tabs, including items, weapons, armors, events, secrets, etc. I took a look at the weapons tab and it had icons with a picture of a weapon along with a name. I pressed my finger on the picture showing the blade of the Dark Flame Master. After that I felt as if I went through the entire history and capabilities of the blade, whilst similar to structural grasp. It felt more like, as if the knowledge was brought to my attention, like a refresher, rather than gaining something new. This gallery perhaps acts as a storage power for knowledge and history, just like Unlimited Blade Works does so for blades. I suppose I should check out the Secrets tab to check for anything. Seems like it's the most useful for now. Elias tip number 1. The first gamer's departure. There were only 2 entries. I went for the tip as learning about the past won't do me any good for now. Pressing on the entry gave me a voice message. Welcome to Humanity's Hints for You. For our first entry, we have a very special advice specifically to make sure you don't mess around with your psyche too much. Do take caution when going through characters' memories to learn skills. Doing so causes changes to your ideals and personality with various degrees. Going through Natsu Dragnil's memories have increased your propensity to defend your Nakama and power up through Nakama power, as well as aligning your nature closer to destruction by fire. Going through Shuru Emiya's memories, is well, not really healthy. I mean he's like sword incarnate. Plus, going through protagonist memories like theirs will just make you denser, romantically. Well, that explains the nuke incident in Latin America. Okay, that was a sorry excuse. Influenced or not, it was all me. It's my responsibility and I should not be entertaining such excuses in my head. I let out a sigh and went to take a shower. During my travels, I only showered under waterfalls, rivers and in the Arctic seas. It would be best to take a shower like a normal person, despite my mentality and experiences being anything but. Or at least, I think I'm not normal. Opening the door to the bathroom, without knocking mind you, I have encountered the anime after a bath scenario, except it's a guy. Specifically it's Doomwing in a human form I'm unfamiliar with. Should I scream, "Iya," to make this a comedy scene? Doomwing said casually in his naked Bishonen form. To be more specific, it was a slim, well-toned body. I swear that his face looked like a few Korean and Japanese hot pretty boy faces. He had raven dark hair, though I'm not entirely sure how he styled it since his hair was wet. Wait a minute, since when did mechanical, spiritual beings take showers? And why am I so concerned about this? No please, that's way too forced. Please don't find excuses to enact anime and gaming scenes in real life. I just found out I have to make sure the world won't get fucked over by something that is literally the bane of everything that has ever existed. I would rather not deal with more strange events. Sounds dandy, he said as he finished putting on his clothes. I looked at his clothes and could only conclude he totally loves going for a bad boy look, or at least the tall, dark and handsome trope. Here, I took out 60 million yen, leaving my inventory with 50 million yen. I put it into a suitcase and passed it to Doomwing. Now that I'm back I can research my own ways to skip out on school, until then have a break, do whatever. I will work on negotiating a transfer to the school. Doomwing did mention through our mental connection sometime in my travels that he took, in his own words, pleasure in dominating the students in the schools at their own club activities, as well as enjoying the inane and unproductive conversations of ignorant high schoolers. Which I'm sure meant that he beating others at their own game and that he enjoyed the typical school life of an ordinary student. He would probably enjoy it more if he could be himself rather than pretend to be me. Party time in Tokyo. I suppose I find myself in a parent's situation where it's like giving a teenager way too much money and suddenly they are going to run wild somewhere. Well, this should be fun, I hope. I gave a wry smile as he continued to detail his plans to dominate all games in arcades, drink a lot, visit theme parks, party hard and possibly do adult things. Well, it's not like he can get women pregnant currently, so whatever. Once he got out of the bathroom, I immediately went and began to take my long-due shower. I noticed that he left the home immediately based on what I can sense from the boundary field around the house, which reminds me that I need to upgrade the field in this house, and also for the warehouse and the new house I bought, considering that they will be the base of my operations. I would probably get to work on setting the lab tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, I have no plans on Sunday. I managed to get some work done in my travels, albeit not much. I managed to make was a few all-in-one Archer and Hyodo Issei transformation pills, through it won't change my height. On a side note, I managed to grow taller more quickly than I expected. Perhaps it's my body adapting to be more combat ready. I currently stand at 174 centimeters, much taller than I've been before. In an effort to better understand the reincarnation system of the evil pieces, I ended up creating its opposite. I guess the only proper term to call them would be reverse pieces. I wondered why racial traits and sacred gears would remain despite reincarnating to a devil, so after a few tests in that direction using some traced evil pieces, I found that it changed the subject in different ways in both soul and body. The body's DNA is only changed to an extent where the most basic of devil traits are gained, such as strength, magic type, wings, etc. However, the soul is changed the least, using my understanding from the heavens feel, Omniodo, Keto, and my intuitive aptitude. I could see that the soul was only changed to allow for demonic energy, and it is closer to say that the evil piece acts as a shell for the soul so that it seems more devil-like than it actually is. That is to say, using the combination of the knowledge and techniques of those branches, I made the reverse pieces, so that it removes the shell around the soul, which also happens to be equal to the body in regards to the housing of special traits. The heavens feel part comes from manifesting the soul over the current body, using the soul's memory before the evil piece was applied, as a template to rebuild the body anew, using an aspect of Keto healing techniques, the Kaiho. I'm beginning to think that I've gotten way too antisocial, considering that I'm monologuing and explaining to myself about what I've done. It's times like this I wished I had some other being living inside me that I can talk to, right? Or at least some people that won't get bored with my ramblings or mad scientist moments. Maybe I should just hire people to talk to? Nah, waste of money. Oh. By the way, I managed to complete an assassin class card by copying and implanting my presence concealment skill in ARRRRGH. Fooshk. I scream. I can't believe I seriously thought to myself, oh. By the way, what the hell, I'm seriously talking to myself. Shit, this is not normal. Wait, of course I'm not normal. AHAHAHAHAHA. Crap. I must be going mad. I blame the whole Wham episode trope with all that doomsday talk, plus the only people I have dealt with over the weeks was with criminals, victims, criminals that are victims of circumstances, asshole victims, crazy self-proclaimed exorcists, stray devils and douchebags devils. I quickly finish my shower and prepared to go out. I can't deal with this shit without throwing myself to work. I'm sure I can find some drug lord to bust, another military compound to sneak into and hack for knowledge and information, or I could go back to focus on grinding. After all, I do need large soul stones to make class cards. I could go and make my labs and make my house look nice. Or maybe I could spend some time with my parents. I could call Aika up and hand her some souvenirs. I could call Murayama and Katase to see if they are free tomorrow, or just drop by. Heck, I would even bother with Motohama and Matsuda. Maybe some opie like the good old times. Okay, they were horrible old times, but still. I could probably spar with Sasaki without reinforcing myself at my current level, although I would probably lose. Wait a minute, I'm not supposed to consider fighting at supersonic speeds normal. In fact, a bigger question would be, since when was I suddenly obsessed with normalcy? I obviously threw that out of the window and blew it up with a Kalidbog too long ago. Normalcy would mean going back to my listless and going with the motions life. Despite killing and doing other things I still regret, it actually makes me fulfilled to be living my life like this. Then why am I seeking this normalcy? Wait a minute. This normalcy has to do with people. The problem started because any meaningful social interaction I had during my travels boiled down to doing what I needed to do. Whether it was comforting victims or striking fear into the hearts of criminals as I dealt with them. Any normal conversation was with Doomwing through our mental connection, and he is clearly not normal. Conversations with my parents and Sasaki was done through Doomwing as well. Clearly I won't be fulfilled if go back on the path of normality. But as a human, and as a relatively well-adjusted, not really, healthy male, perverted, high schooler, there are some needs that just has to be satisfied or my work will be interrupted. But the more time I spend with people, the less time I have to research, grind, improve the world among other things. What then, if only I could use the shadow clone jutsu, and have clones do the social interaction and friendship stuff for me. But even if I can make chakra due to the shadow clone jutsu, I have no chakra pathway system for me to mold and control it. Oh. Come to think of it, Archer clearly used less mana than I do for breaking Kalidbog into a broken phantasm, as Kalidbog has 7,000 durability, i.e. needs 7,000 mana. Saber could use Excalibur whilst coming to the world with less than 1250 prana. If I remember correctly, prana is created using mana from the air and OD from the person's life force. Looking at chakra, which is a combination of the spiritual and physical energy, the resemblance is uncanny. If we take into account that magic circuits are based in the soul, then take into account the chakra pathway system in the chakra coils as physically based. And then noting that the feats in Naruto are overall much more impressive due to chakra than Fate, Stay Night, what with essentially passive reinforcement and Madara fucking Uchiha. And then we consider that prana is more potent than mana itself, as less prana is needed to break Kalidbog 2, compared to mana. Both of which draws from life force and spiritual energy to an extent, represented by HP and MP for me. And finally, the fact that Shuru Emiya managed to create artificial magic circuits. It stands to reason that it is possible that the chakra pathway system and coils are similar to physically evolved magic circuits. Artificial magic circuits are still located in the soul despite using physical nerves to make them. It must be entirely possible for me to research into this avenue and possibly succeed in creating my own chakra or magic circuit system physically across my body. I mean, everything else worked so far, I don't see why this won't work. If things go wrong, I will just rely on my luck to get me through, along with whatever safety nets I will prepare. To be a shinobi is to endure, as it shares the same kanji character and was referenced by Jiraiya, Hashirama and Naruto. To be a magus is to walk with death, said every magus ever. If I'm going to make sure my life works, I'm going to be prepared to take risks. In fact, I was prepared all along. Why else would I risk my life against the monstrosities in the illusion barriers? I steeled my resolve as I got changed and got ready to begin my experiments. However, I felt a strong being walking past my boundary field. Since I felt no animosity from both, detect intent, which is ranked D, and from the boundary field, I decided to go out to greet whoever it is. Although I have at least 20 weapons in mind to launch from the gate of the gamer. Should things go wrong, I also could use Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi, Black Coffin, chant less to crush whoever it is quickly should things go sour. If the battle is way up close, I can blast them away with Fire Dragon's Roar. Also, my multiverse martial arts is at level 30 ranked expert, which is more than enough for some special distance creation techniques. I opened the door and saw a man with black hair and golden bangs wearing a yukata that clearly screams, casual, and after a quick observe, I wanted to laugh as I met just the right guy for my plans, or so I hoped. Yo. I suppose you're Hyodo Issei. My organization has a business proposition for you. The guy immediately said after I met his eyes. Sup, Azazel, Governor General of the Grigori. Come on right in and let's talk business, or we can start with small talk, whatever. I replied while smirking. His face showed surprise for a second before replying to me with a slightly smug smile. Sounds great, Archer. Excellent, I just found someone where I can rant some scientific stuff. Considering his details shows that he is enthusiastic researcher on sacred gears and other stuff. It looks like I will have my fill of social interaction. A.N. Hi guys, thanks for the support. I read all the comments and PMs and through I haven't managed to get the time to answer all of them directly or personally. I can say some general stuff like, I will be working on characterization for other characters, e.g. Doomwing Moore, on his Tokyo misadventures. I hope to expand on Issei's character that he is still normal in some senses, that he needs people. And his desires are normal in terms of purpose. However, his methods and goals he sets himself are not normal. The history of the gamer will not be as crucial early on, but will be more important past Volume 3's events. For the antagonists, Issei will be their wake-up call boss. Expect smarter antagonists post Volume 4 events. I hope to get working on this more often and as well as getting to work on that SAO crossover, but the next 3 days I will be busy on a family trip. Finally made it back to my home country. Ah, curry, Chinese food, Indian food, how I missed thee. Thanks for all the insight and comments. Some of you mentioned stat inconsistencies, which was my mistake as I was doing some rebalancing and neglected some bits. Thanks for the reviews. I really appreciate them and I hope to incorporate as much as I can to improving the story and my writing. And special thanks to the scientist that pointed out some science facts on stem cells for me. I will correct that later. Check out the skill list for comparative stats for Issei post-adventure and other soon-to-be main players. Name: Hyodo Issei. Age: 16, will age up on April 16th. LVL: 62 EXP, 322 279,575. Title: Suicidal Sword Master. Affiliation: none. Race: Human. HP: 5,225,220. Region: 323.64 per minute. 1%, base, plus 1%, Avalon, plus 4.2%, regeneration skill. MP: 4,984,980. Region: 396.45 per minute. 0.6 * WIS plus 0.02% of max mana per WIS. STR: 288, 120 plus 168, End: 261, 120 plus 141, AGI: 464, 150 plus 314. Int: 265, 150 plus 115, WIS: 248.4, 120 plus 128.4, MAG: 494, 150 plus 344. Luck: 100, 100 plus 0, GAR: 110, 110 plus 0, points. 18. Note: GAR increases permanently as more GAR-worthy deeds happen. Name: Azazel. Age: LVL, Express. Title: Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Affiliation: Grigori. Race: Fallen Angel. HP, MP, STR: 2000 END, 800 AGI, 1200. Int: 333 WIS, 170 MAG, 5,279 LUK, 110, first, previous CH10 of 38. Next. Chapter 11. I fell very small disclaimer. I do not own High School DxD, Fate, Stay Night or anything other series used in this story. A.N. Long time no see, very busy lately. And also had too many ideas on how this story could go that I ended up stuck at one point just planning how I should progress the story. The Asia arc will not follow the stations of canon but will be happening alongside another arc or two. Because in real life there's no such thing as one arc happening at a time. On another note, I have read a lot of Naruto, Fate, DxD, Harry Potter, RWBY, Worm fanfictions in the meantime along with the original sources, so I'm reasonably confident in ensuring this lives up to the parody tag. I hope to ensure there's plenty of humor later and apologize for all the angst and grim darkness. On the topic of grimdark, I am enjoying a role-playing fanfiction story about Hai to Gensao no Grimgar and SI on space battles. And most importantly, thank you all for your encouragement and comments. I truly appreciate it and apologize for not responding personally. But unfortunately I am really busy IRL as I'm in my final year of university. Despite this I hope to update this more often with shorter chapters. We'll be using **** or whatever to represent scene breaks or time skips. I will also be experimenting with some POV changes since those will be integral for the main plot. Chapter 11. I'm not saying that a mobile fortress for the Grigori isn't a cool idea, it's the fact that you insist that you want it to have giant legs makes the idea completely impractical and ridiculous. Being able to stomp on your enemies whilst gloating on top of your stronghold is hardly unfeasible, the fallen angel governor replied as he defended his idea. If I recall, your enemies mainly consist of devils and angels, which, by the way, have wings. I highly doubt sluggish giant legs would be effective at stomping people hundreds of feet in the air. Plus, there is little mobility in a grounded mobile fortress. Can we just go back to my idea about a helicarrier instead? I reply with a relatively sound response to Azazel's obsession with ideas that allow him to gloat like a last boss from an RPG. As if his idea to decimate devils from a mobile weaponized nanomachine throne wasn't already unnecessary. In any case, this was the type of small talk that we have settled into for the past 20 minutes. My parents had left us alone to chat in the living room. They didn't mind having a guy that could level this town in seconds being invited in, although they were a bit disappointed that I got down to business so quickly after coming home. I will have to make it up to them later, at least after I can make clones to do it for me. For efficiency's sake, of course, I doubt clones return physical improvements through training to me. At most they can probably train mental skills and technique. While me and the guy were making small talk, whilst dodging around the issue of our respective activities, aka about me being Archer and his motives, I was busy spamming observe in my head and leveled up the skill massively. I literally used in dozens of times within a second for all the time we were talking. After all, zero lag essentially messed up my sense of time. Personally, I would say it's an improvement, but it's actually horrible in social situations for me. Despite my need for social interaction, the need resides more on the creation, maintenance and building of a relationship whilst expressing myself. However, for me it feels at least 26 times longer than it should, due to my thinking power and reaction to stimulus being abnormal. I would describe the act of listening to people a mix of reading their lips while slowly recording the sounds they make and reconstructing it as words after they have completed speaking a word. It's like listening to a video recording in super slow motion, or rather, it's like you were using Time Alter X26. Don't get me started when I reinforce my mind, with my level in reinforcement at 45, that's a 230% increase, more than triple in stats. When reinforced, I'm more than a match for Azazel, more so with the fact that Gamer's body gives me logic-defying perfect speed, reaction, etc. And there's also the upgraded Resistance 0, which makes my equipment immune to resistance damage. Increasing my base STR upgraded my Villain's True Power to Villain's Overwhelming Power, which allows me to use conserved STR for AGI instead. If attacking at Mach 6 wasn't already enough, then I can easily go faster. Traveling without attacking is ridiculous enough with my Ho-Ho at level 51. Now, moving at over Mach 300 is around 100 kilometers per second. The circumference of the Earth is 40,075 kilometers and the straight line distance to the Moon is 384,000 kilometers. On the assumption that I throw gravity out of the window and can move at any angle normally without stopping, then I could run the circumference of the Earth in just over 6 minutes and reach the Moon in an hour. Of course, the whole traveling to the Moon thing won't happen until I can alter how gravity acts on me. The air bit can easily be solved by wrapping myself in an air bubble using Arrow from my FF Black Magic series. But I digress. The fact is that my Observe has risen to level 60 and allowed me to see his stats, a bit about his history, some interesting tidbits, and some of his skills were the major bonus. It seems that using Observe on higher level or more advanced objects allows me to gain more skill express. The funniest shit was how he was going through a very long Chuni phase, Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade Governor. Lol. I am so using that at a later point in time. In any case, after a bit of small talk about how stuffing a lot of gadgets into a robotic arm doesn't necessarily make it a better arm, we decided to start the business talk. Whilst it was disturbing that the first things that came to my mind were how to fight him, in the end, if he tried something like strong arming me, I suppose my mental preparation and assessment would do me good. Have a gift out of good faith, afterwards it's quid pro quo. I stated right after I was sure we were ready for the business talk. He smiles briefly, before his face also becomes serious. Acceptable. But why the free gift? If someone has something I might want, then it's only reasonable to barter. But I believe in being generosity, if only to sad a bit of whatever pride I have left. If someone is relatively less well off than me, then I will give a lot more for free. It's only fair that way when I have so much, not that I consider my resources to be greater than the Grigori. but I'm thinking of the future here. Considering my various ways to procure materials, money and my low needs, then I can clearly afford to give weapons, tools, and money to those that need them. Although the fact that it hampers me not, doesn't particularly make it much a sacrifice of love, unlike in regards to the widow's offering in the Bible in Mark chapter 12 verse 41. I memorize a lot of things thanks to perfect memory, although it doesn't mean that things will be brought to notice in my mind unless I actively search for it or I'm lucky. Although there's no way someone of his level would not be well off, so this is more like a goodwill gift. Well, someone's feeling generous, your research on whatever you're working on with nanomachines for medical purposes. Rejected, as a gift that is. You will have to negotiate for that. As I hit a roadblock in producing a material that can replace flesh and organs in seconds unless I make them with alchemy or magical methods, it stands to reason I can use this chance to gain his help in the research instead of just giving what I have now and him leaving off with something that will greatly benefit the fallen angels while leaving me behind in that field. Then we will go from there. What are you working on that you can't offer it so easily? Just because I invent things and show them off to the public doesn't necessitate giving everything so easily. As a scientist yourself, you should know that research takes time, and something like that, no matter how quickly I invent something new, it is still valuable. While not as valuable to me, it is still more valuable to people that are more in need of healing mechanisms. Would you like me to table an offer? He gives a nod, and I continue immediately. I can provide you material that can replace flesh and organs within seconds. Whilst I have yet to test it on fallen angels, I doubt there will be much problems. Unfortunately, I can only produce them with means that do not fit into human standards as ethical, nor as normal. If you are willing to research a way to reproduce it with human methods while ensuring effectiveness, then I can give you samples and the research, along with some monetary or other forms of extra compensation. He raised an eyebrow when I said the unethical bit, although he seemed to be seriously contemplating it. Whilst my interest lies in sacred gears, I won't turn down an opportunity to research something that useful. However, I need you to expand on the unethical part as well as the compensation you want. Either a large sum of money, or any sort of influence you can provide for getting my creations and innovations on the market as soon as possible. Patents and other legal issues are a pain. As for the first part of your question, it's unethical only in the sense that you need biomass to create it. I regenerate from all sorts of wounds quickly. Use math. I have blackmail on the US president while owning major pharmaceutical companies and other relevant industries across the world. That bit is not issue. But I find it hard to believe a human can regenerate like that, much less make something that can. In response, I cut off my right arm using a traced Kalidbulb, an anti-army noble phantasm that boasts high power and wide range, which makes even landscape destruction possible. The original could cleanly cut through the top of 3 hills. The spiral sword is essentially the poster boy sword for redrawing maps. Naturally, it would cut off my arm easily. A funny thing about losing a limb for me is that it always seems to translate to a % of current HP damage instead of a flat damage depending on attack. Losing an arm is the equivalent of 15% of my current HP, which was 783 HP. Any damage after that is from blood loss. Restoring a limb would simply need for that value from losing the limb to be recovered. I used multi-cast and double-casted cure from my FF White Magic series. Each cure costed about 80 megapixels and recovered 8% of my max HP, which in this case is more than enough to cause my arm to regrow instantly. I wasn't entirely sure what Azazel was feeling, which I immediately remedied by using observe from him. He was in a state between marvel, shock and disbelief. Although I'm not sure if it was the fact that I could trace and cut off my own arm in less than half a second or that I appeared to have regenerated my arm within a second. As I casted the spell mentally, he did not realize I did not regenerate it completely without help. Without the spell, I would have needed just over 2 minutes to regenerate it with my current HP regen of 323.64 per minute. As his mouth was slightly agape from the sight, I grabbed my old right arm with my new right arm, then slapped his face with it. He gave me a small, "What the hell, man?" look before sighing in resignation. "What do you want for that trick? That's not negotiable. Should we move on?" "Bah. Fine. We have a deal." He took a notepad and wrote something down before tearing the page off and giving it to me. "Email me when you have products you need approved. The phone number is good for one use if you need to contact me. I have lots of phones with different numbers, and they're usually disposable. You won't believe how many calls I get from the ladies should they get my number. Yuha. Ignoring his boast about his sexiness and prowess, I snapped my fingers and had a suitcase, some samples and my notes on the research dropped down from my gate of the gamer onto the table. I then stuffed it in the suitcase and quickly wrote up a receipt for the stuff, as well as dispersing my cut-off arm and Kalidbog into my inventory. Good thing I learned to access my inventory and status screens without looking at them. It's annoying to have screens blocking your view in a fight when all you want to do is look for a weapon or check your HP. What the hell? Who actually gives a receipt for this stuff? I do. The complications that happens when there are no records of delivered products and damage to client relationships are not to be taken lightly. Damn scammers, fool me once shame on them, fool me twice shame on me. TCH, to think you would take precautions against my favorite scamming tactic. I suddenly feel like maiming someone, I replied wryly. After a quick banter, he stuffed the receipt into his wallet. He then pointed up to the still open portal. Any chance about? No, I immediately reject his interest in my inventory secrets. Don't be stingy, says the guest that helped himself to the beer, snacks and my research. By the way, I haven't gotten that free gift you promised. I dropped a robotic eye out of another portal. It has an analytical engine, is compatible with biological lifeforms, can run on mana, and it can shoot lasers that can blast through concrete. Plus it has loads of sensors. What kind of sensors you can find out for yourself. He grabs the eye immediately with a huge grin whilst he holds it like Gollum would of his precious. Acceptable for a gift of good faith? I was replied with a thumbs up. After he put the eye in his pocket, he slumped into the chair he was sitting on. Done so soon? I asked. I did came for anything that can help solve our shortage of healing capabilities. Or at least that's one of my reasons for coming. And honestly, he then sat straight again. I'm more interested in what you are trying to do and what you're trying to achieve. Not everyone uses their powers for their greater good. As issei Hyodo or as archer. Both, there will be people on the supernatural side that will begin to notice, and well, since I have a head start and a vested interest in your sacred gear, I will need to know where you stand. After all, the Grigori is always recruiting sacred gear users to bolster our numbers. Ah yes, the fallen angels, although able to boost their numbers naturally much easier, still are the smallest faction. At least that's what the history book I scanned from Sona told me. I'm not interested in joining any factions. I have a lot on my plate as it is and more complexity isn't going to help. And of course, I expect you to answer some of my questions in kind. I'm asking something personal, so if your character is acceptable then I will be more than happy to answer personal questions too. I considered my options and whilst I didn't know him as a friend, this would be a good chance to begin a friendship or at least a partnership, as he has resources, knowledge and connections that will prove useful. I swapped my title to well-intentioned extremist, which increases the chance of garnering sympathy by 200% and began to monologue. It was fairly lengthy, covered a bunch of things like ideals, dreams and beliefs. All in all, I actually had to think about what I was doing and also the recent things I heard from Elia. Personally, I wasn't too concerned with what Elia said since I already planned to improve the world as such. Admittedly, the thing that struck me the most was that I am essentially trying to be a deterrent against crime and war. And considering the advancements I am bringing in various fields, I should eventually be able to reduce poverty, illnesses and other problems. In my monologue I did not talk about anything Elia related but mostly focused on why I was doing what I was doing. Namely, I couldn't stand not to do anything. It's not as if I felt I was responsible for everything, it's just that I would feel responsible if I did not try hard enough. I'm well aware that going weeks without sleep mindlessly maiming and killing criminals will not be able to bring about world peace. Nor will it solve problems like hunger, poverty or day-to-day evils like bullying. In the end I need other means to achieve them, but to get to that point I have to increase my skills, repertoire, arsenal and power. And I can't do that if I'm working non-stop, work hard, play hard and train hard. I can't do them all. I certainly did talk about this in length in my monologue as well as my old dreams of being a harem king. Although I explained rather quickly that my definitions of dreams, hopes and ideals have changed considerably. In the end, a thought came to me that I was essentially trying to achieve a utopia of sorts despite knowing it is not achievable. I get the feeling I'm kind of a mix of Emiya and Matu Zoken if this is the case. Either way, I did mention this, along with any happiness from my romantic, social, sex life being a much less important side quest that if it happens, then great, if not, then it's a-okay since I can put that off once I ensured I last long enough to achieve my aims and live a life after that. Mind you, I rather enjoy mortality. It makes me feel, well, human. If I have no fear of death, I won't have any drive to achieve my goals quicker, nor will I work so hard to improve myself. Although now that I think about it, it's not death I fear, it's dying before fulfilling my aims and responsibilities that scares me. And well, a small part of me fears that being able to live so long would make me stunted in a way. Specifically in how the supernatural world seems to be stuck up in their old laws and traditions. I certainly did not forget to add in the fact that I am in fact remorseful over the deaths and sufferings I caused in my little crusade. Certainly not enough for me to stop what I'm doing. And while I don't enjoy it, I can at least rationalize why I do what I do. And certainly I found it better to claim responsibility for that I've done rather than claiming it for justice, like an ally of justice would, or for the greater good, as, what was that wizard in that book series one ordered but have not learnt from yet? I think it was Dumbledore. Either way, I always did things for myself. Saving, hurting, killing, giving, feeding, creating and destroying. In the end I did it because if I didn't I could not be satisfied. So long as I did things to best further the situation and my moral code in the way that leaves the least regret, then it was fine. I could justify that to myself and I can accept the responsibility for it. I won't do anything and claim I did it for the masses because hypothetically speaking, say a young girl needed to be sacrificed for the sake of the majority and I was the only one in position to do the deed. In that situation, no matter what, I would never say I did it to save the world. I would say, I did it because if I did not sacrifice one life for the rest, then I would regret it a lot more than the alternative. And I would certainly not place the sin of killing a young girl on the majority, because in the end the actions were of my own choice, thus my responsibility. In any case, I did say the above almost word by word. Although considering the effort I put into long-winded monologues, I should really learn memory partition and thought acceleration, so that I can coordinate my movements and my thoughts better as a result of zero lag, screwing with my perception of time. On the other hand, thought acceleration could possibly make my life incredibly dull, as if having to listen to people at 1/26th speed isn't annoying enough. Then again, I could use the additional processing speed to simulate normal speech in my head instead of just interpreting it through lip movements and word by word. Come to think of it, as much as I desire some talking and social interactions, it will essentially be hell for me to talk with people on topics I rather avoid. Namely, typical high school chatter, small talk on uninteresting topics, self-important villain monologues, and well, a lot of things. In any case, I decided to bring the monologue to a close and see Azazel's reaction, along with getting information on his aims. 15 minutes later, a certain 12-winged fallen angel was currently crawling out of a crater in some frozen wasteland in Siberia. Why might a fallen angel at his level find himself in a crater thousands of kilometers away from the house of a Japanese family? He just had to grab the face, didn't he? Let's have a spar, he says. Since it's not a fight to the death, I will go easy on you, he says. Sensing something coming at him at high speeds from the dust, ice and snow clouding his view, the fallen angel leapt and flapped all his wings immediately to propel him upwards. Just barely dodging 3 fine blades that would have gave him a job change to pin cushion. Note to self, Hyodo Issei is a complete nooch ergig. His sentence was cut short when the aforementioned nutjob slammed his wing protected back with an oversized blade with way too many edges to be practical. Thankfully, being a few millennia years old came with the ability to solidify his wings to be as hard as the densest steel automatically to danger. It also helps the weapon was only D-ranked in power compared to a noble phantasm, and that it worked better as an amplifier to the Black Flames ability than an actual weapon. It also helped that the nutjob was trying to figure out the minimum level of weapons that could harm a being that's comparable to a Mao by starting with the weakest weapons. Azazel ended up making another crater. At least this time it wasn't his face that kissed the ground. Huh. D-ranked weapons can go through your skins but not the wings, huh? The mono-reinforced human pondered as he stood in the air watching Azazel get up from the second crater. How did they get to this point? It went something along the lines of a teenager delivering a self-depreciating speech about wanting to create a utopia among some of his own personal ideals and dreams. and then some world-weary fallen angel agreeing on some points but ultimately calling those goals too high for a human. Now, Hyodo Issei certainly did not mind people talking down on the path he had chosen. What he did not, or rather could not take, was someone claiming it was too lofty for a human to do so. Mind you, Azazel was not a racist, but being able to wipe the floor with humans for the majority of his lifetime did lower his expectations of their physical capabilities by quite a bit. Azazel reasoned that most supernatural beings would look down on humans and existing prejudices would impede him greatly. Along with most wanting to keep their possessions and influence on Earth, he gave me an example of weapon producers being owned by devils in the USA, which makes so much sense in hindsight. Back then, the Fallen One had explained his goals of attaining peace by sucking up to other gods from other mythologies, garnering lots of favors to bring peace. Currently his goals are to keep the world mostly as it is whilst changing the supernatural political and social landscape. One thought that a human set his sights too high and would burn himself out committing atrocities for his greater good. One thought that the fallen angel set his sights too low and forsook their original goal of guiding humanity to exploiting them for status quo in the supernatural world. And so, it came to the point where they both had something to prove. Agreements were made. Should the boy lose, he would join the Grigori and awaken his sacred gear. Should the fallen lose, then he would reconsider the feasibility in a partnership to achieve something greater. Although, in the end the fight wasn't that serious as the boy would break his cardinal rule of battle of not talking to the enemy and not attacking when the enemy is talking. Which Azazel, who is a huge ham whenever he gets into it, greatly appreciated. In fact, if it were so serious, then the fact that Gamer's body made it so that numerical values only were a proper representation for whoever had it essentially made the young boy able to fight at logic-defying levels. Whilst the one that didn't have it could only fight at a fraction of his listed stats, whilst temporarily reaching his listed stats under certain conditions. These were all already taken into account by the boy that had honestly had combat wisdom beyond his years due to the memories of the life of a dragon slayer mage and a blacksmith magus that fought all sorts of monstrous beings all his life. The black and white married blades appeared in the boy's hands, his outfit was swapped for the Lost Souls, set for its greater magic resistance. As the fallen angel had greater reserves and magical damage, it would be much more useful as the equipment can absorb magic damage and convert it into MP as well. Coupled with Kanzhou and Bakuya's additional physical and magical resistance when wielded together. In addition to the Protect and Shell buff. It allowed the boy to achieve another secondary aim, that is to safely gain magic resistance and light energy resistance from the fight. The boy had made a point to Azazel that with his speed he could kill him anytime, as his Shunpo and his greater overall speed allowed him to remove Azazel's arm when they were still in Japan before he healed it back. And then used the moment of shock to grab the fallen angel's face and body, dragging him to Siberia and tossing him into the ground. A giant light spear was flung at the boy, who changed his stance to one he copied of Kirito from Sao and Refine during his travels where he sliced bullets and shells during the conflicts he found himself in, the YOLO dual blades stance, with a sword in front and one ready at the back, he sliced at the spear, chipping it and destroying it. However, a thrown light spear consisted of various elements. A light energy element that composed the type of the attack, the magic that gives it shape, holds it together and provides the power. And of course the thrown bit implies kinetic force, which a powerful fallen angel like him could instead just conjure and launch the spears with magic instead, although it would be weaker than doing it by a magic reinforced throw. This was a necessary dissection of the attack is because the boy destroyed the shape and much of its power, however he neglected the combined kinetic energy and the rest of the magic from the destroyed spear and certainly did not expect it to detonate when he was halfway going happy at the attack. Back to Issei, you just had to go, get into my chopper, on the spear didn't you, stupid Issei? Maybe I should try using, observe, on an incoming attack instead of just people and stationary objects. It was certainly a great idea if I had done it before I started to attack the spear. Sure, I didn't expect it to blow up, not like I couldn't avoid the explosion. With zero lag, and my reinforced mind which boosted my int, I was more than able to see the beginning of the explosion and escape accordingly. Whilst I did escape by moving away, unfortunately my intuitive aptitude came with a great thirst for understanding things I have not seen before and made me took the time to analyze the attack, therefore slowing my action by about 0.05 seconds, and ended up with me taking over 500 damage to the face despite my equipment, reinforcement, and bonuses. That's what happens when you go against a magical heavy hitter when you're more of an anti-personnel guy. Thank goodness I remembered to buff myself with regen, which heals 10% HP per minute. That should take care of the damage in less than a minute with my other HP regen skills. You have gained light energy resistance and magic resistance by taking significant magical damage. The explosion launched me a few hundred meters 45 degrees upwards. Swiping the screen away mentally, I was greeted with countless light spears being launched from the ground. Okay. Maybe not countless, it was more like 800 visible light spears and probably another 1600 behind them that would be launched in waves. Opening a portal above me using my Gate of the Gamer, I allowed my fake IG Alima to shield me. I'm unable to make perfect copies of divine constructs, although I can make degraded copies at a huge cost. Much like Excalibur image. This would be called IG Alima image, the fake green sword of the Mesopotamian god Zababa, the fake mountain felling sword. Running from the spears was completely feasible, but I would rather not lose track of Azazel as my clairvoyance can't keep up with the distance I make a second when I shunpo. A full shunpo would take me well over 50 kilometers away whilst I can't even see 10% of that distance. Thus, I use the giant noble phantasm as a shield by not launching it. The portals I create from the gate cannot move their position once open, but then can rotate from their position so long as there is physical space. I never had to use that tactic as I never fought someone that would push me to use it, at least until now. I then rapidly rotated IG Alima from the portal like a compass, drawing a circle on a piece of paper, creating a cone-like shield that defended me from the hundreds of spears. The hundreds of spears that flew straight at me from my back, front, sides, below and above me were mostly neutralized, allowing me to slice apart the numerous but much smaller spears that did get past me. However, the combined might of over 1,000 light spears of someone with a mag of 5,000 lowered the blade's durability to just under 1,000. When the overwhelming by spears tactic did not work, it would seem that Azazel took matters into his own hands quite literally, by condensing his light energy and magic into gauntlets and punched the rapidly rotating IG Alima into dust. When the projection had dissipated, he rushed straight at me. I quickly swapped my stance to the CG Emiya stance, and began to parry the attacks. He used his wings to fly around and attack me at all angles. I used my mana steps to shift, move and pivot myself to adjust to the unnatural angles. His magic-enhanced blows were more than capable of destroying my twin blades should they get about 2 to 3 direct hits from them. On the other hand, my blades would be more than capable of cutting through his skin and causing some damage to his enhanced wings. I would have cautiously move whilst I'm in the air, as he is much more used to aerial combat whilst I'm much more ground combat orientated. My detect intect works as a sixth sense to feel how and where he wants to attack me from, combined with the speed of my perception allowed me to perfectly parry all of his attacks. Although I have to credit my greater speed in general for this. Now that I'm within his sights, his millennium's worth of combat experience shines through, considering that I was unable to find an opening at all, despite it being clear that he rarely ever resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Perhaps this is his way of holding back, but then again I intend to push him fully so that he will fully consider me capable of achieving what I set out to do. Whilst I could just blitz him with my max speed or win Gilgamesh style, I would rather not at this point. As we continued our supersonic battle in midair, my eye of the mind, true, had already came up with over 20 strategies, which would decrease as the battle went on simply because of my lower mana reserves. I decide to go for the low mana but risky strategy. I slowly repositioned myself and faked a bigger opening than I usually do. I faked a stumble in the air as if I am stumbling on the ground, as well as creating a large false opening at my left side. As I battled on, I could see that Azazel could barely see my blows yet were able to react accordingly. It is likely a much bigger portion of his AGI was in reaction and attacking speed rather than movement speed. Thus, when I repositioned myself, I did so by moving away from him, allowing the option of either blasting me with magic, rushing at me and attacking with a left hook, or making a light construct to slash me from the side. It is likely that he assumed I'm more than able to get rid of his smaller spears. He won't underestimate my speed, so he won't rush at me. If he researched about Archer, then he should expect some anti-magic weapons and capabilities. So making a long spear to attack that opening or retreating would be the best option. However, I took advantage that I had essentially pushed him to auto-fight mode, and the fact that I called myself Archer should be a dead giveaway that creating space between us would in fact backfire on him. This would increase the likelihood of doing what is essentially second nature to fallen angels. That is making another damn light spear. Which he obviously did in order to slash me from the side. I flipped the blade in my left hand to a backhand grip to intercept the spear that extended 2 meters past my body. However, 0.2 seconds before my two constructs would clash, I took 0.1 seconds to trace a crimson spear right behind and just slightly next to the very opening I created. Guy Dearg, the Crimson Rose of Exorcism. The spear that severs all magic energy in its constructs, including my copied weapons. I fired it as soon as it was created, using the light from Azazel's light spear and the flat of my blade to block off vision of the tracing going on. This allowed it to be fired at, and allowed it to dispel both the light spear and my blade, at an angle that shot straight back to Azazel's hand. Perhaps it was instinct, or maybe combat intuition, that something was very wrong that made him react slightly quicker than I expected. Regardless, it was not quick enough that even if he tried to move his hand and body, the spear still struck, slicing off his thumb as well as some of his skin on his arm. Using Shunpo, I took advantage of the opening created by his lack of weapons and slashed with the sword in my other hand, all while recreating the blade that was dispelled earlier. He was quick enough to erect a magical barrier of sorts, but not quick enough to fully escape my swung sword, which was slightly slowed when it sliced that quickly erected barrier. Small drops of blood was left in the air as the fallen angel had backed away with a shallow cut on his torso. A quick observe showed that he looked as if he wanted to say something, so I decided to indulge him, something I would not do in a real fight, since I fully believe in attacking someone when they are busy monologuing. Admittedly, I personally hope people listen when I am monologuing, simply for the tactical advantages. Oi, isn't this the time where you comment or something? I don't usually talk when I fight, so please don't expect anything out of me. A last boss character like you should just unveil your trump or go into your final form already. I retorted back, just because I'm letting him monologue and power up doesn't mean I have to like it. TCH. You were much more fun when we were talking about science. Actually, scratch that, you're only fun when we talk science. Hey. I actually resent that. It's not entirely my fault. My sense of fun has been distorted. It's on now. I don't think you have the right to comment on that considering that we just met. Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade Governor. Smirking as I let the remark sink in. I savored his facial expression changing to one of utter shock. What's wrong, Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade Governor? Wonder how I knew that little title of yours. I'll let you in on that little secret if you can make me surrender. Why don't you use Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Blade on me? Forgot to bring your secret weapon? And then I realized I may have made a terrible mistake. A line of thought that I should not have neglected. How do you that name? His face turning deadly serious. But I suppose I will just have to force that answer out of you. I made a mistake by letting slip that I knew something I should not have known. Something that I should only have known if I was not Hyodo Issei, a human that has barely even approached adulthood. Something that you had to be affiliated with the fallen angels and be at least a millennia old to have known. And with that line his power levels shot up literally. His change in stats only amounted to a 20% increase in all fronts. However, everyone knows that power in generally consists of a combination of factors and not just one stat, like STR or MAG. After all, increasing my STR and AGI by 10% would increase my attack power a lot more than just 10%. And then my observe gave me the revelation that both high-ranking angels and fallen angels tend to specialize in an element to empower and base their techniques on. Most would specialize in only one. Azazel got to the point where he was sick of people mocking his chuny days to the point where he made their joke a reality. He delved into 3 feet elements, fire, light and darkness. A burst of energy covered his body and was expelled just as quickly, revealing him to have gained seemingly random placements of blackened skin along with a dark red fiery aura. This mode's power is a lot weaker than the expected output of the artificial balance breaker I was working on. But allow me to beat into your puny head why that title stopped being so funny. Seems like the friendly bit of the spar is definitely over. Not that I'm going to just go into high hypersonic speeds and maim him now. But then again, I can't say the same about him. My detect intent and eye of the mind, true, triggers in my head. A slight sidestep in the air and 2 beams of magic narrowly passes by my body. Ah, he could have fought with more magic before, in a way he was holding back too, although at his previous speed it would not have mattered. A memory triggers, crap, these aren't my memories, these are Shuru Emiya's memories, no Archer's, no, it's a combination. Just as Natsu's memories is triggered by my rage and allows me easier access to his skills, the sense of the type of danger posed by Azazel triggers another set of memories. Bombardments of magic attacks, part of it in the memories and in reality. Similar, attacks come out from center of magic circle, or is it a portal? No, in reality it's from the magic circle, but the attacks are coming from both types in the memories. One from Archer and one from an iteration of Shuru Emiya. Ah, I've done goofed. The memories were a shortcut which filled my gallery, and my head with weapons which I haven't even scanned, seen or reproduced. But also memories I had not processed. I have been leeching of those memories experiences subconsciously all this time, which explains my quick rise in level of eye of the mind. True. It was only after I got my advanced mental capabilities that it started happening when I was conscious. The current battle had turned into high-speed laser dogging Jewel Thief Simulator and Toho in 3D. Beams, bullets, blasts, bombardments and whatever other alliterative descriptions of attacks were sent at me. It was not a melee, nor was it a long-range fight. The battle would certainly be classified under mid-range, with Azazel's aura slightly oppressing my movements and further preventing me from safely engaging in earnest. Weaving out a battle is a possibility, but my clairvoyance is not capable of seeing as far as a single flash step would take me. Words ring in my head as I dodge more attacks. Sharpen your senses to your utmost. I do exactly that. A single move can prove fatal. A single moment can spell death. Kill off any needless thoughts. I do exactly that. My musings ended there. The only thing we should be seeing for now is the boundary between life and death. Magic attacks greater than my magic defense. Death instantaneous. Mobility is of highest priority. Other body parts can be sacrificed so long as survival can be maintained. Think 10 steps ahead, and seize even 5 more seconds of survival. Opponent is putting focus on maintaining his state and magic attacks. Despite his speed improvement, his overall preference for mobility is greatly reduced. Any one of these blades, magical attacks, can finish you off. Multiple attacks that don't allow for escape or defense, the memory ended there. Mana is still reasonably high. Almost a minute has passed since this renewal of attacks has begun. Analysis. Opponent's state cannot be maintained without damaging of his body. Confusion, fear, rage. Infusion of magic and elemental power pushing his capabilities to his maximum. Still has plenty of mana, expenditure increases exponentially. Delayed battle unacceptable because killing and heavy damage would reduce relationship connection. Battle should be ended quickly. Options. First, counter with own aura. Done. Mana expenditure set to equal regeneration. Heat, element of darkness and element of light still remains. Heat is the main threat for now. The rest can be avoided. Their light magic does not travel at the speed of actual light, formation and fluctuation too slow to defend the opponent's body. Goals. A surrender of the opponent. Too much political capital, information and influence to die. An option that provides a mutual disadvantage but in actuality does not affect me at all. Elemental infusion into aura, water. I cast the black magic. Heat and water mix as I close the gap between us. Steam is produced. Vision is impaired. My vision remains clear, clairvoyance, sees through such obstacles. Heat is still present but tolerable. Barriers come up. Magic surrounds his body to shield him. Worthless. Guy Dirg and Rule Breaker are already in my hand. Barriers are pierced. The careful infusion of his own magic to boost his state was cancelled by the noble phantasm of the dagger and spear. Both were driven at both arms, vitals were not attacked. With an upwards kick and a mana step, opponent and own body driven into the ground. Half a dozen traced black keys pierced both his legs. Another half a dozen at his shadows at a very flat angle. Battle ended. Quest window confirms it. reducing survival protocols, re-engaging scientific thought, re-engaging emotional thought, re-engaging. The process finished quicker than it began. I take a quick stock of the battlefield. Completely decimated. Lots of melted ice and snow. Water, craters, burnt and blown apart trees. I hate cleaning up. Should have made an ID, no, should not reveal that ability. Too valuable as an escape mechanism. Azazel remains in shock but quickly regains composure. Seems to note that his survival is not in danger due to the ease his life could have ended. Ah yes, serious combat happened because I made a mistake in revealing knowledge I should not have known. I should focus more on wits and luck. I know I have raised some suspicions with that statement. All I can say is that we all have secrets. And no, you don't know me from back then. This body wasn't born at the time. That I can say was the complete truth. I allude to the previous centuries. Meh. I was just out of practice, you got lucky, he replies surprisingly unworried. I wanted to sweat drop at that, however I realize that was also true, and in serious combat without worry of the environment most of my chances of victory relies on high-speed strikes and escaping out of Earth's orbits. Then again, detect intent, and, observe, seems to detect some cunning and ulterior motives. Ah, of course, in trustworthy people say trust me. More proof is needed. I hit him with a region. Disperse the projections, and hit him with a triple cure. The damage wasn't too serious, even his thumb grew back. He was slightly shocked in that, before shaking his head while getting up. You could take down a god in a one-on-one fight, I will give you that. He said with a smile while dusting off debris and switching his costume with magic. But you still have a long way to go in war strength. Ah yes, honest post-battle reviews. Noted. You should brush up your melee combat, by the way. I could still go faster. I could have used villain's overwhelming power at random points to overwhelm him in a microsecond. Then again I didn't need to. He was looking at me expectantly. Before sighing, ah, what a waste. All that raw power could easily be gained if you just unleashed your sacred gear, if it is what I suspect it is. Should have known it would have went to that point. Dragons are the embodiment of power in this universe, and it is like a beacon for those with power. I turn towards him. I am not prepared to deal with those with power. That is why I do not claim more power. I need to build foundations. Safety for my friends, parents and assets. Skills that can rival nations. Knowledge that is comparable to any supernatural faction. Power so that people would consider it a sin to attack me. Until I can be considered the strongest, I will never be prepared enough. To be honest, it scares me. Dragons. Sacred gears. All of it. The way it can easily bring death to those around me. The way sacred gear users rarely have a long life due to their usefulness and power. The person can gain power, but what about the rest who are left behind? And worse is the message by Elijah. The end is essentially every single being's combined stats. It scares me even though I bury it back in the deepest recesses of my mind. I have to get enough power to overpower every single god, dragon, human, devil, angel, supernatural beings, artificial beings, plants, and if you count a celestial body as a being, then even planets. I have to someone have power, energy output, intelligence, speed. Every single aspect of me has to surpass everything else in existence combined to even be a match for the end. And if I'm included in that, then I have to be strong enough to dwarf even that amount of power to the point where it's equivalent to 0.00001% or less. Of course, I kept the rest of those worries away from Azazel and everyone else. In any case, the fight was over. We did not really depart with any feasible objectives set in stone. But we will cooperate more closely, trade information through a variety of networks. I got a couple of his social media accounts and a mansion apparently right in my hometown I can use to leave messages in. Help each other, deal with meddlesome elements. We discussed a great deal about information about the various supernatural factions and what needs to be done to attain peace. Apparently he was on good terms personally with Seer's ex-Lucifer, Michael, although he seemed a bit peeved about him, probably about the shining blazer thing, Odin and Zeus. Also, every faction has subversive elements that tend to be based on racial superiority and strong traditional hatred for other factions. Go figure. Guess I have an idea to make sure some people die in a totally accidental manner. Noting that despite my vigilantism I have barely scratched the surface with the number of people dying, committing crime, getting injured, etc. We decided that I should focus more in the long term in that regard, while somehow keeping up the pace so that the fear of Archer is kept up. I personally thought about using my information gathering skills, which I did not elaborate to Azazel on, to find sacred gear users to recruit, train, while giving them a choice between the fallen angel side and my own side. I also wanted to in general search for abused kids and get them out of any harmful environment. But I will need to quickly purchase some property for that. Thankfully, Azazel will help me speed up some of them. After our combined effort fixed, covered up the area we were battling in, Azazel remarked he would send some subordinates to my area, which was controlled by the Gremory clan. I was screaming internally when he also said the Rias was Sirzek's sister, to finish the trade we agreed on. Although he also talked about his worries about Kokabiel and how some of his subordinates might be taking orders from Kokabiel instead. After that, he not so subtlety hinted me to use my previously mentioned skills to sniff some of them out and catch them in the act. Fair trade, I guess. Although time-consuming. UGRHHHH. When I reached home, it was late at night, although Sasaki and my parents were having a pleasant chat then. A couple minutes later, it turned back to a welcome home party with lots of beer. Everyone except me drank because my mother said I was still underage. What happened to old enough to kill, old enough to drink? This is an outrage. Although admittedly I doubted I would even be affected by alcohol. Once all that was done, I made a quick trip to my newly purchased home and opened the huge mountain of boxes which had materials I had Doomwing purchased for me. Stuff like RWBY, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson and other Western series were sacrificed to my ability. Yum yum. Along with more light novels, anime, manga, games. I would get them to acceptable levels of skill one by one, I suppose. Definitely starting with Harry Potter, because Legilimency and Obliviate is definitely needed in my line of work. After I test out Imperio and Crucio for any negative effects, I will see how I can use them effectively. Screw morals. Knights can't save the world. Oh wait, I mean wizards. On another note, I remembered that I had all the weapons of several iterations of Shuru Emiya has seen recorded in my gallery. I recalled of the first gamer's departure, memory given, and decided to see it, hoping I can get some equipment recorded from it. The scenery shifted, it changed to one right out of hell. I see a beautiful woman with long light green hair and oh look Opa, nope, focusing on the important things right now. A little voice in my head still wants to indulge in my carnal need to ogle. Despite the noise, I can see and hear the conversation with the lady and the man which I just noticed stood there. I could not see his features, obscured by a hood which was, so, what the fuck is that? Observe, and, structural grasp. Can't scan the woman, the same with the man, but what is that? There is no way those are clothes. Big Bang, eternal expansion, concepts, my head, can't comprehend, beyond capabilities. Previous meltdown and focus on clothes was an attempt to anchor my thoughts to the physical realm. Whatever he was wearing was something that should not be exist, nor could it even be worn. It was like the concept of creation compressed and weaved to become a hood was what he was wearing. And every single piece of equipment was the same. That is the first gamer, without a doubt. My meltdown made me miss the conversation, but I can always re-watch or recreate it with the perfectly memorized lip movements. The sky shattered and the memory ended. I will have to re-watch that another time. My brain still hurts. However, I deduced and confirmed at least one thing. The battle ended the moment he went through the crack. Correction, the battle ended so quickly that not even my perception of time can comprehend it. I know this because when I opened my gallery, there were quadrillions of entries in pretty much every category. He fought with everything he had, in that very moment where I was incapable of even catching a glimpse of anything at all. I was out of my depth. And, the end, still existed despite the first gamer's strength. What can I do? However, there were even more questions when it seemed my luck influenced me to see the records of a random weapon. Ascalon. Scoured from the DXD universe. Previous owner, Issei Hyodo, pawn of Rias Gremory, devil, host of Diedrig. How? What? When? Where? Why? How? More weapons, Sword of Paracelsus, Anti-Army A++, Nasuverse, Original Azoth Sword, Mystic Code, High Density, Philosopher's Stone, Paracelsus von Hohenheim. The realization hit me and, ping, fiction adaptation, has revealed change to reflect its true nature. Fiction adaptation has become Dimension Traveler's instant adaptation. First, previous ch 11 of 38. Next, chapter 12, substance abuse. Disclaimer. I do not own High School DxD, Fate, Stay Night or anything other series used in this story. A.N. Just a short chapter. Please note that Issei is still a lot weaker than most of the faction leaders overall, but in terms of combat is more than capable of handling himself. I'm thinking Issei will take advantage of parallel dimensions to find out future events that might happen to him from his canon self before actually trying to exploit heroic spirits for farming purposes. Now that we had our super long descriptive battle, we can afford to have a couple of curb stomps for a while. We'll be using asterisk or whatever to represent scene breaks or time skips. I will also be experimenting with some POV changes since those will be integral for the main plot. Chapter 12. Substance abuse. Facial surgery has never been cheaper. Fira. Spells of the fire element are related to consumption, heat, entropy, fuels, energy transfer and thermodynamics. The spell twists itself to a single point. I sustain it. Stone. Earth element spells relate to grounding, cultivation of energy and energy embedding. I repeat the process. Water. Water element spells are related to flows, forms, cycles, combinations and manipulations. Aurora. Wind element spells deals with air, kinetic forces, static energy, free energy and directed movement. Osmos. While the spell normally steals MP from an opponent, I designate the target as the world, collecting the mana and filtering it for one of its raw forms. Ether. Purest, raw form of grain. Its domains are among the lines of composition, dissolution, modification, separation, unification, spiritual bodies, conceptual weapons and others. All 5 elements focused on one point. I complete the ritual magic. A small stone drops from that point. Philosopher's Stone. Rank A, durability, 200/200ths. Description. A powerful magical energy cumulate crystal. Simply holding it amplifies, supplement and strengthens your magic. The amount varies upon your skills and your raw power. Auto revives you once every day should death occur at 20% of your health. Heavily boosts alchemy, skill, improves exchange rate of transmutation, allows for equal rate of transmutation for magically strong materials. Element. The 5 great elements of thaumaturgy of the Nasuverse. Created by working backwards from the blueprint of the Sword of Paracelsus. It was not traceable till now because I could not comprehend the Philosopher's Stone, until now that is. Sword of Paracelsus. Rank A plus anti-army durability, 800/800ths. Attack. 200 mag attack. 800 description. Magic sword of the elementalist. The original model of the Azoth sword. Paracelsus magic sword. A mystic code composed of ultra-high density, Philosopher's Stone. Originally, the effect of this noble phantasm was to amplify, supplement and strengthen his magic, but, by performing ritual magic by means of the magical power of the blade, and employing the 5 elements as catalyst, a temporary pseudo-composition of true ether from the Age of Gods is also possible. He then smashes the surroundings with the fearsome destructive power of this true ether, fake element. The 5 great elements of thaumaturgy of the Nasuverse. Duration. Permanent. Even more confirmation. I turn and compare the bright and glowing light blue Philosopher's Stone with a different Philosopher's Stone. This one an artificial, rufescent stone. Philosopher's Stone. Rank A, durability, 150/150ths. Description. Could be used to create the elixir of life, which extended the drinker's lifespan, heals all afflictions, as well as transform any metal into pure gold. Created by Nicholas Flamel. Dunking it in some water slowly turns it into the elixir. Takes 24 hours to make a small flask of elixir. Boosts transfiguration, potion effects and alchemy skills by simply holding it. Origin. One of the Potterverses. This definitely confirms the existence of potentially infinite different dimensions and universes. It took me the whole night and almost all of my on-hand materials and some acquisitions to complete the process. It nags me that someone from the past would be so familiar with modern anime, literature, games etc., to have this. But then again, he's obviously a dimensional traveler. But what really bugs me is that it is the main reason I would have the gamer Power seems to be due to the sacred gear I have. And based on the information on Ascalon, it totally sounds like I'm some sort of main character from some anime. Which leads me to the suspicion I was specifically chosen to gain this power. As I read enough Naruto fanfics to see Naruto gaining that gamer power, P.S. This was after I learned English. But why me? I don't feel worthy. Assuming that in most circumstances based on comparison with Naruto fanfiction tropes and Ascalon's history, it would seem that this is essentially a, for want of a nail, situation, where, the gamer, is the nail. And based on my character before, I certainly feel that other people would be more worthy of it. Perhaps it's only because of the Welsh dragons sealed inside my sacred gear that I was even considered. Goo. Depressing thoughts. Shoo. Rather than moping, I should be focusing on taking responsibility and focusing on what needs to be done. Also, just because I have all this new information and knowledge available doesn't mean I should be dependent on it. After all, it wasn't enough to beat the end permanently. But then again, I can't be stubborn and be inefficient either. Regardless, actually dimension travel isn't included in the package. But I'm certain there will be plenty of information in the gallery for me to achieve it. Anything related to the kaleidoscope and the second magic will allow me to reverse engineer and reproduce it. From what I notice from Azazel, most of the beings here are power heavy but lack in conceptual power. I will have to focus on conceptual defenses and attacks as it will take a long time to train up my raw stats. I'm too specialized in anti-personnel combat and my anti-army capabilities cost too much mana to be used carelessly. My broken Kalidbalg 2 can't even be charged with mana in one go and needs a few charges to get it prepared. My main theory is that I need access to prana rather than mana. I also need chakra, however I was not born with that capability. On the other hand, I could conduct research with uninformed consent, on the yokai populace in Kyoto for anything on how chakra works here. In any case, the quickest way to raise my offensive power I can currently come up with is by utilizing the gamer ability to gain skills and equipment based on the opponent I kill. It worked during my adventures even on non-ID enemies, so it should work in other cases. Step 1. Attain the ability to traverse dimensions safely and consistently. Step 2. Find Gilgamesh in the Nasuverse. Step 3. Step 4. Enuma Elish. Yeah, I'm brilliant. I bet killing Gilgamesh would get me his treasury, a couple of skills, lots of express, lots of money. Oh crap, I'm drooling. Focus issei. Oh wait, isn't it time for school? Why the fuck do I even want to go to school? I should just build a Terminator disguised as myself and send it to school in my place. On second thought, that might be a little too inconspicuous. I also have to deal with the sister of Lucifer plus the student council. Worse still was one of the quotes I really liked when I was downloading the information from the books, anime, games was this. If you want to know what a man's like, take a good look at how he treats his inferiors, not his equals. Sirius Black. I seriously would prefer not to be a dick despite how annoying dealing with this stuff is, but then again I'm supposed to keep up my image as your friendly neighborhood cynical, totally not a hero of justice. That came out wrong. Being genuine will lead to blows because using Azazel as a case example, my ideology will definitely be at odds with any devil's ideology, as they are based on desires. Unless they have the desire to help a specific person and that specific person so happens to be me, then it is likely we will clash. On the other hand, I truly do hate being manipulative and putting a false front. But I hate it even more if not doing so will risk the result. I have an image that I created and I need to create it to prevent weakness from being shown. I would like to think I'm a good guy at heart. It's not like I wake up thinking about who I should fuck over this weekend. I want to be a nice guy, but I can't afford to be directly seen as nice. I would like to be helpful if the person deserves it, people in danger, trouble notwithstanding, but I can't be seen as too eager. No doubt why I am considering this so hard is partly due to the fact that the Occult Research Club and Student Council is mostly female. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for gender equality in combat, but it is difficult to change some of my aversions to hurting those of the opposite gender in any way, although it is more of a preference rather than a subconscious rule in my head. After testing out both Philosopher's Stone, by combining alchemy and enchanting, I managed to make a golden ring with dual enchantments of auto regen, low, and auto haste. I remodified my school uniform to fit my new height, which I realized that I grew another few inches in the past hour for some reason. Now I'm basically Archer's height, who is really tall at 187 centimeters. I added Auto Protect to my shirt and Auto Shell to my pants, as well as adding Auto Reflect on my jacket. Just learned Reflect in time, hehe. I did the same with the armor of my Archer outfit, although I had to move Auto Shell to my boots and put Auto Reflect on my pants instead, as I can't put enchantments on my projected Shroud of Martin. I totally should go and kill Archer at least some point in my adventures, just for the shroud. Ah well, time for school. At least I get to see my friends again. But first, Bounded Field Creation. Active, LVL.8 Rank E description. A topographic type of magecraft that consists in knitting a network of magical energy and spreading it on base area, such as a piece of land or a building, to create a mystic boundary line that separates the inside from the outside. Current fields. Intent, Alarm, Alert. Increases mag and int by 0.5 per level. Territory creation. Active, LVL.5 Rank E. Description. The skill to build a special terrain that is advantageous to oneself as a magus. Can create a makeshift workshop, and can create terrain to give a slight advantage to physical combat. After creating them in my parents' home, Sasaki's home and my new home, I took a few drops of the elixir of life, just to test for any effects, and totally not because it smelled so good. It was delicious, mmmhhh, if it wasn't so useful I would be drinking it instead of water. I need a lot more cash. I sneak into class just on time with presence concealment. It was only after my name was called in the register did my classmates notice me. Who the hell are you? Issei has been abducted by aliens. What have you done with him? Give us back our friend. Said by my old good friends Matsuda and Motohama. Oi. Haven't I already had an image change? This can't possibly be any different from back then. Have their logical deduction functions of their brains somehow deteriorate over the break? Although to be honest, I'm actually touched that they still care after all this time. Come to think of it, I should have renewed my ID card if this was going to be a reoccurring issue. I can easily hack and backdate the renewal process and manufacture the card myself easily. I could just wolf whistled me. Ah, back to sexual harassment. She didn't do a lot of it back then simply due to the stress of exams and the whole magic issue. I guess she's back to normal, as much as possible for a fellow pervert. Wait a minute, did she do something with her hair? She ditched the pink-rimmed glasses. Her brown hair was now curly and lengthwise was halfway down her back. Her style of braiding had remained the same, but she had so much hair that she had both the braids and curly hair down. To be honest, she was rather pretty before. But me, Matsuda and Motohama never lusted over her before due to her being as much a pervert as us. We totally had no experience in being sexually harassed despite us doing it before. Totally fair in hindsight. Hyodo. No, this is madness. Some other boy in my class shouts. I raised my eyebrow at that. I seriously wanted to reply, no, this is Sparta, and kick him out of the window, pit of death. But I highly doubt that's legal, and more importantly, most in Japan won't know that reference. And in any case, what's so bad about a huge growth spurt? Kutase, who was sitting close to me, wordlessly put a square object right in my face while giving a slightly exasperated sigh. Who the hell is this handsome bastard? Did we have some Bishonen transfer student? Whose photo is this? A few seconds later I realized that my whiz was way too low. I realized it when during my travels I saw the elderly, businessmen, chess players and lots of people with more whiz than me, but when it comes to people I seem to have a heavy blind spot. Eyes. You do realize that's a mirror? Murayama said as she put a hand to her hip and started rubbing her forehead as if I just gave her a headache. Note to self. Elixir of life. Maximizes your appearance stat as well. P.S. Try substances on animals and undesirables first. First, previous ch 12 of 38 next, just chapter 13. So, prana is pretty cool. Disclaimer. I do not own High School DxD, Fate, Stay Night or anything other series used in this story. A.N. Just a short chapter. Please note that Issei will be getting a major power-up and don't expect any huge power-up for a while. This is more slice of life until the plot hits the fan next chapter. I have a reading week so I can get more writing done. Sorry for slow plot progression. I needed to make sure I can actually write conversations and not go into super huge monologues. Let me know if you prefer the curb stomping in first POV or third POV, and if you prefer it from the poor victims or the slightly unconcerned issei. As much as I would love to get to doing some crossover bits, I wanted to get into the DXD plot and at least get into the middle of the Asia arc before my chaotic Fourth Grail War arc starts. That will be one of my chances to have a battle royal, and I want to ensure that there will be an intense 10v1 battle against our main character. The guy is basically Gilgamesh Eisenlight with an overpowered sacred gear, so of course you need a 10v1 heroic spirit battle. I hope that the little bit of comedy is decent enough. Thanks for reading. See you soon. We'll be using **** or whatever to represent scene breaks or time skips. I will also be experimenting with some POV changes since those will be integral for the main plot. Chapter 13. So, Prana is pretty cool after all the excitement. Homeroom begun as normal and our first class began as usual. Knowing I would be bored out of my wits, I went browsing through the gallery for anything useful. Thank goodness it has a search option. By the time the first class of the day was done, I already finished my plans to make a kaleidoscope katana, simply because that's all I can afford to make in a very short amount of time. At the end of the first class, I also made sure I had dimensional markers done to pat, which will ensure I can record and also somewhat control the flow of time between two dimensions. Although that will mean I will have to go back and forth from home and the destination, but that's more than reasonable for something I can build in a day. On a less serious note, I found issei Paradise in the items section of the gallery. The bad part is that I essentially downloaded all the content already, which sucked out the joy of taking my time to read it the first time. For the lulz, I decided to use projection to make 3 copies and passed one each to Aika, Matsuda and Motohama at the start of our second class. Sadly, I had to cover up the Jiraiya's name as the author for now. There would be much perverted snickering that day. Lunchtime came eventually and I felt that I had blueprints for many noble phantasms and useful tools in my mind. Thankfully it was reasonably productive due to me managing to learn 2 mental magecrafts. Memory partition. Passive, LVL.3 rank E description. It is the ability to partition their thoughts to form multiple independent thought processes. While normal people can only have a single room in their brain and focus on one thought, partitioning adds partitions to the one room to create multiple rooms. Gain 1 more partition every 10 levels. Increases int by 1 per level. Thought acceleration. Passive, LVL.2 rank E description. Fast thought is only a prerequisite to it, does what it says. Increases thought speed by 5% per level. Increases int by 1 per level. Sadly, memory partition is less independent thoughts and more of extra thought processes handling different parts of the same problem. Ah well, I'm assigning it to work on excuses for whatever happened this summer. I will focus on catching up with my friends. Unfortunately for my class 1 did not have the time to cook up a feast, so they will have to do with just a bite from my lunch. Wait a second. When did I get so used to the idea of being class chef? Oh right, reputation and title combo exploit. Tee-hee, nope, not cute at all. Thankfully my teenage genius title increases the chances of people accepting your reasoning, evidence and work without thinking. So I just said, lab accident gone terribly right, seemed to work quite well. Aika did not buy that. The rest of the class and especially Matsuda and Motohama wanted to be there if I had another accident. I obviously rejected any requests. Unfortunately, my new appearance seems to damage the female populace's ability to communicate with me properly. For some reason all, if not most of the girls here have increased stuttering and increased heat to the face. I should investigate whether the elixir of life causes increased heat in the user's environment and other effects. I get the feeling I'm missing something very important. Surprisingly for me, it seems like despite of my change in facial structure, Matsuda and Motohama had been very reasonable, probably because they were reading issei while eating lunch and somehow participating in a minimal manner in the conversation between Aika, Katase, Murayama and myself. I was interrupted in my musings when the topic approached what we all did during our winter break. I ended up visiting my relatives over at Hokkaido, said Murayama with a slight grimace. They are such kendo nuts. Every morning my aunt splashes cold water over me and my parents to wake us up. Then it's like, to the dojo. And my parents would make up excuses to escape through the window while threatening me with an allowance cut if I didn't cover for them. At this point she was just ranting. Oi. Is this really the attitude our school's kendo club captain should have? I responded in a joking manner while chuckling lightly. I would rather not come out as totally unsympathetic. You try being woken up every single day for a week at 5 a.m. with freezing water over your body and clothes. Their enthusiasm for kendo is unreal. It's not human, I tell you. Considering the nature of the world, that might just be true. Would it make you feel better if I said I know the feeling because I wake up to work during unsociable hours as well? Only if cold water was involved. Can only say it happened to me once or twice. Technically, I didn't sleep and took baths in the Antarctic Ocean. I stayed at home, although I did started learning at a recently opened dojo. The master there apparently is named Sasaki Kojura, as in the dubious rival of Musashi Miyamoto. Only had a couple of lessons through, since he's just starting up there's no real fixed time yet. On the plus side, lessons are ridiculously cheap, he really is a great teacher and he's like a Bishonen. Kate steered the conversation back on topic. Well, I agree with the fact he knows his stuff. Felt it firsthand. I gave a wistful sigh until I realized that I didn't like being almost killed. Hey, you know Sasaki-sensei? It was at this point Aika interjected. He lived at Aiza's and his parents for a while, didn't he? Ah yes, he was looking for funding for his dojo, and I happened to be near him when I overheard him grumbling about it. After his demonstration, me and my parents agreed to let him stay at my place till I bought him a place. You seriously know him? Lightly tapping her fist into her other open palm. Aha. So you're the generous friend he keep talking about. That means you are a prodigy in blades. How the heck did we get to that? He said the person that funded him apparently beat him in a fight using all sorts of swords. He even has a plaque next to the entrance that says, funded by my new best friend, rival. My forehead hit my desk. I have got to talk about information control to him. I suppose that you didn't want that known? Murayama asked. I nodded weakly. Then I have to scrap my invitation to the club then. There goes our chance at an easy win. She responds in a regrettable tone. Trust me on this, it would be unfair to sick me on anyone. And I'm trying to build an image of a research-obsessed teenager, not some modern-day Gary Stu. Who's Gary Stu? Kate asked in Murayama's stead for some reason. It's more like a type of character rather than an actual name. And while there is no real definition for it, it is generally slapped on a character who is important in a story, possesses unusual physical traits, and has an irrelevantly overskilled or over-idealized nature in comparison to other characters. I answer. Where do you find the time to research all these obscure English terms? Murayama questioned. I just browse through TV tropes, a bit of fanfiction and read a lot of books during transit time. I've been doing a lot of that since I learned practically every language and finished that translation program. It's interesting to read other literature in their own context and fanfictions about our own Japanese anime that's not 18+ doujinshi. Come to think of it, what have you been doing over the break? Besides work and all. After all, you did promise us to have some fun, right? I went hiking across Japan. Thanks for the cash, by the way, that helped pay for the trip, said Aika. Oh well, I went traveling a lot. All across the world. They were kind of like business trips, but I had loads of fun at the side. Like Disney World in California. Technically I was tracking a stray devil. Hong Kong, high-speed chase, trafficking, gang wars, corruption. Israel and other places. Actually was mostly in Syria and other countries fighting terrorism in the Islamic State. After which I hear some murmurings from the M&M duo about rich, handsome, genius bastards. Wow. That's a lot of places. Come to think of it, that vigilante archer is apparently some rich Asian genius that knows all languages and travels the world. You wouldn't have happened to spot him anywhere, did you? I mean, you should be as tall and as muscular as him. I'm sure you both would hit tee off. Oh, did you buy us any souvenirs? Et tu, Aika. Apparently this was discussed previously when Tomo Meguri and Tsubasa Yura popped into our class when Doomwing was impersonating me, so this viewpoint was apparently an in-joke. On one hand, either she's trolling me, or this is a cunning plot to discredit the rumors. Personally, I highly doubt it's the latter, since my new appearance is just adding wood to the fire of previous rumors. Sending a small glare her way, I reached into my bag while processing through my inventory in it. I certainly have bought a variety of stuff. Unfortunately, a lot of the things I had was loot from gangsters and soldiers, which I gained a portion of when I killed them, although the vast majority remained on their dead bodies. Game mechanics, hooray! Finding the less dangerous stuff, I took out some excessively expensive jewelry pieces and gave those which I thought might fit them to the 3. Not like they will be worth much for long. I can transmute gold, now my wealth is literally time equals money. How much does this cost? Katase exclaimed. I'm not sure what to say. Murayama seemed a bit in shock. Really, eyes? I guess I should have known. Aika looked resigned, as if I do this regularly. Although she might not be far off from the truth. As much as I would like it to be worn, it might be a little dangerous to display jewelry like that outside of important occasions, I said. After some strangely awkward thank yous and stuff, Yuto Kiba popped in. It seems like Hyodo isn't in right now. If you see him, tell him that Rias Gremory Senpai would like to see him after school at the old school building. I will be right outside your class to escort him. He closed the door. I sweat dropped. He totally missed the memo that I apparently had facial surgery, due to untested substance usage. That was a thing. I said awkwardly. Everyone else in class also found the experience strange. Well, if the situation is going full retard, you can only go along with it. Might as well increase the strangeness to the max. You know what, fuck class. I've got a meeting to prepare for. I walked to the window and said, cybernetic enhancements, get on my